Hello everyone and welcome to coverage of the 55th iteration of the World Series of Poker from where else but the Horseshoe Casino in Las Vegas, where the $50,000 Poker Players Championship is what we bring you today. Day 2 coverage. Yours truly, Ali Nejad, alongside Jesse Sylvia, in front and center. You see Gus Hansen there in the shorts. Blistering hot day here in the desert, and all of poker's luminaries tend to make their way to Las Vegas for this one, and none shine brighter than the man right there in the center of your screen at our featured table to start things off. You know him, Daniel Negreanu. Kid Poker, as he's known. Such a decorated resume on him. Tends not to make the trips to play the other big stuff worldwide at this point in his career, but when it comes to his backyard, he plunks down the money, Jesse. And I don't know about you, but this is the event that I always sense everyone in any given cash game that I'm playing is keeping keen eyes on, more so than any other throughout the course of the summer.
Well, you know me, Ali. I'm not best known for my mixed game play. This is my favorite tournament of the year.
Bet you $20 you fold.
I mean, but that therein kind of lies some of the...
man. Always fold. Deuce 3 5 8.
Look at this,
what
right
I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. This is such a fun tournament.
These cards, man.
Limit deuce to 7 triple draw, that which we're playing. If you're not familiar with the $50,000 Poker Players Championship, it is christened as such.
Oh, that's
account of the
you
fact
don't go past that, or we got problems.
That multiple disciplines and aptitude across all of them is required.
Character, whatever. I'll go down. I fought before and lost. It's okay. I will fight. I will go.
You're the real life Rocky.
I mean, this is the tournament that you watch every year, and it inspires you to get better at all the games. And you spend a quarter of the year working on those games. And then the series comes around, you get sucked into all these 1K no limit with $1 million up top events.
Well, nobody got sucked in by Philip Huey. 4.2 million in career live earnings for him. Multiple bracelet winner.
He won this event a few years ago, if I recall correctly, didn't he?
It's funny because I'm actually scrolling back in search of verification. I too felt as though he was somebody who's,
I believe the
claims
year
victory.
These cards are wild.
I remember
Reigning champ is Brian Raz.
Yep. The multiple ex-champ as well. Daniel getting in there with the 8-7 deuce.
A draw 2.
Phil's got kind of a spicy one.
Phil won it in 2019, by the way, Jesse, for the record. Wow. Welcome to those of you who are streaming us on YouTube, by the way. If you're a fan of poker, a fan of the Poker Players Championship, a fan of who you see on screen, by all means, give us a like, give us a subscribe, help us to continue to deliver you this coverage here. As we see Huey drawing 3, does pick up a draw 2 to the nuts. Negreanu failing to improve.
I thought I did.
Scan him here. Phil suddenly takes the lead with the three card wheel.
You took 2, right?
How quickly things change in this game.
Limit deuce is a high variance sort of affair. Huey now picks up the 7 low draw, will lead into Daniel. Negreanu doesn't really have any further maneuverability with his hand.
Yeah, this makes it really tough to D-Negs. 1 draw left, he has a 2-card draw. Not something you're looking to do too often unless the pot's massive. Yeah, very, very seldom on the last draw will you see somebody call and draw 2. They'd have to have some information.
Oh, all kinds. I play boxing.
That's the quintessential frustrating triple draw hand right there. Negreanu starts off with a 2 versus the big blinds 3, just never improves in a single card.
I played the game, and I'm sitting there with Thomas Shelby.
They've let out by third
street. The cigarette's lighting out of your face, and then he gives you the lighter, and you're realistic. Yeah, and then you're having a drink with him. He tells me to sit down in the pub, you know? Then there's a guy in the back. He asks me to hammer him in the head to get information.
Is it like an AI looking one, or it's like he looks like real?
No, he looks AI looking. Okay. Still pretty cool.
I can't afford that kind of stuff.
Oh, buddy, it's $500. You can afford it. If you're playing I'm in a 50K, but I can't afford a $500 Oculus MetaQuest 3 because, oh, then I want to buy in money.
Well, first shout out of the day to the YouTube chat is going to go to Spec, and he asks what, or she,
Raise again.
is a fairly simple and straightforward question.
Very good, very
They
good.
actually paid
You'll see.
50,000 USD to play this MTT, meaning multi-table tournament, and yes, indeed, Spec, they did. And this is not the high watermark in terms of buy-in. We've already had a $250,000 buy-in, if you can believe it, that took place
Holy shit.
this summer.
Russia calls, it's a big problem.
Interesting one developing here. As you see, Pisarenko with a draw one to an 8-6 low, limped it. You saw Smith raise it up with the 8-7-4 deuce draw one. Negreanu 3-bet it with the draw to the smoother 8 low. If you're not familiar with deuce to 7 triple draw, the object of the game is to make the worst possible poker hand, which is 7-5-4-3-2. That is the nuts. So a 1-1-1 draw, and Pisarenko has made 86 low. Smith has paired the 7. Now that is relevant. Negreanu has paired the 5. Why do I say that? Because a 7 in particular is required to make the nuts.
Tricky, Dicky.
If you know where the 7s are, then you also know how much less likely it is that your opponent has a 7 low.
Makes bluffing a lot more enticing.
Sure.
Makes hero calling down a lot more
He doesn't need a
enticing.
card.
This is an interesting one. This is a tricky spot for Smith. When your opponent cold calls 3
Brave man.
and then
Brave man,
stands
but I'm
pat
thought of
after
that.
drawing 1, that's a little scary when you have an 8-7 in particular, right?
Well, it was limp raised 3-bet, cold called 2 more. The 4-bet came in, and then Negreanu called, Pisarenko called. But obviously, leading into both opponents on the round of draw 1s, they can rest assured he's pat. Both Smith and Negreanu flatted. Neither of them have managed to actually make a hand as yet. Pisarenko comfortably betting once more. Obviously a little bit concerned. Having 8-6 in particular is very useful because you generally assign a 7 to the range of your opposition when they're 3-betting and 4-betting pre-flop and drawing 1. You sort of expect those 7 low draws to be in there, which means if they don't make the 7, then the 87 is the next best thing that they're going to make, and that 8-6 becomes a lot more durable.
That's massive.
You see Negreanu
Now your turn, my friend.
still hunting.
I know now. Ah, he's scared
Slightly
now.
surprised, I admit, by the way, that Smith is still hanging in here,
Just a little.
given that he's drawing to the 8-7 and he
Come
has
on.
Negreanu to worry
I don't
about
think I have
behind
any
him,
else because
and
you
Pisarenko
guys
being
have a lot of
pat.
world cards.
Now you see Pisarenko now respecting what he anticipates to be at least 1-7 draw behind him. As we can see, that's not the case. And now Negreanu, having made 8-7-5, contemplates as to whether or not that could be good against Pisarenko's range.
Speak of the devil, by the way, as soon as you said it, Negreanu made the 8-7.
Yep.
8 what? 86. Oh, fucking! I
I guess he was drawing to the 85 and made 87, but still.
I had 5s full of 4s, 8-7-5. Don't bet because I know you. I know my man. I know my man. No
Negreanu
bet.
was contemplating in part
Smart.
because of
Yeah,
all the
that's
info we had, having seen 3 5s and 2 4s throughout the course of that pot.
Sometime I got a 9.
No way.
All right,
Never.
new game.
You always have that. I had 3 4s, 2 5s. What does he have?
So Pisarenko managing to take it down.
8-6, 5, 3 deuce. Even if catch 8-6.
5-3 or 8.
3-5.
Number 6.
Even I catch 8-6. Wow. Beautiful.
It was a nice little pickup, by the way.
I mean, beyond.
You're 3 in the small blind.
Pisarenko has a huge stack, so compared to a stack, it doesn't look as significant, but the
3,000.
pot was nearly half of some players' stacks right now.
3-5-8.
3-5-8.
Nice way to get things started for Pisarenko.
We're on to Texas Hold'em here. Limit Hold'em.
This is a game that doesn't require any explanations. Anybody streaming poker,
Oh, forgive me, this is no limit. Okay.
very
Blackjack.
familiar.
I have blackjack.
Raise and take it
21.
for Negreanu. Mood is quite light, given the stakes here, but anybody punk it
Diamond,
down.
jack of clubs. You see, watch the stream. I'm online. Ace of diamonds, jack of clubs. If I'm lying,
50K.
I buy you vodka. tomorrow morning for breakfast.
They're getting
play
pretty
one of these
serious
things
out there. Yeah.
You know, this is their
I hope
home
so you
office.
I wasn't lying.
It's
Good
fun
you
though.
don't
You know,
wanna
it's
buy me
day
one.
one of the most exciting tournament of the year. They're gonna
Next
have a
time.
good time. Things will get considerably quieter as the days go on.
Yeah, the tension not quite there. We're not on a bubble. We're pretty far from crowning a champ in this one. As mentioned before, Brian Rast, Hall of Famer, reigning champ, took it down for the 3rd time last year. Phil Huey, who you saw just got up right there, he won it in 2019. It is generally considered the who's who of the summer. If you can win the 50K. We see Ashton taking us upstairs.
A lot of eyeballs on this tournament as well. I'd imagine if you're a fantasy player in the 25K draft, this is a pretty big one for you. Matt Ashton went deep in this tournament last year. I believe he took 5th or 4th. Had a number of super interesting hands along the way.
51,000.
I actually got to talk to him about a few of those hands afterwards, and it was really cool picking his brain.
Oh, this is an interesting spot here, as his ace-8 suited has been 3-bet from 12 up to 51,000. We're playing 3K, 5K with an 8K big blind ante. And these big bet games that are laced in to a mix that contains multiple limit games, Jesse, are where a lot of damage gets done.
Mm-hmm. Somewhat interesting 3-bet out of the big blind by Smith, choosing the ace-9 offsuit. Not a traditional type of hand that gets 3-bet.
I would agree.
Makes me wonder if he's planning to attack a little bit more in the no-limit game, assuming that, you know, a lot of these guys have other games that they're more comfortable playing, and they'll just forego continuing in the big pots with these kind of mediocre holdings like ace-8 suited.
Sure.
$30,000.
And there is that attack. $30K into 113. Ashton looking very intense across the way. Makes the call. He is pipped, and now he draws dead as Dylan Smith makes aces and 9s.
Wow,
No card in the deck can rescue this ace-8 suited.
It's such a significant card, too, because on any other turn, I think Smith slows down at some point in the hand, and it ends up going check-check. But once the 9 comes out, obviously Smith can comfortably fire 3, and Ashton may call him down. We don't know. He has a very reasonable bluff catcher to do so. I play with Smith in a number of no-limit tournaments. He's a fantastic no-limit player. My understanding is he's a great PLO player as well. I wasn't aware that he played all the other games, but should be a lot of fun to watch him in this tournament. He just doesn't seem like a guy who is bad at things.
You know, it seems like a very simple observation, but yeah, there are those who have that sense that anything that they do, in particular any sort of game, they're going to get really deep into it, and they're going to really examine every nook and cranny in the effort to reign supreme. As we see 90 coming into 173, and this is a fork in the road for Ashton in terms of this pot of sorts. The presence of a couple of diamonds, you know, the suited combos being attached to the 3-bet, pre-flop, all on his mind here. He's called this 90,000. A dry river would make this real strange. 9's full. Oof. It is a diamond. The 8 does play, but now I'm not sure how Ashton would feel facing a river barrel, Jesse. What would be the natural bluffs in your mind, given the diamond has shown up at this point? Tough to pick them out, isn't it?
I would think so. Usually you see bluffs out of the big blind come from the King 6 offsuit, King 5 offsuit department. Maybe something like Ace Deuce, Ace 3 offsuit occasionally, Ace 6 offsuit. If he had the King of Diamonds, I could see him unloading the clip. If he had something like King 6 with the 6 of Diamonds, I'm not 100% sure what he does. But you have to weigh that against the number of Ace Kings, Ace Queens, Diamond combos that he can have. There's a lot of potential value hands here. On the other hand, the 9 pairing isn't traditionally the most overbluffed type of card, right? So that's something to consider as well. Ashton doesn't have that important diamond in his hand. Maybe that comes up.
And he just doesn't have 9s, so we're not worried about that at all. And the polarity of the jam here, drawing an instant lip lick from Ashton, count requested, and the discomfort is palpable. Significant investments have been made already into this one. Granted, we start deep stacked. 308,000 is plenty with which to fight on. But imagine how tantalizing it would be to lay claim to over $500,000 here by clicking call.
This is about as bad as it gets, Ollie. You're getting a good price. You have a decent bluff catcher.
Yeah.
Your opponent's probably not bluffing.
The all-important modifier there, probably not bluffing. Now here's the thing. Smith's talents not at all lost on Ashton. He knows who he is. He knows he's a player. What he doesn't know is how often he is going to risk his PPC tournament life with worse than ace-8. Remember, Ashton opened, Smith 3-bet out of position and has barreled all 3 of these streets in escalating fashion. I ask you, chat, I park you in Ashton's seat and give you ace-8 suited as played, would you click call for 202,000? Weigh in, let us know.
You know, if I'm Ashton here, I'm kind of thinking about how Smith wants to go through this hand and this run out. I'm kind of thinking about how the diamond wouldn't be perceived as a particularly good card for Smith. I don't think he's 3-betting a lot of the Jack 10, Queen 10 of diamond type of hands.
Okay.
Whereas we have all of those. We peel those to the 3-bet. So that might be something I'd consider. Pocket
4s, pocket 7s also not supposed to be a part of his out of position 3-betting range.
Those are definitely not in there.
Pocket aces are blocked by us. We sort of remove that. 9x is not a problem. So really the calculus comes down to, is he blasting his way through something 10s through kings? That also feels improbable. And how greedy would he be with ace-9 plus? And ace-9 really doesn't feel like a typical candidate, as you pointed out. For a 3-bet out of position, maybe the ace-10 plus is more where we're focusing things. But even then, ace-10's got to be mindful of a bigger ace being in call-down mode across the way.
Ooh, he's so close to putting...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
The call has been made, and the damage immediate to Matt Ashton. Ouch.
Wow, that is a tough one right off the bat.
And right away, you begin to realize how fateful your run in the PPC is in terms of performance in the big bet portion of the program.
Yeah, and for a guy like Ashton, who I know is generally foregoing a lot of these tournaments to play some of the highest cash games on the planet, I think this is one of the few tournaments he plays every year. And I know he did well last year. It's always fun to imagine that you have some repeat success and build on that little resume. So this is devastating.
Not going to wear it on his sleeve, I would imagine. Going to reset 106,000. Obviously, well off the stack that he brought forward into that exchange. As we see Smith vaulting up to $750,000 in front of him. I would imagine some eyebrows are being raised out there, by the way, Jesse, with respect to the ace-9 3-bet out of position, offsuit as well.
Yeah, not something you see very often. Not that it's terribly out of line or anything. You have an okay blocker and a hand that plays fine as a call, but it's not, you know, the greatest hand to play out of position in the world, so it's an okay candidate for a 3-bet bluff, but you just don't see it very often.
No, you definitely don't. What you do see often, though, is the bigger pocket pairs 3-betting as Maxim Pisarenko's open with the Queen-10 offsuit, gets a finger wagged in its face by Chad Eveslage. More on that later as 12 became 39, and perhaps northbound we will go as the newly minted $750,000 in front of Smith peaks down at ace-king suited from the small Temptation Island.
By the way, Chad is a fantastic no-limit tournament player as well.
Oh, I mean, replace that with poker in general. I mean, he plays the 300, 600 cash game mix locally when he's around. I mean, and that is a mix that contains these games. Quite polished is he in all these disciplines.
105.
Now, the Queen-10 has shriveled. The release will be easy here. But when we get back over to Chad, it's jacks, Jesse.
Yeah.
You know, many a tombstone and eulogy have been associated with this hand in particular.
I was just thinking the same thing, Ollie.
Oh, that's nice.
I wonder if Chad is thinking about, you know, Smith's a really strong no-limit player. He knows that I'm one of the stronger no-limit players in the tournament. Is this really the game that he's trying to battle with me at? Or does he just have the goods a lot here? It's always interesting. When you play these no-limit tournaments, these hands become a little more standardly played. But when you incorporate no-limit into the mixed game tournaments, it's a whole different beast, right? Because if you feel like your opponents are just sort of getting through the no-limit portion, that can change a lot of stuff.
Sure. Well, Chad, here's another fork in the road. Weigh in. What are you doing with 2 jacks if you're Chad Eveslage on the button? Earlier, a majority of folks were against the ace-8 call. Ooh. And Eveslage simply bins it. Smith shows the ace-king suited.
He's got to show the
No pair
boyfriend.
blockers. You're blockers. Bluffing with blockers. That's blockers bluff. No pair? You think I put money with no pair?
He would never bluff his boyfriend.
You had pair.
Yeah.
2 6s.
Jesse, is any of that
right
fold
now? No, I don't have it.
I don't know. It's so
with the 2 jacks
I have 2 blockers, but bottom blockers.
ever tethered to the idea? I would imagine, listen, all these guys have differing opinions of one another, right?
are all in.
Experience levels
Even
are
against-
somewhat broad.
even against Dylan after he wins
If
the
you're a
big
guy
pot.
like Chad,
Oh,
you know
he
how
don't
good
hold
you are in
queens,
all games.
Especially in stream table, you know. Who folded queens? No.
I've always felt like there's this aversion toward playing unnecessarily high variance spots in the big bet games, in particular in the PPC.
Yeah, you know, you'd expect that a little more often from the traditionally mixed game players and not so much from the no-limit specialists who made the conversion like Chad or Smith. But I don't know. I think anybody could sort of have that approach for sure. And if you're a strong no-limit player, you might be thinking, okay, I'll keep the pots somewhat small and no limit, so I have more room to maneuver throughout the rest, like throughout post-flop with my opponents.
Yeah.
So even they might be trying to keep the pot a little bit smaller pre-flop at least.
So a lovely 1-2 pickup for Smith. He's now vaulted up to 821,000. Eveslage right back at it. Queen 10 picks up both blinds for the ride. 12K ahead. Ashton speculating with 8-3 of spades, coming up empty on the King 6 deuce board, as do both other parties. Negreanu with the best hand.
This is interesting. Chad doesn't have a lot of hand here, but he is in position. He's the original raiser, so he has more kings than his opponents. especially more of the stronger kings. And he's decided that's enough to bet. He does have some nice barrel cards. A jack is a good one. A 9 is a good one. An ace could be a reasonable card to barrel on.
Close. Excuse me.
Daniel's getting sticky. Well, I guess Daniel being in the hand it's kind of implied that he's going to get sticky. He's not one to fold very easily.
Adhesion on display as Negreanu the only party to stick around. Now all of a sudden it gets a little weird for Eveslage.
Yeah,
King 6 deuce dry as it gets.
This is much dicier for Chad. He didn't pick up any of the cards I mentioned.
Second barrel could target things like 7-7, 8-8.
Yeah, or even just the ace highs, like exactly like the hand that Daniel has. This is nice. He's finding the barrel without a diamond in his hand, which implies that he's going to attack this turn a lot. There's not much Daniel can really do here with ace-10 offsuit. Yeah, he just chucks in the muck. I don't blame him one bit. That was really nice execution by Chad. That's the type of pot where somebody else might have given up on that pot.
Sure.
And Chad found a way to win it.
By the way, I don't know if you caught that grin on his face there, a little lip lick. He knew he got away with the one with the queen high.
I get the feeling like Chad just loves poker because when he folded the jacks and got shown the ace-king, he also had a huge grin on his face. Like, he just enjoys playing the game.
It is what it is.
If somebody gets owned, Chad's happy, you know, even if it's him.
I think that's very emblematic of having the proper mindset to get out there and play at the stakes that he does. You know, if you let it get to you, you're going to be on the good side of it sometimes. You're going to be on the receiving end of it sometimes, especially when talent pools are such as they are in the PPC. But he's here for it, you know?
Absolutely.
Loving it. Where would he rather be?
He really looks like a kid in a candy shop.
Yeah, yeah.
Raise 11,000.
A bit infectious in that respect, by the way. Not so much the same look on Ashton's face, for the record. By the way, understandable considering he now fights on with 83 back after the ace-8 call, which a lot of the chat pointed out really caught Daniel's attention.
I thought you were going to put it all in for sure. I thought 100% all in. Yeah,
Just getting it on non, shuffle or
I was like, wow.
Small blind, queen 4 suited call and top pair. The product of it for Ashton versus the wheel draw and bottom pair. And an Negreanu who's not going to imagine this part of the deck is at all associated with the flat.
Yeah, not at all, because the types of hands that hit this board are something like ace-4, ace-3 suited. Those are going in pre-flop. So you expect your opponent to have a tremendous amount of, on this stack, when he calls from the small blind on this stack, you expect him to have a tremendous amount of off-suited broadways, some suited type of connectors, like 8-9 suited.
Fair fight.
You don't expect the queen 4 suited that often.
I didn't think he flopped top pair. Queen jack.
Make him throw it off with that.
Ashton
Ace-5 juice. Many outs.
gets the 75K in.
Nobody else had ace because nobody raised. Easy win. Easy win. Watch.
Negreanu claiming this is going to be an easy one. Needs the ace deuce 5.
No good no more.
5 now would be the chop card.
That was a really bad turn for
Sure.
T-Negs.
Ace or deuce still in play. Not there though, and Ashton
65.
bounces off the low water mark.
See that's like number two on board.
Not so much on the board, but like in my hands.
Yeah.
PLO hand.
65.
Well, I see Omega over there. Is that the millionaire maker?
Dude, he ran so bad at the draw. Like, he was chip leading
I had
out
5.
in like 30 minutes. I mean, the 6-man
I had
draw was
5.
absurd. And he was just like, these guys were just like, wheel. And he's like smiling, laughing, but I could tell he was
He seems
over.
like such a good dude.
He's such a nice guy.
Liberto's over there too.
Oh, that's bad.
10-5. Why is that bad?
And that's not the millionaire maker, is it?
I think so.
I think that's the OE.
Oh, you're right. It might be that.
That's the OE, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's bad, bro.
That's
We're
today.
we're watching all of our team members drop out of the millionaire maker. No field bonus here.
boss on? No, it's
If you're wondering what Chad's referring to, the 25K fantasy draft, which is a massive
12,000.
event, affair. Every World Series, people get together, make the investment. Chad watching his horses drop like flies in that one right now.
That's one thing that's very unique to the World Series of Poker is all these games within games. These sweats in different tournaments.
Well, the bracelet bets as well.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
always these big egos that collide, put their money where their mouth is, and say, hey, let's put a little extra something on it. Me versus you, I'll win one.
Yeah. Remember the year Jason Mercier got 2 bracelets and had a 3 bracelet bet going with a number of people. That was a wild year.
I remember that 3 bracelet bet, and I remember how everyone that made it thought it was the freest money available that particular summer. Then Mercier won 2, and suddenly very taut sphincters were milling about.
Oh, and they had to keep him tight for a while. He
Yeah,
won 2
man,
pretty
it was
early.
early.
Yeah. People were walking around puckered up for about a month and a
You
half
know,
there.
there were some people who just cleared their slate and started, you know, anti-sweating Jason, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay, what's going on, man? You want to try this rancid bologna sandwich I made? Like,
Finding your unluckiest cousin and just paying him to stand behind Jason for a month.
Polar opposite.
the mush.
Yeah. You got to get the mush out.
Eveslage, middle pair here, defending his big blind against Negreanu's King 10, which turns into 2 overs and the gut shot.
7.
Now remember, to those of you who are joining us, this is not a final table, but rather a featured table in the $50,000 Poker Players Championship. Day 2 coverage here on PokerGo's YouTube channel. Glad to have you aboard. Chime in. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. Keep tabs on the chip counts, synced up with our delay on WSOP.com. Granted, the staff is doing their best to bring you those updates, usually once per break. Tough to kind of do everything in real time.
Make sure you don't pay
Fun
the bid
turn
now.
card here.
They literally wouldn't let me.
Negreanu picks up the double gutter. Chad
Yeah,
also
winning from the
picking up
big
a
blind
gut
this
shot
game
with his
anyway.
pair, so this will likely go
maybe.
bet call.
I don't even know what game we're on.
I'd imagine.
One want to know how to play. Ideal.
Double gutter draws forward another barrel.
60,000.
Jack of Hearts becoming quite relevant here for Eveslage.
How low variance does Chad want to play the no limit portion of this event? And how low variance does he think Negreanu wants to play? Because this would be a pretty fairly hero-y fold, but one I could see some players making for sure. Wow.
Use the buy in.
Yeah.
Eveslage steps away. A little surprise, Jesse?
All right.
A little bit.
New
I
arrival,
don't hate it,
Two,
just
3, 10,
because
20.
Fresh stack.
I don't know if Daniel's betting unless he has some piece of the board. And generally some piece of the board means
2-3.
when he doesn't have a better pair, he's got some kind of double gutter, open-ender type of hand,
Yeah.
which you're not even doing extremely well against, so.
I sit out of hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 2 and 8.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, because it's
Caleb, what's the?
Yeah,
what's
Chad
the-
can't pay back.
2,000.
Yeah.
That's
Looks
all.
like we're switching up games
Yeah,
here.
you,
Just making note of that, because I feel like that's
We'll remember.
quite an easy one for us to fuck up.
Yeah.
It's 08 next.
Yeah.
Oh, stud high.
Yeah. So I sit out one-handed that way.
This is,
Yeah.
in my opinion, the most difficult game.
Your best
There
bet.
is a lot to keep track of in Stud High.
All these games are bad for me.
No question about it. As we transition, Chris Brewer has joined the festivities, by the way.
What?
So you have a brace in
Brewer, another
Two of them.
super high roller fixture. Plays the worldwide circuits.
Taking it for 3,000.
race.
Complete for 10,000.
Are you sure?
Everybody pairs board. 10, 10.
Negreanu completes it with the split tens, 110. Found the muck. Eveslage 3 suited here. He makes the call. And round 2 developing between the boys.
I like how Daniel raises up and then immediately goes into salesman mode, letting them all know he only raised because of the other door cards. So everyone has the same door cards. I gotta steal it, you guys.
Now note that Negreanu, in spite of having the split tens, did choose to check 4th Street, mindful of perhaps Eveslage having an ace nestled in the hole, taking a very conservative approach to the board development for Eveslage, which now runs out with 4 to a wheel. He has picked up the king-high spade draw. Negreanu's board development is actually quite nice, and I'm a bit surprised, dare I say, that he didn't bother to barrel 5th in particular.
Friendly game.
And this is why stud is so hard in my mind, because I would have bet 8 of the last 3 streets. And Daniel's checking, and he's probably a much better stud player than I am.
Well, 5th Street was the one. I could understand maybe a check back on 4th, looking to see whether or not Eveslage would lead on 5th, which I think quite naturally he should had he made the ace. But when he checks, I think there the 10s begin to feel a little bit comfortable. Now Eveslage does barrel at this river. Does he have a deuce, spade, or an ace in there? That's the question. Or is he just bluffing?
This is such a great bet either way, and I love that we have to sweat it.
Negreanu's going to keep him honest.
No, that's a call.
That's a call, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
20,000.
And
looks like a
Eveslage caught
deuce.
the deuce.
Wow.
Guess I got cheap ride.
But note that on 5th Street in particular, Negreanu, having checked back 4th and not being let into, maybe had that opportunity to barrel, and there is where Eveslage could maybe have released the hand.
Yeah, I think if there was a street where he gets away with it, it's that one, right? And he said cheap hand there, and that's certainly true, but at the same time, he did keep the pot rather small to the point where maybe he could have found a fold on the river.
They're going to break us now?
Yeah.
Everybody getting a chuckle over the fact that we drew
Daniel stays the west of us.
for a departure, and it came up Daniel Negreanu. Now, obviously, this feature was chosen on account of his presence predominantly, hence the laughter. However, fear not, those who are streaming us right now, no need to turn away. Why? Because chances are that given the number of big names that still remain in this PPC, we're going to fill that seat with yet another party that would be worth keeping tabs on. And by the way, Eveslage, Brewer, Smith, you got Phil Huey, who's won this thing before. I mean, very much guys who, especially for those who are less familiar to the mixed game world, are worth observing. And a reminder for those that are unfamiliar with what the games are in the 50K Poker Players Championship. It is no limit hold'em, 7-card stud high, Omaha 8 or better, Raz, which is ace to 5 low ball, Delta stud, pot limit Omaha high, limit hold'em, no limit deuce to 7 single draw, 7-card stud, high low 8 or better, and then deuce to 7 triple draw.
Complete.
Can you say that 5 times fast? Or what?
I don't think that I can.
I don't think I can say that 1 time fast.
I bet we're live.
Are you taking orders?
Before we get full.
No, they don't want to read Mike. I mean, I know what you're saying, but
All the entertainment.
you can take it away, though.
Maybe you need
By the way, shout out to the 8.7 thousand people in the chat already. Really cool to see so many people come out for the mixed games.
Over 8,000 of you watching us right now. Love to see it. 488 likes. See if we can't work our way up to closer to 1,000. If you're watching, if you're enjoying it, mouse over, click the thumbs up. Don't make us send you a virus. No, we don't really have that ability. I can't help but make the empty threat. No one believes me. I don't even believe me.
There was a time where we all thought that you could send a virus, Ollie, but you know, it's a different day.
you can still send a virus. Somebody's got to open the, you know, hey, this is Wells Fargo. You got to verify this. You know, this is weird attachment. It comes from like, you know, yougetScammed.lagos. You know, inheritance.net.
Yeah.
I got a few of those in my inbox right now.
That's like a daily. I want to, like, is there a way we can troll the people that send us those things? Can we, like, reply to the email and be like, hey, man, thanks so much? Is there a way we can meet for coffee? I was really looking to maybe transfer a big, you know, figure to you guys.
I'd like to hand
manage.
you cash in a bag.
I prefer, you know, just offline transactions. Is a private banking representative available?
Oh, man, shout out to Ryan Lang is my favorite troll when he gets stuff like that.
Okay, I'm listening.
Send him like a whole email like, I'm the prince of whatever, I need money, and he'll just respond with, send me a picture of your feet, I'll ship you 15K.
That's fantastic. Has he gotten any pics?
Not so far as I know, but honestly, if you're out trying to scam people and you end up selling your feet for 15 grand, that's a good day.
Eveslage completes with the split 4s.
There's so much
No patrons.
sharp betting that's gotten into the poker world now. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's just I mean, now that's just legal everywhere. So everyone needs accounts.
Yeah. Too much.
Shout out to a name that I go way back with, who I just saw pop up in the YouTube chat, by the way. Such a robust poker fan, an incredible supporter of Once Upon a Time Poker Road Radio, a project that I was involved with the late Gavin Smith and Joe Seabach, who's not involved in poker anymore. Mark Honbo, Sixth Wilbury is what he goes by in the chat. Sixth Wilbury.
Sixth Wilbury.
And he steps in and says, Ali and Jesse, you need to check out Scammer Payback or Kit Boga right now. Now, Mark, we are a little bit, you know, busy at the moment. However, Jesse is reaching for his phone.
Mark, I'm on it, bud.
Maybe they've got some really nice, you know, Scammer Payback tales out there. I like the glitter bombs for package thieves. I remember some dude used to build those things, some engineer that lived in some neighborhood where people were, so he would build these glitter bombs.
Yeah, those were
People
great.
would steal the package, go in their car, and then it would just be everywhere. You're never going to get it all out.
I love that.
Well, Octopi Poker wants to send, guess who? You to the Poker Masters. How do they plan on doing it? Well, you can enter our free social media giveaway for a chance to win. Simply pay us a visit at PokerGo.com/winmasters. Details are available there.
I hit an 8, and he just literally grabs a chail and throws it and yells, "You shit fuck motherfucker."
I mean, that's a reason.
I don't know who it is that did that, Chris, but I like him already.
Dude,
The thing is,
he took a chail in the Rio and threw it a solid 3 feet.
I didn't know that one. I remember the high roller one.
Yeah, the way he kicked the plexiglass.
Where he like threw his camera or something?
No, he kicked the plexiglass.
Okay, is that what it was?
Oh, he also threw the selfie stick.
Yeah.
That's a different one.
oh, we're talking about Negreanu. Famously, I think he snapped a selfie stick, and he's had.
And he.
Look, I know Daniel. I know he's very competitive.
He stood up and kicked it down. He stood up on his chair and kicked it.
Sometimes I do think that
He's dangerous.
he embellishes for us a little bit. He knows how many eyeballs are on him. Sometimes maybe it's unbridled rage. You know, it gets very real out there.
He's got a little bit of Hellmuth in him, you know?
A little bit of Hellmuth.
We're not sure if he's playing to the crowd or if he's...
We all have a little. You play enough poker, especially high stakes, especially in spots where you feel like you have an edge and you come up short.
Oh, man. One of the greatest quotes I ever heard about multi-table tournaments, my friend said, you know, every time I bust out, I stand up and I smile at my opponents and I say, good game, guys. But all I'm thinking inside is...
Die in a grease fire.
I hope they cancel the tournament and none of you get paid.
Wow. That's aggressive.
Yeah.
As is the repop here from Pizarenko. Huey, as advertised, with split jacks here. Maxim wired queens. Of course, Phil will make the call. Coordinated 4th Street for him.
Buried queens are just so much stronger than having the split queens.
Probably not quite as insane.
And note, by the way, that Pizarenko's board development looked very innocuous against Huey, so he checked back on 4th Street. Now actually has the betting lead, having hit the 3rd queen, checks it over to Phil, who fires 20K. Open-ended with the pair, backdoor hearts working as well. Raise should come in here in particular, given that we're blocking
I forgot about that.
the upward portion of the straightiess. Pizarenko does play it as a flat, however, perhaps not wanting to lose a customer. And now Huey has real issues. Trip jacks. It is the kind of card that could leave Pizarenko perhaps still a bit apprehensive about making the raise. He's facing barrel.
I don't know what it was, but it was some.
And this is exactly why having buried or hidden queens is so important. Because when that 3rd queen comes up and your opponent has something like 3 jacks or jacks up, they just never see the trip queens
Oh my
coming.
God, Jesse, pardon the interruption, but Phil Huey just made jacks full.
He just literally wants, like, if there was
And he's going to check it over to Pizarenko, looking to induce the barrel. Unfortunately, he is inducing it from queens full, a hand that he has absolutely no sense he's up against. And there's the check raise.
Seems like Triton's getting.
And the question just becomes how many bets go in the pot, right?
Oh, 3-bet at least. Now let's see.
Yeah, Phil just calls that. Very nice just call.
Tournaments are the one spot that's really
Cash isn't really dying. It's just
That was painful.
It's like fragmented, where it's like
Brutal hand for
a lot of
Phil.
cash running.
yeah.
Pizarenko continuing to ascend.
Yeah, he's really had a smooth trajectory so far. The only silver lining for Phil there is that it's early enough in the tournament where he didn't lose a huge percentage of his stack. There will be some point in the future where, you know, his 3 bets on the river represent such a significant portion of your total chips.
You can raise.
Phil looks a little shocked right now.
I mean, that board definitely read more like maybe some sort of strange straight had come in. We don't anticipate the re-raise on 3rd all that often from Pizarenko facing a jackdoor card. But yeah, queens full was not what we expected to be shown there.
Yeah, when you represent jacks and raise and they re-raise, you know, you expect some monsters under the bed, but it's very hard to expect that the queen completed trips your opponent or that they filled up when you filled up. Very easy for them to just have some other sort of trips in their hand.
I just cashed the million on Mako, but I didn't get a field bonus or anything, so I'm up.
Yeah.
I was up once, now I'm up 2. Actually sad about this million on Mako. I had 2x.
So we play Omaha high-low 8 or better.
That's got to be a fun one to go
As
deep.
Phil Huey licking wounds.
No, I mean, there's 1,000 left for 2x.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a
Ace
reasonably
3,
exciting spot, actually.
5-10. Remember, this is a high-low split game. Must use 2 from your hand, 3 with the board. Forgive what might seem like the obvious to those who are very versed in the mixed game streets, but obviously we're looking to educate those who maybe aren't, help to grow this discipline of poker. Very important, by the way, the fact that Ashton has 3 aces. Now, we don't typically want to play trips on our hand, but aces in particular have blocker effects to other low draws, nut low draws, and the whatnot. And as we can see here, 10s and 3s on the turn for Phil,
I think there's a 10K.
who was playing an
I mean,
ace-5
I'm
low
still playing
draw.
all day yield. I'm going to see what happens. Like, if I just
Has the best hand here, does need a little bit to be concerned about some ace-queen. But once Ashton checks, no longer. And Matt is going to see some bad news here.
Yeah, that was a really nice run out for Phil. Normally, we see some kind of low card, high card run out where they chop the pot up. Phil actually finds the 2-pair and then a brick river.
What's interesting is
thing.
a barrel from Ashton there is the pre-flop raiser. We often assign at least 1 ace into our opponent's hands in Omaha 8 or better. If the queen dangler is there, Broadway came in. 10s and 3s now on a board that contains a king, a jack, and the 3 to Broadway.
Yeah.
maybe it gets through, especially when we have 3 aces in our hands. Could have maybe turned it into a bluff. Ashton, though, pumped the brakes. So Phil able to take that one down.
It's interesting, too. This is a form of run good that we don't consider too often, but Phil needed his opponent to have just enough showdown value that he doesn't turn his hand into a bluff, like 3 aces. If he had something like an ace and a low pair, maybe he decides that's a good one to bluff with. But not too much showdown value where they have a better hand than you.
Rolled up to the sevens with the queen full, like I just call. I bet and call it raise.
Now, ace 3-4 jack with jack high diamonds played as a 3-bet over the Eveslage open from the button. Understandable. Ashton looking to get something going. Ace deuce 10 king. Certainly a candidate, especially with the nut hearts. 4-bet comes in. Eveslage going to hang in there. He does not want to see low board texture.
Ace king 10 deuce feels double suited, feels like a monster, especially button versus small blind versus big blind.
Low draw produced on the queen 7-4 board here. Smith has the second low draw, second nut low draw with the ace 3, the 4 dangler. He checks. Ashton fires with the nut low draw, no pair, backdoor hearts and diamonds. Eveslage has come this far, not going to be mucking the gut shot. The problem, of course, when the 6 does come in is that it produces a low, and in a pot such as this, we know we're not going to be scooping in that spot. Now, a 4 on the turn. No one has even a single spade, let alone 2 of them, but Smith with the trip 4s, he checks it. Ashton checks it. Eveslage will probably take the free one unless he wants to turn it into a bluff.
It's an interesting hand to bluff with because he has such little showdown value and he really doesn't have much in the way of a high or a low draw, so it might be a good one to just attempt to win the pot with 2 barrels.
Here's the thing. He expects that if a 4 was present in either of his opponent's hands, which were 3-bet and 4-bet respectively, he would have heard from them on this turn. When they don't bet, him betting in this spot as the opener and a guy who took 2 more cold get to this flop can rep this 4. Oh, and Smith with the check raise.
This is massive for Smith because this forces Ashton out of the pot, presumably. He's only drawing to half the pot. And he doesn't know. He could be drawing to a quarter of the pot if somebody else has ace deuce in their hand. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that Ashton folds. And then Chad is obviously forced to fold with his gut shot. Nut low high draw. And he's going to pick up the whole pot here without his opponent drawing to the low. I could be wrong. How sticky does Chad want to get? Wow.
Oh, my. Note that Eveslage still could have made the 6 for half. Instead, the 5 comes in, and now ace 3 in complete air for Chad. I got to tell you, I'm not sure about that call of the check raise on the turn in particular there, Jesse.
It seems a tad bit loose, Ollie. I'm not going to lie, but you know, these. I generally approach these situations as these guys seem to know these games quite well. So what am I missing? But that one feels. That one feels, at
liberal.
the very least,
liberal.
A bit liberal, a bit cuspy.
Yeah.
On the cusp at best.
That was more Biden, less Trump on the turn, if I'm being honest.
Wow, you're going to get Chad all worked
I know. I'm not trying to politicize things, guys. It's just, a liberal conservative thing.
I can't wait.
I should have said Democrat, Republican or something.
No, you cut right to the heart of it. And
You know me, looking to stir the hornet's nest. Ace, Jack, Jack 10. Brewer stirs things up, double suited.
This is a nice hand. It's easy in Omaha 8 or better to get a little bit focused on having a high and a low, but one thing you have to keep in mind is there's always a high hand that wins. There's not always a low hand. So hands like ace, jack, jack 10, double suit, still worth quite a bit. Oh,
got to run a Celsius out there for Brewer. Still a bit early in the evening to do the yawning. I confess, yours truly was playing until early in the morning today. Began the stock trading day from the table on the phone. It's amazing how all of a sudden whatever I was stuck in the game became very negligible once the market opened.
Oh, yeah.
Put things right into perspective for me. I was like, wait, I can just quit and go home.
You're like the trader version of Ivey with his prop bets at the table.
I'm kind of that, honestly. It's a bit, I scare me, you know. Shout out, by the way, Charles Schwab, by the way. Thank you for your really uncompetitive fee structure and selling my order flow. Really nice to have you in my corner as my broker. Chuck. King, Jack, Jack, couple of spades. Pisarenko, stone cold stranglehold on things.
Chuck,
not even a single low card out there. Chuck, yes?
If Chuck's listening, you know, he only represents half of us. Please don't liquidate my account.
Chuck's not listening. And by the way, you know, shout out Chuck for not liquidating my account, by the way. We were in a, I think it was a $600,000 margin call coming into this morning.
Wow.
I laugh about it, man. I'm like, go ahead. Blow me out. What's the worst that could happen?
Tell me Swiddle. He like writes
Maybe I should just play the PPC instead.
Some tweet. He has,
I
like,
honestly,
like,
you know, I did not expect you to be in there.
At 5:30 a.m.
If you know what I'm getting at.
11:30 a.m. At 7:45 p.m. I might show up.
When they told me I was coming in with Ollie today, I was like, isn't he in the 50K?
Detailed Twiddle schedule.
No.
Interesting.
I'm more likely to be in for 50K.
He says he's in the group
in
right
a
now,
cash game, but not,
We're in trouble then.
you know.
I agree.
I confess the big bet game's really not my cup of tea. Came up as a limit player.
Sure.
Oh, my.
Horse, sort of more my lane if I had to get out there. But the tournament thing this time of year, doing a lot of commentary, making multi-day commitments, not always a possibility.
5-day tournament's not the most flexible.
No, that's
move
for
your
sure.
schedule, yeah.
And that is how many days it takes to find a champ in this PPC, by the way. So a lot of opportunity cost, dare I say, for those who are maybe looking to become player of the year, but big multipliers for the big buy-ins, multipliers for the field. So, you know, these things are looking to be mitigated by the most part. This year, as I understand it, WSOP Player of the Year formula was tweaked a little bit. As we see,
Got nothing to worry about here.
3 parties in there from multiple scoops.
There's a mic here.
To the Jack 10-8 board, no low draw. Brewer.
Nice flop for Brewer.
Broadway gutty, backdoor nut low, backdoor clubs. Just the pair of 10s for the time being. But he does have the best of it against the field.
Oh, we're getting Gus. Things you love to see. By the way, I'm not implying that you have to be in there or you should have been in there or you messed up not being in there. I just, if I came in and they told me, you know, Ollie's not available because he's in the 50K, that wouldn't have been the most surprising thing for me. That's all I'm saying. Look at this river.
10 rolling off.
Fortunately for Chris, he's not getting paid.
Any advice today, Gus?
Huh?
Oh,
Any advice
I'm
today?
sorry.
You're right. He wasn't getting paid. He's getting raised as Phil Huey turned his hand into a stone bluff.
Oh man, you were short.
And boy, you know, Brewer, you could see the reluctance. He's going to be thrilled that Phil was bluffing here.
Mm-hmm.
And Huey just thought to himself, there's not supposed to be a 10 in Brewer's hand. And even when there is, there's a little bit of discomfort. Often Phil would be boated when barreling on the river there. So good effort, but that one didn't work out.
The speed at which Phil proved me wrong there was honestly quite impressive.
Well, let's not forget that that speed also lent to kind of all of a sudden Chris being discombobulated with the ace-10 and thinking, oh my, am I just dead? Too much in there at that point, I think.
Yeah, the snap raise is not king 10, right?
Fair.
Because that hand would at least think for a moment about whether there's enough value to be had. I think it would have landed on yes and it would have raised, but I don't think it would have snap raised. So Chris just kind of feeling it there. for a quarter of a second before he flicked his chips in and won the pot,
If
of
anyone
course.
didn't know, Gus has 795,000 chips.
Yeah, we all know that. It's not a secret. The cat's out of the bag.
Hello,
Go
Gus
to the big
Hansen.
line.
Welcome to the party. There's a mixed game
That's a big hand in Idaho.
veteran.
Raise.
I'm willing to bet Gus has never been to Idaho, just for the record.
Damn, it's hot here.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Pretty one for Phil.
Phil doesn't have a tee shed underneath. He has no options.
Play.
Ace deuce 310. Books a date with an uncounterfeitable nut low draw and top pair top kicker here. Phil playing it as a check back. Now makes tens and deuces along with the nut low. Eveslage, of course, is going to be thinking to himself, I've got the nut low and a 5. Very cozy bet. Phil should be shooting it up, and there it is. Playing both sides very strong.
This feels like a classic Omaha 8 or better cooler. One of you just has the slightly better pair. You both have the nut low. Chips are going in the pot.
Call. 2 players.
Chad makes the call and escapes as both parties make the wheel. This is a bit cruel for Huey.
Check.
Eveslage checks it over. Now this is Phil with a bit of salesmanship.
Bet.
Rays should be inbound out of Eveslage. No, he just flats.
Wheel.
This is interesting out of Chad on the river, by the way, because getting quartered is a very real concern in 08. You know, a lot of these split pot games. When he got raised by Phil on the turn, he just decided a man raising pre, then checking the 10-8-5 board, but being willing to, you know, raise on the turn often will show me ace-3. If all I've got is ace-3 and I know he's got ace-3, I got to be a little bit worried about that 6 dangler being across the way. I'd rather just say, okay, best case scenario, I'm chopping. Let me simply flat instead of raise and then get 3-bet. Now all of a sudden I cost myself extra chips on the river there. So that would explain in part.
Yeah, I mean, Phil had ace-3, 10, 5, I believe. So not that hard to imagine he could have ace-3, 10, 6.
Can you move your chips on the...
Oh, yeah. This is where am I supposed to do a thingy before I fold.
Wow, this is gorgeous for Ashton. Double suited, ace deuce 3 king.
Secret, they might fold.
You know, some hands just make you perk up a little bit.
Oh yeah. This is Omaha 8 or better's version of Viagra.
Yeah. Such a sick game we play because this is like aces and no limit to some extent, except look at his equities here.
Eveslage 3-betting with ace 5, 7, 9 out of the small. Ashton
48 total.
4-bet. Eveslage says, let's get it in there.
That's no match for the Chad. Chad's got the...
Well,
I think he just did this for you, Gus. He's got the wolf pack. Chad's got the wolf pack, the 5 through 9.
It's the beginning of the mark, right?
That one is huge.
so we get it all in here, and everybody taking note of the fact that it's ace 5, 7, 9 with which Eveslage is doing battle. And note on this board, he now has top 2 against top and bottom. Ashton does have the live 3 draw, could make the wheel.
What?
Oh, and he finds the deuce instead.
Worse than a deuce.
That is a fantastic
2 of the greatest up against each other.
turn.
That will do it.
Maybe funtastic would have been appropriate as well.
What loses him the pot? Ace or
5?
5?
5.
He makes a live 3 with deuces full of aces. That is a huge pickup for him. And Chad now sitting with 85,000. Smile still there, by the way.
Oh, it's
Dylan Smith suggested that Chad did that for Gus.
Raz.
Hansen used to be a man once upon a time that left a really indelible, dare I say, impression upon a lot of the poker community as the wild gunslinging young pro.
He was a hero to many.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
is a hero to many, but we don't see him in the limelight as much anymore.
He was a blaster.
Yeah.
He'll be the first to tell you.
Also, and this is coming from a guy who grew up on high stakes poker, Poker After Dark, the older episodes. No one could rival that man's table talk.
You know, it's funny. You said he grew up on those shows. I don't know that he actually grew up insofar as
I grew up on them.
matured. Oh, you grew
I
up.
grew up
okay.
on them.
Because Gus
I
was
grew up
pretty
watching
much
this man.
the same impish dude.
Oh yeah.
Throughout the run of those programs.
Jack of spades.
Somebody said never change to
Where's the
Gus
band?
one time, and he took that very seriously. And honestly, they were right.
It's funny, Jesse and I, on the way into the booth, actually bumped into Gus. First time I'd seen him all summer long, and he was telling a story about a beat he had just taken, kind of mumbling to himself or whatever. And I was like, oh, Gussie, right where I left off with him.
There's something you have to appreciate a man who swung tens of millions of dollars in his life.
Dreaming about this.
And he's just still mumbling about a bad beat in a tournament on break.
He's a poker player.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we play Raz. Gear change. Brewer brought it in. Nobody raised it. Eveslage with 3 to an 8 had the best of things on 3rd Street. Hansen showing the 10 low draw in spite of having a pair of 6s, which slightly unorthodox. Did decide to fire. And now he's made 2 pair. Again, this is ace to 5 low ball Delta stud. Not where Hansen wants to find himself.
Chris
Brewer
is going to lead out. Yeah, he's repping the 8, jack with the 8 draw.
I mean, if he barrels here, he's repping. I have a made jack, and I'm drawing to an 8. If he's drawing to an 8, and Eveslage has the made queen drawing to a 9, he's not supposed to want to get in there.
Out.
But that's what he does. Hansen folds.
Chad has certainly established himself as a serial non-believer so far.
Yeah. Or a man that's got, a dinner reservation at 10 o'clock at Nobu. One or the other. Now here he is, having made the 9, barreling into Brewer, who, of course, as we can see, had actually made a pair of 4s. He really does not have the option to fight on at this point.
65.
Yeah.
75.
Just sheepishly chucking the cards. Like, okay, I was just kidding.
Cool Centrists in the chat writes, how does Raz work? Well,
I want to give you
glad you asked.
more easy to game,
You basically ante up, and then as each successive hand is dealt, you age very quickly, and your mood rapidly deteriorates. That's sort of how Raz works.
Yeah, at some point there's a period of insanity.
Yeah.
You work your way through it.
Yeah. Well, a reminder that you can watch the entire 2024 World Series of Poker catalog that we're bringing you on PokerGo live and direct on the PokerGo app. If you don't already have yourself a subscription, head over to PokerGo.com. Soak up 300+ hours worth of live streams. Why don't you use the promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off an annual sub. Looks like the event security gentleman back there, perhaps a longtime Raz player, doesn't want to miss any of this round.
Event security or a Gus Hansen fan?
I'm going it's Raz fan.
Oh, yeah.
Any given Raz rail, generally average age 65 to 75 years old. These are games, by the way, though, that thanks to Mix live on, because you're not going to see them spread as a single game anymore live, for sure.
Unfortunately.
High card does bring it in. Dealt like stud. The aim is to make ace through 5. Should better be described as 5 through ace as you go from high card to low. Straights and flushes do not count against you as they do in the deuce to 7 counterpart low ball games.
It's fun to play the Raz portion of any tournament and watch the polar reactions to that game coming up because people either love it or they hate it. man.
Look, even people that love it also hate it.
That's true.
You know what I mean? It's that game.
Yeah.
It's the game where you start ace, deuce, 3, a guy has an 8, you catch king, queen, you know, and he just, okay, take it.
You get 9 of those in a row where you're on the losing side of it.
Yep.
Sometimes you change your Raz opinions.
Ashton, you never want to pair in Raz, but when you're showing the lowest of the door cards or a low door card, a lot of bluffing goes on, hence the completion. Smith, by the way, slow playing 3 to a wheel here as he flats.
Yeah, it's an interesting just call because he has the nut 5, and because he has a 5 and his opponent has a 6, he also just gets to represent that he has a better 3-card hand with his range in general.
Now look at this situation. Smith paired the 5. Ashton betting once more, wants to continue to represent that he has a 3-card 6. Obviously a non-believer with respect to Smith having a nut 5, given that he played it as a flat on 3rd. The other upshot, by the way, Jesse, of flatting with the nut 5 is it gives you some optionality when a deuce or an ace rolls off. If you have raised it on 3rd Street, you condense your range into the cards below the 5, and so now all of a sudden, when those cards show up, while your board looks strong, your opponent can start to put you on pairs and proceed. So a nice pickup there as 5th Street did not leave Ashton with any options.
That's a very good point, by the way. Anytime you make your down cards a little more obvious and your opponent can pick up on whether or not you're more likely to have a paired a card.
Yep.
That's a big part of Raz.
And I think it's also on balance why sometimes we do re-raise when we have that nut 5. Sometimes we re-raise with 6-8 in the hole. Because then all of a sudden when the 6, the 7, the 8 rolls off, opponents are looking over thinking he has the made low, not that we've paired up, and we get action when the ace and the 3 roll off more so maybe with people who suspect that we've paired up. So you definitely need to bob and weave out there in those streets. And multiple wheel cards in the door on this one. Huey bringing it in. Pizarenko, a jack in the hole, and all those other low cards out there. He's not going to want to party. Chad, ace up, put queen 8 in the hole. He's out of there. Smith with the wire jack. So with all of that in front of him, Hansen, the man, able to complete it into Ashton. His king 10 cannot fight, but Huey says, okay, let's see what happens on 4th here. Mindful of the fact that Gus could be just getting after it with the late raise.
These hands are always fun. The high card defend sort of hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, not this year.
Hansen, though,
No million.
with the 9 low draw versus 3 to an 8. The 9 comes in. Now he draws to 7-6. Huey draws to a smooth 8. And he didn't come this far to get away. So the big bet street hurdle is crossed. Another 40,000 into the pot.
This is where it becomes a bit convoluted for Phil because Gus is representing a 7.
Yeah,
but he raised from a steal position, so for all we know, he could have a deuce with, you know,
he could have big little,
and an 8 underneath. Yeah,
all kinds of stuff here. And once Gus checks that street, Huey knows that he doesn't have a 7, so he comfortably bets the 8 low.
You have to fly to Istanbul. And then
yeah, Gus is kind of saying, you know, if you did make your 8-7 low, it's good right now.
Well, and that 8 has now turned into a smooth 7-6. Granted, I've got my deuce to 7 eyeballs on more so when I call it smooth, but 7-6, 4-3-2 ain't bad. Hansen paired, frustrated. Just has the 9-7 low here. This is a spot, by the way, where if Hansen check raised, Huey would really have a lot to think about. I'm not sure how often we play the good 7 in that way versus simply lead out because we don't want to miss that big bet on the end.
A check raise would be terrifying, but because Phil improved to a 7-6, he probably just pays it off, right? If he had the 8-7.
If he had the 8-7, he shouldn't be betting.
Yeah, true.
So Hansen does pay off. And that's sort of exhibit A with regards to the infuriating nature of Raz that I talked about earlier. Not that Hansen had some sort of nutted hand, but he did have the better of things across 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then all of a sudden it unraveled as he went pair, big card, good night, sweet Danish prince.
Yeah, watching your opponent defend a king and then just torch you at showdown. You could put that on, you know, sort of higher up on the list of things that don't feel great.
Deborah, that's me chiming in, by the way, with respect to our sort of hypothetical explorations to say, hard to fold when you're getting a gazillion to 1. That is sort of a reality, but one that is so ever present in limit poker that you can't fall too victim to that ideology, which of course comes from the no limit and the big bet streets, where we're thinking, all right, we don't get these sorts of prices that often. You get prices like that a lot in limit, and you kind of need to accept that there are spots where you need to protect those precious big bets. I don't know that the check raise there would have been one of them. You know, there are some bluffs maybe from Hansen, but can't get too espoused to that ideology of, oh, but I'm getting such a good price. I mean, you know, you can go straight to the bottom of the sea with that logic.
It doesn't really matter what odds you're getting if your opponent's never bluffing, right?
Yeah, great point. But then there's always that little red-caped, pitchfork-wielding presence on one shoulder that's like, never bluffing? You know, maybe he's bluffing. Get it in there.
You know, as my man Kevin from The Office would say, if anyone ever gives you 300 to 1, you take it.
Yeah. I think it was Doyle Brunson who famously said 100 to 1 is even a qualifier.
Oh, yeah?
In that spot. A little bit more risk tolerance for him.
Doyle was known to gamble it up.
Yeah. Gus played countless hours with Doyle over in the Big Bobby's room, 4,000, 8,000 mixed game. Well, the limpers getting the smack on the back of the hand, courtesy of the 8 in the door for Pizarenko. Note, by the way, it is precisely because Ashton chose to over-limp behind Hansen's 9 that Pizarenko does complete it with the higher door card. He's just never thinking to himself, Ashton would have played it as a limp.
20 blinds because he put his green chip on his calls and then went like this. He wasn't angling. He just did that. I just didn't see that he had.
Now, there are worlds in which Ashton would limp 3 to a 7, depending on how many lower cards in a 7 there were behind him left to act. So that's food for thought. He's the only customer. To 4th Street we go. Ashton.
Oh, that's a fun way to end it.
On a jack-low draw, Pizarenko right away picks up the 87.
If there was ever any doubt on 3rd Street, it's certainly alleviated by making an 8 versus your opponent's 10. Sorry, a 4 versus your opponent's 10.
Oh, one more? Oh, man.
Did we get over 90 yet? I think I was 84, I think. What's it at now? 84, I think.
I don't think anyone's read since me.
There must also be some sweats.
Max late, do they? So the only
Just hoping players bust from other tournaments that you have on your 25K team so they have time to register this one, right?
Like Binu, maybe?
I imagine the points are a lot more in the 50K.
Yeah, you know,
I think he's the only one that would.
I'm not the kind of guy that wants to unpack whatever this new formula is. You know, maybe it's incumbent upon me as the shepherd of today's coverage to do something like that. Respectfully to whomever feels that way. Sorry.
No, I mean you got a lot going on with your 36 hours per day of poker mixed with trading at the table and
you know,
90 seconds of sleep a week.
This is just it's that time of year, Jesse, where we prop ourselves up on Celsius and poker and Charles Schwab. 4th Street looking very pretty for one Dylan Smith, though he does have that jack nestled. Hansen 3 to a wheel, the only man to fight forward. And now all of a sudden he's on the 6 low draw up against an 8 low draw. So paint versus paint.
Bill Smith, the guy, the 1985 main win.
Okay.
Every now and again, you'll
Is he
see
as
something
sophisticated as he looks?
interesting. This isn't the spot. But there are hands that are drawing so smooth in spite of having been board locked by the opposition that they can raise on fifth from behind and actually be favorites with 2 to come. Smith has paired the ace, and you see Hansen making the call. Even if he's up against the 8 draw right now, he is drawing live, looking for an ace or a 3, ideally. A 7 would keep him involved. Instead, he pairs again. And now all he's got is a king low.
He was able to finish it off anyways.
That's a bit unfortunate for us viewers because that would have been a fun,
Yeah, there's so much.
fun hand to see play out if he had not double paired there.
Landline while smoking a cigar or a cigarette.
That is hilarious.
9. Check.
I like the Bobby Baldwin one where he just has like a little espresso.
He looks like the original like online kid from like way back then because he looks so young.
Yeah.
Just
Raz
like,
has not been kind to Gus so far.
No, it has not. Note the
he just
shutdown,
looks
by
like
the
he's
way,
absolutely crushing
Smith
it, that's what
absolutely understanding that an 8 draw was, or an 8 low rather, was quite vulnerable to
I can't see
Gus's
anything
range.
away.
I mean, whatever. He just looks like a normal dude. But he's
Had
just,
Gus
like, super
improved.
fit now.
Yeah.
Not looking to get greedy.
I think Greg looks pretty different too.
Big game.
Yeah.
PLO.
PLO, this is another really fun one to watch.
3-5.
Certain players get tested.
I'll tell you what. If I'm curious, and I'd love for chat to weigh in as well. Where do you think, or first off, what's your favorite game out of the mix in the Poker Players Championship? Let's ask chat that. Once we get that established,
3-5-8, right? Yeah.
which of the big bet games do you think generates the biggest pots? I'm going to say it's this one right here. Now, maybe that's self-evident, just given that equities run closer in pot limit Omaha than they do in no limit, and as such, players will be more inclined to get their stacks forward. But this is just the catnip of any mix game, is PLO. It's the get unstuck game.
Yeah, it's a great game for getting unstuck because you can pot a number of hands pre-flop and it's not a big mistake, right? If it is a mistake at all. And so you can really juice up those pots pre-flop.
I mean, when people do the, bomb pot or the flip on a dealer change in a cash game, it's pot limit Omaha that they're doing it with almost every time. So when you consider that that's the candidate for the gambly, flippy kind of thing that we do once a half hour, well, then it becomes quite obvious.
The day I see a stud 8 bomb pot is the day I quit poker.
I promise you, I would quietly rack up and walk right out of the poker room. If I sit in the game,
and you
I
don't
know,
need to say anything. To be honest, there's nothing needed to be said.
Here's the thing, though. I would dramatically take a look, dead in the eyes of everyone around me, as somebody who kind of came in mid-push.
Yeah,
right?
this is stud 8, right? No qualifier, huh?
And then
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, you know what? Deal me out of this one. I'll be right back. 30 seconds later, with empty racks. Just have a nice day.
Deal me out of this one and the following infinity hands.
That's when I would be like, I really need to redo my resume, get on monster.com or something. See if there's some cubicle job for me, because poker's dead.
100% of the time you're like winning. It's so sick.
Ace King 10-8 with the hearts. Hansen calls. Phil Huey's double suited jacks.
No limit.
Razor free. We await Ashton's choices.
That's a great mix.
I don't know why this is a thing. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, go on.
40 days, right?
I forgot what Monster.com was, and I just imagined a dating site for people who are taking steroids.
Yeah, 50 cents, right?
Yeah. Because it was deeper than the normal.
And it just made me so happy.
And one day, in back-to-back no limit rounds, I opened on the button. Outlook 3-bet the small blind. I flatted. I flopped top set, and he had flopped top tail, and I did it to him in back-to-back
King
rounds.
7 deuce. Ashton with
He's so fun
kings
to
up.
play against, 'cause
This is a
especially
lot of
when
hand
he's-
on a very
when
dry
he's
board
flailing,
texture.
He just goes for it.
I mean, this wasn't even a play bad. That was just
Yeah.
outrageous. He just blocked.
Gus with
How
ace
he
king
gets
on
off,
this
gets
board,
offset.
no immediate straight draw, no immediate flush
He's
draw,
around here.
is
I was
actually
thinking about
quite
Bluffing,
strong.
he was grabbing
And
on.
holding the ace,
John Manette, yes.
now we kind of remove pocket aces from Huey's
PLO hand. He folded
opening
second
range,
nuts, and
so
got windmilled.
he barrels forward comfortably, backdoor hearts, backdoor Broadway, but of course Ashton with kings up, he's going to be happy
It's like
to get it in.
The deuce.
Double suited jacks find the bin quite quickly. Hansen says call, and we're off to the races.
And look
As
at this. It's
Gus-
just a straight flip.
He's
Who's
chasing
favorite here?
an immediate ace 10-8 for the lead.
Probably like 60-40 or something.
Oh, really? Oh, it's that much? I would have thought it was a little less.
Might this be Matt Ashton's last stand?
Right, so I think that's
3 or 4, yeah.
Same last time.
yeah.
10 on the turn. Gustav. Bigger kings up. Ashton drawing to a jack alone. The only thing that rescues him from an exit. And instead, Gus improves once more to aces and kings. And the savagery of pot limit Omaha on prompt display there.
It really feels bad. You make top and bottom on a very dry board. Your opponent has one pair, and you're not even 50%.
We have a break in 14 minutes, yeah.
it's not dinner.
I don't think so. I think there's one more and then dinner.
PLO can certainly be cruel sometimes.
He has 12 outs. Non-club. He has 50.
Good small blind. Single big.
He also has to pay.
I always talk about mixed game personalities being, you know, the most colorful in poker, but
He's got all
you
kinds of
know,
outs.
honorary shout out to Pot Limit Omaha. You get some real characters
Oh, yeah.
in a, you know, straight Pot Limit Omaha game. Aria, by the way, is probably the mecca of Pot Limit Omaha, at least west of the Mississippi.
Yep.
I know they like it out in the Midwest. There's some poker rooms that really
Nice
are
hit,
built
Gus.
on the back of Pot Limit Omaha. In fact, first time I ever played the game, I played it 25-50 in Tunica, Mississippi in my 20s at like a big tournament over there. And I think, you know, I've told this story before, but the number of people that were playing in the game with a pair of overalls, no shirt on underneath, far less than kind of nature's intended number of teeth,
He would be a great commentator.
and
Just-
bands on bands of cash in the front
Scott, you know,
pouch
like
of the
Happy
overalls.
Gilmore?
They were
Like,
just like,
You know, like Happy
being
Gilmore, the guy that
ATM
yells
forward.
Jackass?
It
That's
was
what I
something.
think you should be hired to
baby.
do for the entire PBC. You just.
Meanwhile, Huey,
Yeah.
top hair gutter.
Come down.
Smith in position. Heart draw.
Yeah.
I got to say, having never been to Tunica myself, that feels like an extremely legit place to have first played PLO.
I think it's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Very
you know,
authentic experience.
GTO was not really happening, if I'm
Oh,
being
no.
honest. You know, this was FTO, Farmer Theory Optimal. You know,
FTO.
yeah. These guys were agricultural backgrounds, you know. Perhaps a meth bake, also possible. You know, this was pre-Breaking Bad, but, you know, the story was being written maybe.
They say no
I'm
good
not talking about- I'm
pot
not
limit
talking
game
about physical
is
taste.
missing
It's just like too high
at least
up.
one meth bake.
I think it's cool.
Gutter and the baby hard draw
I think
checking
it's-
back.
you guys
Backdoor
are-
diamonds
like,
showing
I'm not
up.
dying.
Phil left with just the kings.
I would have bought sunglasses or
Eights.
something if I knew I was going to be on a feature, though. I hate being on
For
features.
Smith.
Oh, I don't hate it from, like, the poker book. I don't care about that. I just, like...
Oh, forgive me. Huey did make the
Yeah,
diamonds.
yeah.
Oversights. Hence the bet for 15K.
I kind of like it in mix, actually, because I can...
Smith is like, there's something very wrong here. It was me who was trying to make a flush.
Yeah, I had the front door, and all of a
Go
sudden,
watch this.
you had the back.
Like that Raz hand, I think I made it. I'm pretty sure I folded correctly, but I don't know. I might not be supposed to lead.
Smith is really considering it. I have to imagine he's thinking about turning his hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, I figured you.
His calling feels
So then whatever, I'm just like,
quite
they
optimistic.
actually get it done.
Yeah.
The problem is he only has the 7 of diamonds. Oh, he flicks it in.
Wow. Keeping Phil Huey honest there.
Well, to be fair, he's getting 4-1, and his opponent has a number of potential straight draws that could have missed, but...
Yeah, that's specifically what he's keeping an eye on, and obviously expecting that any of those busted straights, if they had a pair involved, would not be barreling, so the 8s become viable bluff catchers in that situation. Don't love having a couple of hearts in our hand.
Yeah.
But
you do love having no queens, no jacks, no nines, no aces. Giving your opponent the maximum number of potential missed straight draws, but even given that, it's a very... It's quite a weak hand. Although, if you think your opponent is still betting a flush or a bluff, having the 7 of diamonds is important.
Yeah. Like stud 8 especially, I was playing so tight. I basically always had ace 2 in the hole. Stud doesn't say way. I basically had king.
Hansen, 3-card rundown, couple of 8s, couple of diamonds. In pot limit Omaha, obviously the big pairs we like to play, but we want there to be other cards that are working in conjunction with those big pairs. And in fact, against aces, something like a 10-9-8-7 double suited that can make straights that don't involve the ace can perform quite nicely.
Yeah, hands that flop wraps in general.
Yep.
Can be really powerful.
On the topic of wraps, Queen 10-5.
Yeah, I think it went 3-bet
Hansen
call, and then it went
has Queen high wrap.
He has that slightly awkward lower wrap where he's doing pretty well against a lot of hands, but if his opponent has something like King Jack 9 or Ace King Jack, it's in pretty bad shape.
For like half a bet or something.
Half a bet, yeah. I think Jumbo's range was insane.
Yeah.
Because of like...
Very dry turn, but one that gives both parties the backdoor diamond draw advantage. Huey in that department, as his 5 dangler and the Broadway gutty is what brought him to the turn in the face of the Hansen barrel.
This could get quite interesting here.
Pot up to 34,000, and of course, given it is pot limit Omaha, that's the most that can be bet. For those unfamiliar.
Bluffing would be okay, but you should never raise a value hand.
Gus is thinking about all the hands that might make
Because you just call and you still
a speculative call on the flop, a bunch of queens with a gut shot, things like a 10 with a straight draw or a gut shot. All of these hands he can blow out with a big bet here. And he has a tremendous amount of equity against nearly everything.
Ryan's super nice. Ryan's like the nicest guy.
Even when he is called.
We're moving off.
Sure.
I said we're moving off. Thank you.
Are we moving off now?
I'm so ready to go.
Oof.
Yeah, you're sweating.
Dude, I'm sweating like crazy.
You guys are nuts.
So Phil makes kings up here. Gus makes his straight.
Actually, why are you sweating so much? Dylan's over here trying to avoid live tells. Like, that's one.
So the
that's
check.
One big blind at a time.
Kings and 5s.
Sweat pouring through my shirt on TV.
How much does Gus want to extract?
Now remember, Gus limped pre-flop. Huey got in there from the small, and then Gussie barreled in position. Flop, turn, and now river.
Wow.
Phil keeping him honest, and it was an expensive proposition there. 56K on top of the 24 before it and the 7 before that.
Big hand.
From Phil's point of view, that was a really painful run out where he just had just enough every single street to continue.
Diamond should have came out. We could have seen how good it was.
But never enough to actually win the
A
hand.
little bit afraid of that.
What out there? Get a picture.
That's it.
Happy with the river as it was.
Yeah, nice hand.
If that's not framed in your apartment when you get that card, I'm going to be upset.
Okay.
Do you guys want to carry your own chips back to the table, or you want us to do it?
I'd rather you guys do it.
Huh?
I'd rather you guys just do it.
Yeah, I would do
Better
it.
than you guys?
Fine with that.
Yeah. What? Just don't steal them.
We're going to take our chips back to our table.
And transfer, right? We'll back to the
Thank
table,
you.
right?
We're going to be back to table 671.
Perfect.
But we'll know where it is.
I feel like someone's going to get stacked in the next 5 minutes now.
Right?
671.
Someone's going to play like
Thank you, Bob.
a massive pot.
Yeah, it can't be me. I mean, I'm definitely, Dylan and Gus.
All right, chat. You told us what your favorite game is in the mix, but let us know what your best game is.
I thought you were going to go with the more obvious least favorite game.
Oh, that's, you know what?
Forte.
I want to change mine.
In the chat.
Bump up.
Yeah.
That's whatever. Yeah, it's
I always appreciate how favorite game and best game can be
Time to go.
wildly different games.
Dude, I'm glad I had Jacks, and that's fine. Not queens.
Dude, this is a nice turn card for
I think
Phil.
it's queens.
He fills up with jacks full of deuces, but
Weird spot.
his opponent has made a very strong draw with the ace 10 8 nut spades.
Four-way affair here. This was
It's funny, I
limped
was,
around pre-flop.
expecting him to just snap hold, and I was like, oh shit, he's got like
Yeah.
queens or jacks.
Yeah.
Jack, Jack 9 flop was checked around. Now Brewer activating with the 9-high spade draw, but jacks and 9s. Huey is going to flat with his ace jack. I'm sorry, jacks full on the turn. Looking to allow Brewer to improve. Very, very dry river. This is one that does not rate to bring forward a bet from Brewer as you see him shut it down.
That was a pretty wild pot size bet by Brewer on the turn. I would imagine with the presence of the 2 jacks on the board, in a 4-way pot, we want to go something like half pot or quarter pot quite often, and pot wouldn't show up very frequently. But he did have one of the boat blockers. He does have some equity when his opponent does call with some sort of
Tournament
trips type of hand or overpair.
Yeah, pretty much.
Without a flush draw.
You, cash, little relaxing.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
You never make any like side bets and just want to go all out in the series?
Huh?
You never make like big side bets just to go all out in the series?
No. I just don't think I have it in me. I just don't think I have it in me, but I have thought about it, but just for the past 20 years, I have every year played less tournaments than I predicted. Every year, so it's like
Queen, Jack, Jack 3. Folded around to Gussie. He'll limp in.
the alarm. You need to get up, Chad.
In my next life, I'd love to have 10% of the charisma that Gus Hansen has.
I think you could maybe do that in this life, Jesse. I wouldn't necessarily count it out. You're
I could
drawn
hit 10.
live.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's possible. It's Pizarenko. King, Queen, Deuce. Double. Took us to 17,000. Brewer with better diamonds and 2 10s. The 4 dangler is a bit problematic, but it does work its way into wheels from time to time. So in terms of danglers, anything deuce through 5 when we have an ace is much preferred to 6 through 9.
Just generally when you're going multi-way, having the ace-high flush draw, the outs to top set with the 2 10s. These things all become much more important.
Yeah.
I stole one now. that would be fucking awesome. That would be. Yeah, the nail decided.
Ace, Queen, 7. All spades. Monotone board textures get interesting in PLO as well because bluffs can happen when you have the dry king, queen of spades type of stuff.
Yeah, definitely the type of texture you have to be far more careful on than any other. The monotone flop.
Ace 10.
Really unpleasant looking texture for Pizarenko as the kings did shut it down and get shown just a pair of aces. And a little bit of, you know, the crane of the neck there. Just, what was that you called the ring? Okay. Ace 10, 10, 4. I see you, Mr. Brewer.
Diamond.
Also the type of hand when
Diamond-
Brewer
diamond
flips it
come,
over,
I
you're like,
think.
oh, maybe I could have got that one to fold
No diamonds.
with a bet. The other aces, maybe not, but the ace 10 high, low spade. Maybe if I just put in a little bet somewhere, get it through.
Good.
Last hand.
I mean, you saw it pretty clearly, right?
Copy. Marking 4-siders.
Huh?
I was marking 4-siders.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't
For
a
Raz.
4 side. No, somebody else was marking the picture cards.
Brewer.
I think it was a picture card. It's to me. I have that. I have that. I have that.
Oh.
Queen 10, 8, 6. Again, Gus limps. It has been quite passive pre-flop,
Yeah.
Jesse, and you know, a lot of it has to do with the fact that if raises come in pre and multiple parties do get involved, it can be very difficult to proceed post-flop in the face of a pot-sized bet. You can get really deep in the weeds for a big one. And I don't think a lot of these guys are looking to do that with anything kind of sub-premium. But speculative participation, something that they're down for. As we see the ace, king, jack rolling off, four-way affair. Bottom two for Eveslage checks it. Smith has the 8 high diamond draw. Hansen, stone nuts. He knuckled. This feels like a strange time to go to the wide. Okay, thanks. Back we come.
we are in Denver,
It is
I guess.
Brewer with the queen high flush draw and top pair who bets to 8,000. Now, board textures such as this are dangerous. Hence Hansen flatting here. He wants to make sure the diamond or the board pair don't come off, and he doesn't want to turn his hand face up because you can be exploited very easily on a number of different runouts.
And also, you just can't put in 80 big blinds in a four-way pot with the bear straight on a board like this.
That's right.
You end up running into either the chop or you're getting free-rolled by diamonds. Or
he's never getting better than Broadway, and obviously there are runouts that leave him with a problem. Here, he faces the pot-sized bet from Brewer. You feel as though you're up against another queen 10, and maybe that queen 10 free rolls you. You're not looking to play a big one.
There's also some interesting situations that arise when your opponent pots into you multiple times, especially in a multi-way pot where you could just call, and then let's say a diamond rolls off on the river. You can actually bluff your opponent off of the chop because it becomes clear that they have something like queen 10 alone.
Right, sure.
Unfortunately for Hansen here, if he has that sort of plan and a diamond comes off, it's going to be a disaster.
Interestingly, Hansen has no diamond in his hand. And so while you're scratching your temple and you're thinking to yourself, what on earth is Gus waiting for? He has the nuts. It is thinking about putting in the 41 here, and where does he go from this point forward? Because remember, you don't want to put 41 in chasing, you know, half of what was a 41K pot with only the upshot of pulling it back. You're never scooping, you might be thinking to yourself.
Yeah.
As we can see, he is scooping for the time being, but no longer, and that is the absolute worst of things. A board pairing diamond. Brewer has made the queen high flush. Now note that when he holds the nut flush,
I have queen high
he
flush.
now checks it. Hansen snap check back.
Wow.
Didn't want to try to represent the full house.
Good.
And that's obviously the downside of slow playing the straight.
Yeah.
Is you leave the door open for your opponent to just bet multiple times with the flush draw, get there. You never charged him, but I really like the way that Gus played that hand. I think if it was a non-diamond board pairing river, he might have even led because he never expects his opponent to bet a set on the turn, especially for pot.
Sure. Well, I mean, also he's got the stone nuts on a non-diamond, non-board pairing.
No, on a board pairing river, I'm saying I think he might lead out and try to bluff his opponent off the chop.
Okay, good.
But the diamond board pair is just a little too much, I think.
Well, it would seem that Gus is going to be heading to the break a little bit wounded. As we can see, players on their feet heading for the exits. Take a little break. And on that note, that will provide both Jesse and I for an opportunity to take a break as well. It's going to be just about 10 minutes, I'm being told, so don't go anywhere. We'll have continuing coverage of the 50K PPC Day 2 here on the PokerGO YouTube channel after this.
Really good call here. Yep.
It's a pretty good sized pre-flop pot.
You know, it's interesting these days. You just don't see it as much, Norman. But in the past, sometimes, you know, maybe the old school players might just, some of these spots might just consider just moving in if they feel some weakness rather than call, and just win it risk free. I'm not saying that. Wow.
Flop.
Really
Johnson with King Jack. 2 hearts in there for Miles if he cares about them.
Here comes Miles. He's going to bet 33 million. There it is. I said 32. It's 32.
All right, you said 33.
Dang it.
Which is a great guess.
I thought he said 34.
No,
Dang it.
He said 33. He was close. Yep.
Okay, I like the fact that he took his time with that call. And
look at the pot.
Miles knows that he called a big bet before with ace-9 of spades. Remember that?
Yeah.
The last time he went crazy bluffing.
1/3 of the chips on the table in play in the middle of the pot right now.
Oh, brutal, brutal card.
And now Miles hits his 8.
Oh, that's the last card in the deck that Miles.
All in.
Tournament's over. Tournament is over.
Johnson just has to say call. Johnson was so close 2 years ago.
Promise, I am not slow rolling you. I just really don't know. It's late.
That's right. That's right. We don't
It's a
have
big
problem.
decision.
Yep.
I don't have ace king.
It's almost all of his chips, obviously. If he called here and lost, he'd be down to less than 10 big blinds.
I'm just saying the professionals would think it's a slow roll.
Oh, I
Am I
understand.
allowed to talk about my hand?
Yeah, because he's all in.
Okay.
He just can't answer you.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to get a read or anything. I don't think I can fold. Because I was just gonna say I didn't call with ace king or king queen, but I did call
at this
with.
point, he can't open the action.
Yeah.
So yes, you can discuss this hand. He just cannot answer any questions from you.
But I did call with king jack pre-flop. And I'm wondering if it was a mistake.
Tony Miles knows.
Miles is sick. He's sick to his
I can't
stomach.
fold.
He knows he's getting called, and he knows he just lost the World Series of Poker, bluffing it off with the old Queen 8. Pretty unlucky turn card, but he knows it's over.
That's the call. And that is the tournament. Johnson can now call himself main event champion. One bluff too many for Tony Miles. Johnson has done it.
You're in the analyzing business, aren't you? Psychiatrist. Yeah. You analyze this?
Analyze this.
Analyze this. I have to analyze it myself sometimes.
I wonder if there's a copay for analyzing your own cards. Marcel's got King Jack unsuited.
2 bets. One for me and one for the Sharks.
And Marcel will bet 32,000 chips with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 now.
And now trying to induce Julian Gardner to put all his chips in.
Make it look like a wave.
You said you'd only raise with aces.
But I might lie. I had to deal with myself. After the break, I'm going to take all the chips from the table. And I have no doubts about it. All of them. I'm going to take the sweet stack, the nice stack, the blue stack, the yellow stack, the colors who are not even there, I'm going to take them.
Lon, if you're going to get beat, you want to get beat by someone like Marcel. It would be a pleasure to give him my chips.
Now the 2 queens of Harry Dimitriou.
How much is it? How do you mean, how much is it? 32. Don't be cheeky. Put something in there.
Marcel and Harry, friendly rivals from many games in Europe.
I'll raise. Yes, raise it. How much?
Harry seems to have learned to be able to tune out Marcel and make the right decisions.
100?
100,000 more.
With what? With what? This guy would raise 100,000.
With a better hand than yours, Marcel.
Marcel will call the 100 grand.
Call the 100,000. And a check blind.
Checking blind's a nice change-it-up strategy. It often confuses or upsets your opponent.
Now the flop comes king 3-3. Marcel with a pair of kings.
And remember, he had checked before the flop came out, and Demetriou checks behind him.
Now the turn card. The 8 of hearts means only that Demetriou is running out of chances. Marcel looks like he's going to act.
I don't trust him.
Hey, look in the mirror, pal. You don't trust him.
Well, Harry's going to come back, it looks like. Harry Demetriou puts out 225,000 chips.
225? I still don't trust him.
This would be a big decision for Marcel. To call it would leave him with less than 200,000 chips.
Call.
And Marcel's going to call it. Got a big pot here at the feature table.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me.
When Marcel stands up and goes a cappella, he's convinced his read on this hand is correct, that his kings are best.
And now the river card is a 9, and once again, Marcel's read was perfect. The check mark shows he's got the hand won if he doesn't fold.
Just in case I'm scared he's not going to bet it. I bet a little bit.
Well, even a little bit will be almost the remaining chips for Marcel, no matter how much he chooses.
I bet 100,000.
I'm sure he calculated that with Keynesian and Malthusian theory.
Now to Harry. And he makes the call.
King!
And loses the hand.
Good hand.
King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know? I made him. Give it to me, don't give it to everybody. To me.
Harry lost about half his stack on that hand.
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
Oh, there's a doctor in the house. Maybe he could use a professional opinion. Johnny Chan checks his hole cards. 1 queen. There are the queens again.
Hand we talked about earlier.
Give me the look. Don't do it.
He loves queens. He's won a lot of pots with them.
Phil Lock in full Unabomber mode now. Chan has not yet decided how to act.
Raise it.
He's going to raise it up.
Phil has the stick. Johnny's got the kick.
It's a pot bet from Johnny Chan, 92,000 to Phil Lock.
How can I fold? I folded the last one. So sick about it.
He'll be sick if he doesn't fold this one.
Just put it in, Phil. Put it in. Put it in. Put it in. Just do it. Do it.
The pot's big enough.
Do it. It doesn't matter if I call, I can't. What am I going to do? Fold for, I don't care what I'm sick. I have to all in or fold. All right, take my money. I'm all in.
Phil Lock's moving all in.
I call.
Johnny shows him the queens. Jennifer Tilley says enough of the ladies tournament.
And Johnny Chan now, a flop, turn, and river away from history.
Let's see how it fits. Oh, that's nice. Looks
good on me, doesn't it?
Is Lock giving up?
Which way do you drop the flop? This way or this way? That way. No.
Phil Lock wants to be the first to see it.
369. Anybody got any?
I got some yellow. You need some?
Yeah.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of day 2 of the $50,000 Poker Players Championship, which brings us a brand new feature table. And among the players, get a look at these. El Jefe, Kerry Katz, Michael Mizrachi, a 3-time winner. E-Dog, Eric Lindgren in the building. Multiple bracelet wins there. Mike Norrie, Alex Wilkinson, Bryce Yaki, who's taken to the Chance Corneth. Breathies strips. That's become in vogue here this summer.
Those strips are running very good so far, Ollie.
That they are. By the way, seldom do I see Kerry without the baseball cap, but here he is. Wow. Lindgren's King-Queen has self-evident issues here as we play no limit hold'em, 3K, 6K blinds, 9K big blind ante. Yaki making 12 look like 35 from the button, however.
I don't know if I've ever seen Kerry without the baseball cap in. We have to pan back over at some point, but it looks like he's got a bit of a Skrillex-y type of haircut going on.
Okay.
I always bluff first hand of stream.
I'm more looking at the man's music than his face in terms of Skrillex. And by the way, music, now it's more like an audible headache to me than it was when I was younger. E-Dog, two-time bracelet winner, by the way, got away against Yaki. Phil Ivey. Well, listen, you know, the producers, sometimes there are arguments about, well, who should we make the feature table? No
Not
arguments
today.
on this one, Jesse. This might be the greatest of the feature tables that I've seen thus far.
We played a lot of other stuff.
And that's in a pretty star-studded field as well.
That it is. Lindgren back at it with pocket sevens. He and Ivy go way back. As Rocky defends his big.
Yeah, dude, the feature tables are so hard to do.
Ace 3 offsuit, turns into top pair. Second pair effective on this board, spadeless, but with the range advantage. Lindgren understandably coming with the C-bet into 36, 1/3 pot.
Yeah, I do that in every tournament, but especially on the features because it's like.
Is Rocky another member of the 3X
I literally had to stand up for every
tournament winner?
Yep. Board pairing 6 does bring a third spade on board. Not really ideal for Lindgren. 6X, spade combos, and the ace, all real concerns. He checks back, board double pairs on the river. Let's see if Grinder thinks there's value to be had. Could come with a blocker size. Flicks the Greenbird in there, sub half pot.
Nice size. And for Eric, you've got the type of hand that's a bluff catcher. You kind of hate having 2 sevens in your hand because you're really hoping your opponent has like the 8 sevens, the 7 fives. Spades got there. You lose to an ace, you lose to a 6, you lose to a 4. Yeah, this is a nice fold, I think.
Yeah.
It's like the.
Well, it's nice to have sevens because of the fact that they block all the busted straight draws, as you mentioned. And it makes it that much easier to fold. We unblock spades, we unblock the ace.
Stare at his hand before he folds it.
Just to give it a chance.
I honestly don't know if I can think of a worse bluff catcher than pocket 7.
Yeah.
And they're still probably close because it's a pair and the board, you know, didn't run out that terribly for a pair.
3-3-4 pretty hard.
Only take.
I don't have to take more.
And with that, we're on to a new game. That felt fast.
3K ante from all parties. We'll play 12-24. 7 card stud high. The game, deuce of clubs, is
Yes.
the bring in.
Complete 12.
E-Dog with the split kings.
This is kind of hard. This is actually
Not the worst side card either.
Have they ever won before?
No.
Ever been to the finals?
They lost last year. They lost to Vegas last year.
Oh, yeah.
I asked him what he said. He was a huge Panthers fan.
We don't know what Wilkinson has, but he looks
I said what was their first
a little
season?
skeptical.
He said 93.
Nevertheless, finds the fold, and obviously the skepticism is attached to the fact that there are 3 kings face up, so the Lindgren completion is a bit under suspicion, but nobody with enough to fight forward. By the way, Eric is probably my oldest friend in poker, Jesse. We go all the way back to Northern California, a little card room that at the time was known as Casino San Pablo. He was a prop player up there, one of very few young players who were even in any given poker room back in the late 90s.
Actually, I didn't want the stream to see that one anyway.
I've never really observed other young people in the room or anybody that took it seriously, like a profession. And had the opportunity to befriend both him and Prahlad Friedman. They converted me from being a $2, $4, 7-card stud high limit player into limit hold'em, and that was the game back in the day. And the rest is history, as they say, though I never really caught the big bet bug. Ivey bringing it in here. Cats 6-7-9. Folds it. Same story for Lindgren. He too wants none of it. Nori has split sevens. Won't be making trips in this pot.
You were ahead of your time, Ollie.
They were ahead of their time, and then I grabbed their coattails.
Yeah, well, no, it was like the turtle versus the hare. They were right for a little bit, but
I thought for sure he was going to be super aggro free.
You waited them out, and now
full circle back to like mixed games being the jam. I think No Limit and Pot Limit Omaha are alive and well and going nowhere.
For me, I liked it. Like I'm glad good for you. Well, I mean, first off, he's never raising. I'm hoping he's an adjustment.
True. Also, yeah,
very tremendously. Like, and I think I already feel better than post.
Like chisel away, yeah.
Yeah, like so it's basically.
And he's spotting you pre. Yeah, I mean that is.
I was sitting there like I don't think I can lose.
It's a great spot.
Now, of course, our coverage comes to you on a delay, and that would explain why out of left field I got a text from Mr. Wilkinson about an hour ago asking if I was doing the 50K commentary, and I was like, that's interesting. I wonder why he's asking. And now I know, as he's at the feature table. First time I've had the chance to have multiple good buddies on screen. Alex and I spend a considerable amount of time with one another here in Las Vegas. Good friend, and really a young man who takes the game very seriously, challenges himself quite regularly in the higher mixed game stakes here in Las Vegas. Yaki, 3 to Broadway turns into jacks as Cats had the 3 flush.
He missed?
These hands are always difficult to play. Does he ditch it right here, or does he see one more card on the cheaper street, see if he can peel off a 5 spade?
Cats had just 141,000 coming into this one, and treating the chips preciously. Does let it go. I thought maybe, given that the 6 coordinated with the 3 and the 4, that he would be more inclined to peel on 4th Street, because we can get under the immediate flush or straight draw. But against that board, he just decides time to bow out. By the way, Alex and Bryce Yaki know each other rather well.
I mean, there haven't been a bunch of game 7s, but, you know.
Alex went to school in Central California, hails from Northern California. Father owns a card room up there that I once dealt at, the California Grand Casino, and oddly enough, I was friends with Alex's older brother, Mike, considerable older brother, who worked at the card room. You know, Pop was the owner. And then years later, I'm playing in a cash game randomly with Alex, who I didn't know at the time, here in Vegas. And all of a sudden, Dad, who was my boss way back in the day, comes walking over and chatting with him. And I just couldn't understand what the interaction was. When I found out that it was his dad, I was like, oh my. The rest is a bit history. We got a good laugh out of that.
I feel like I finally cracked the barrier, and I'm getting a lot of good Ollie backstory.
Oh, man. Tons of tails. Not all of them flattering, mind you, as we see Ivey completing with the Queen Jack 10. All over cards to the split 5s, coordination, and now the immediate gutter. Yaki.
This is the power.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
So this is the power of having these 3 high card type of hands. Yaki has a pair, and he's flying fairly blind against Ivey. And he will be for the rest of the hand.
Note, though, that board development-wise, that deuce of diamonds quite menacing. Ivey simply shut it down, as the 3 of clubs was just a very ugly one for him.
Yeah, having 3 diamonds there is really nice because even when your opponent has the big pair, they know they could just potentially be drawing dead some percentage of the time. So you're dealing up there, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've talked about this before, but I used to deal to Marco Johnson, who would cut high school to come in and play a $12, $24 limit hold'em game in the casino. I remember looking at him and being like, this dude seems young.
Yeah,
I was young.
That's really young to be
But I was
sneaking
like,
in.
you know, and he would beat the game up.
Oh, wait, was this an 18 and up card room or 21 and
No,
up?
come on, there's no such thing in California.
They got 18 and up.
Oh, you're talking about the Indian reservations.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I cut my teeth at, was it Shumash?
Shumash? You know, it's funny. I think Alex Wilkinson and Bryce Yockey played a little Shumash back in the day as well.
Great, because I remember just adrenaline pumping on the 2.5-hour drive from my college up to.
Wow, that's a long haul there,
Yeah.
Jesse, to play, you know, 2-5 or whatever it was. Split 8s here for Nori. Yockey did come along here, 10-9 suited, obviously staring across the way at an 8 and now a 10 as well makes this hand quite unpleasant, and yet it is Yockey. Firing. Nori makes the call. Now he makes kings up. Will be going nowhere. Yockey all done with it. It was this event, by the way. We had Phil Huey on the feature table earlier. The year that he won it was the year in which one Josh Aryeh doled out one of the dirtiest beats I have ever been a part of. Perhaps the dirtiest, and one that I don't know that will be trumped at any point. It was in limit deuce to 7 triple draw, PPC final table. Yockey dealt Pat number 2, 7-6-4-3-2. And somehow Josh Aryeh went from drawing dead to drawing live to making number 1.
That really was the beat heard around the world.
It really was.
I remember people legitimately asking if you've seen the hand yet at the series.
Yeah, and it was funny because Shulman, I just went out there on a limb that I felt was quite safe and sturdy and said, Josh is drawing dead. Nick bothered to step in and go, well, hang on, Ali, there is a road.
Yep.
And I'm looking at him like, we don't really need to say that, do we? And
Yeah.
as we found out, we did.
It's like when your friend's like, well, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it turns out, technically happens. You know, I was actually just wondering a couple minutes ago, which beat is really the beat of our generation? Is it Bryce's hand, or is it the Drynan aces versus aces in the one drop?
You know what's wild? As soon as you stated that, that's exactly where my head went.
Yep.
And Kerry Katz was a part of that filth.
It's got to be one of the... I would love for chat to tell us what they think if
Sure.
you've seen both of those hands.
Chat, weigh in. Worst ever live televised beat, stream beat that you've ever seen? Well, not the worst, but not a very good board to be up against there for Wilkinson. His split 6s crumbling in the face of aggression. From Lindgren, 2-time bracelet winner, almost $11 million in career tournament earnings for him.
Here, I'll just take
2008 World Series of Poker Player of the Year. I remember being on a party poker cruise where Eric had won so many packages for people to play on that cruise.
The raise on the flop was good.
And he invited me. We're bunkmates in the cruise, and it's where I met so many people for the first time. David Benjamin, Josh, Scotty Wynn, Daniel. Daniel ended up heads up with Eric. This was a WPT in that one for the title.
Was that the limit hold'em stop?
It was,
of the
2004.
tour? Wow, I remember that one.
Partypoker.com, million.
That is great. Ooh, look at this. Split jacks versus buried aces. This could be quite a...
Lindgren won that one, by the way, against Daniel. Heads up as we do turn our attention to the matter at hand.
Oh, Ms. Rocky.
Wired King somehow split jacks are in third place here. Wilkinson and Nori are good friends and know each other quite well, by the way, so there's some context in that respect as well. 12 became 24, become 36. And now Alex has some real concerns. One of these two guys are supposed to have split jacks beat.
Yeah, it's becoming apparent that somebody at this table has split jacks beat, right? And
oh, now the 4-bet from Nori makes things even cozier. Perhaps for Alex to get away. And I think he will.
Because it's not just the 2 bets he would have to put in on this street. It's the fact that his opponents will probably juice up the pot with multiple bets on future streets. That was a really nice fold.
So heads up to 4th Street. Nori finds a queen. Mizrachi with the 10.
Mike has this look on his face like he already knows.
Yeah, it's interesting because here's the deal. We have kings, so we don't think kings are across the way.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the kings were good, queens feel like the bottom of what Nori would be behaving in this way, given that Wilkinson had put it, had shot things up with that jack.
Yeah.
And so if it isn't aces, it's queens. Either way, we're cooked. And now all of a sudden, Mizrachi not loving it at all.
I mean, he looks about as unhappy as anyone's ever looked putting in money with.
Oh my gosh! He's found the king for the roll down here.
Wow.
Nori doesn't find the second pair. I would imagine his foot's going to come off the throttle. But I'm imagining incorrectly. Oh boy.
This feels bad if you're Nori. The immediate raise into a gigantic pot where your opponent just can't be bluffing.
And yet, in comes the payoff. This you need a shower after this one. That's grimy.
That's such a frustrating hand.
What do you say? I mean, Mizrachi doesn't appear particularly sympathetic about the fact that he did it to aces there, just for the record. I mean, who can blame him? It's a hand of cards, and it's PokerGo's newest plan. It's here now. Become a PokerGo VIP, get yourself an annual subscription, and then get access to Run It Once training content with PokerU. Watch and learn like never before from pros like Jason Kuhn, Phil Galfond, and Jungleman Dan Cates. Join or upgrade today at PokerGo.com. Now, we ask questions. Jesse, I feel like we owe it to the chat to maybe get in here and kind of mine some answers. We talked about beats that qualified. Method Mantis coming in to talk about Chris Moneymaker sucking out higher boat to beat Ivey's full house en route to his victory in 2003.
Hey, brother, you might just,
that was easily the most history-changing bad beat of all time.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Could just be the worst bad beat as well. I'm not saying it isn't.
I mean, some subjectivity to things because it isn't simply the statistical aspect of the game, or the hand rather. But for example, aces versus aces was in the $1 million buy-in one drop.
Yeah,
Drinan made the.
That's why I would weight it just so heavily towards being the worst one.
A number of people, by the way, concur with you in the chat.
Also,
piece of history in the chat being one of them.
And a lot of people don't know the backstory. Drinan won a $25,000 satellite to be in the one drop. So the spin up could have been from 25K to whatever Coleman won that year, 15 million or something like that.
How about it, huh?
Check fold.
Check folds, right play there.
Facing the grinder, man.
What I should have done is I should have just turned over my aces and then you fold.
I'm not folding. Too big. I can't fold it too much.
No, right away. Right away.
Nori suggesting you should have simply exposed the aces to try to get Mizrachi to go away.
You were up 3-0.
Would have had to have happened early.
Having played with Mike Mizrachi a number of times, I got to tell you, even if he turned over his aces, I think Mike's staying in the pot. Mike's not one to shy away from a draw.
No. Transitioning once more.
Yeah, exactly.
Away from stud to 08. Nori with a pretty one. Ace deuce deuce 8 with spades, and how about that flop for him? Nut spades, nut low draw. Deuce is actually in front as Ivey just a nut low draw, no real shot at the high. Checking back on two separate occasions here, and this is really tidy out of Ivey, and it's exactly because when we don't have a shot at the high, we recognize the potential of being quartered. We're not looking to build a pot, and so a flat call in position with the ace deuce. He'll get quartered.
Yeah, that was a really nicely managed pot size by Phil Ivey.
Outside, 36 plus.
Probably a good example of why he's so good at these games.
Sure.
Also, we glazed over it, but there was a stud hand right before they changed over games where Phil found the steal with the 10 up, jack 3 in the hole. I found that one quite impressive.
No.
As far as Third Street steals go.
Out of position gets the extra. Yeah.
You know, people think that guys, the thing that separates guys like Phil Ivey is these crazy plays or these masterful hero calls, but it's just a lot of little things like that. Small edges every street of every hand.
Are you a Cowboys fan?
Adding up.
Good read. I shouldn't say it. I'm dead.
Oh, what's your football team? Miami?
Oh.
Yeah. That's a fun team. Yeah. I like your coach.
Yeah?
I like your coach.
Mizrachi's a Dolphins fan. It's hard to imagine fate letting a Dolphins fan win the Players' Championship 3 times.
Well, they're not going to win anything in the NFL, so you might as well.
They're giving him the pity dub.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
The pity dub.
That's fair.
Ace 5-6 for Cats. Obviously, you prefer for the ace to be suited, but instead it is the 6-5. Nevertheless, well worthy of the open. Note the meaningful nature of his stack back. That's represented by the 24, but he'll raise and take. Cats, by the way, a hell of a player, founder of PokerGo. 40.2 million in career live tournament
I didn't
earnings.
want to play the last hand. I'm
Jesse.
like, I need to register, get on time, just get my chips there.
Yeah, fun facts about Kerry Cats. He hasn't missed a no-limit high roller since 2002.
It just happens to be playing no limit.
Should have been faster.
He actually has them pause the tournament if he's not in that current country so he can fly out and play it.
If you're ever going to throw a little bit of, ego around.
Yeah, I mean.
Weight around, rather. I would love to do that.
When you run the TV rights, you're like, hey, pause the tournament for a day. I'll be out there.
Gas up the jet. I'll be there shortly.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure it was going to stick when we first christened him with his nickname, but I feel like a lot of people have kind of leaned into it. El Jefe, which of course is Spanish for the boss.
I mean,
it's just, it's funny. It's like,
it's
it
a
works.
great, yeah, it really is just a top tier nickname for him.
Well, not sure how top tier things are here, but Mizrachi, a 4-better pre-flop after Lindgren picked on him with ace 3-7 queen. Top pair for E-Dog. But he's up against the aces with another ace 3. This is bad for E-Dog. The diamonds do come in the front door as well. Mizrachi nut flush and now checks it. This is designed to induce, obviously, no bite out of Lindgren. And what Mizrachi is sort of trying to get Lindgren to bite on is the idea that he was condensed into the low part of, hand ranges and with no low draw on board, was potentially going to be able to be bluffed off of his hand.
And that was a really nice check by E-Dog.
Yep.
It looks like an easy check given the board, but because his opponent is so low card heavy in general, it's nice to just bet and protect your hand.
Sub 100K for Lindgren now. Inheriting short stack duties.
Oh, you did. Yes, yes. I remember.
Mizrachi, $1.5 million. He's on a big spin. It started with wired kings versus wired aces and stud high. And you saw the last capital infusion just now. He really is one of those guys, Jesse, throughout the years. You know, you said you played with him. I mean, unbelievable his ability to, within a matter of an orbit, you know, triple his stack. Not even in the big bet games.
Yep. They say you can't win a tournament on day one, but if anyone ever does that, it will be Mike Mizrachi. Nobody else has bagged more 20x starting stacks on day one of a field where the next biggest stack is 4x starting stack or something like that. He's a sick man.
Lindgren's turn with aces. 3-betting Mike, who opened with deuce 3-7 king double. His diamonds are smothered. Does have the better low draw in the event. It does show up without a pair. King, queen, jack, all E-Dog. And interestingly, Mizrachi choosing to lead out. Top pair, clubs, but more so he doesn't expect Lindgren to be involved with this part of kind of the deck. However, we know ace X is a part of Lindgren's hand, so if he has a 10 in there, we have ourselves problems as Mizrachi. And you see E-Dog content to simply flat. The clubs don't come in. Mizrachi made kings and threes on the turn. That's a part of why he continued to bet. And now, all of a sudden, Lindgren barrels. And Mike realizes that kings and threes ain't looking quite as pretty. Payoff.
Interesting to note that Lindgren slow played it all the way and then led river for his less than one bet.
No, that was position where Lindgren fired. Right?
Oh, it was checked to him on. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But the slow play all the way implies that he thinks Mizrachi can have some hands that he's bluffing with that are just drawing stone dead. Which most players, you know, would have some equity when they lead out.
We've all seen it.
So I think it kind of implies a little bit about Mizrachi's game in particular, that he thinks Mizrachi could just really just hero it off there with the stone zero equity.
Sure. I mean, he had the nut high, so he's always going to be betting.
Yeah. Oh, was E-Dog betting the whole time and I had that wrong?
No, E-Dog flat. But
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
On the river, the bet is quite obvious with the check in front of him. But you're right. He wants to allow Michael to continue to barrel away. Also, perhaps a little bit concerned about the board pairing or a club rolling off.
Yeah.
You know. You could tax that hand on the turn, potentially, as E-Dog with a raise, but also mindful of the fact that he was very, very short, and all of a sudden he spins it up to 200,000. Not a ton. Mizrachi getting active here. Ace, deuce, 8, 9, hearts. Very reasonable. Ivy flats, deuce, 3, 4, 6 with 3 diamonds. We don't like to block our own flush draws. Sometimes we're not given the choice. Pair of 6s and the deuce 3 low draw up against nut low draw. Believe Ivy led at it. Mizrachi raised it up. Ivy called. Not sure that that's accurate. It might have been a check call. Things are happening very quickly here. Board paired on the turn. I do know it went check, check. River failed to produce the low.
Mizrachi making a straight.
Yeah, with the 8-9. This was nut low and the open ender. So it does seem as though bet and then raise was how it came down. We are kind of keeping an eye on chat and the screen, so not always able to get it all going. Ivy does end up paying off, keeping Grinder honest.
Break out of that slow straight. They're all surprised you didn't get the trade. That one's the least surprising, though, that ace deuce.
That's another payoff, by the way, that implies These players think Grinder can get in there with some bluffs.
These players know Grinder can get in there with some bluffs, man. His VPIP, especially when he's like heating up, super off the charts.
Obviously.
WW, yeah.
All for not. Wasted it.
Oh boy. Raise. Do that.
Bryce with a very respectable hand on the button. And you're supposed to defend nearly any 2 cards out of the big blinds, I believe, but...
Any 4, you mean?
Any 4 cards, I should say. This one might be the exception to the rule. That was a pretty beat-up looking hand.
What was it, 4-8 Jack King Rainbow?
68 minutes, yeah. You still have some potential at the low and the high.
All right, last game.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, I'll see you on the stream. I'm bringing the cup here.
Ace, ace, 4, king for E-Dog.
Do that.
Short stacked. Takes us upstairs. Hasn't found any patrons yet, nor will he.
All right now, new game.
And in some games, when you have one of the stronger hands that you can be dealt pre-flop, it's frustrating to raise and take it. But in a game like 08, where equities run so close and it's so easy for your opponent to have a raggedy hand and still pick up at least half the pot, you're never too upset to take it down right there.
Good game. Talk yourself into it, Alex.
First time I lived in Las Vegas
Raz will love you.
was actually with
My belief.
Lindgren.
Phil's the only man sick enough to love this game.
He was living up in Northern California in the Sacramento area. He gives me a phone call. He says, I bought a house in Vegas. I'm moving. I need someone to drive my car.
Mike Raz.
And I'll drive the moving truck. Come on down.
Wow.
I was like, all right, sounds good. Drove my car up, parked it at his place, got behind the wheel of his Dodge Durango, and followed the moving truck. Now, I think we grossly underestimated the number of hours that were required to drive from the Sacramento area to Vegas in one shot. Something like 15, I think it was. I don't know. It was a lot. And at some point, we kind of tapped out.
The game tape review, and are as critical as we are of ourselves.
Decided that we would need to stay the night at, whatever the next hotel was off the side of the freeway. And then he realized he didn't have a padlock for the back of the moving truck. And so the declaration, I believe, by Eric was, we're going to have to power through. Needless to say, it was a drowsy affair as we've switched to Raz here. Cat's taken one down meaningfully.
I thought this story might end with something along the lines of, we didn't make it all the way, so we just moved somewhere else for a little while.
Jesse, there's a lot more to it. I omitted the small detail whereby Lindgren was actively playing heads-up Omaha 8 or better multi-table 300, 600 using an air card on his laptop whilst driving the moving truck. Now, I think at this many years removed from that sort of errant judgment, Eric will be okay with me sharing that story. Apologies to those who we ran off the road that particular evening. Hopefully, whatever those damages were, they buffed out. But, I mean, I kind of had to honk to get him back into the center of the lane on a few occasions. That was sort of my job.
It's good to have a friend like you behind him.
Also good to have ace deuce 3, Nori completing Ivy, the only patron. Critical 4th Street here. Pretty one for Ivy, and the prettiest of 4 streets for Nori. He's on the wheel draw right away. This could be one of those why Raz drives you crazy and gives you white hair spots, though. 7 draw versus the wheel draw. Pretty board development for Nori, but he has paired. So has Ivy. Nori doesn't know it though. 24K a man.
Is that a third 7? Wow, it is.
6th Street. Is it a third 3 as well? Yes. Both players with trips. No, Nori, as it stands, with a pair of 3s low, has the lead. Now, part of the problem is when we're staring at a couple of 3s across the way is we need a 3 to make a 7 low.
Yeah.
But we block a deuce, we block a 5. Unfortunately, we also block a 4 in terms of hands that would have paired Nori, who makes 9 perfect and escapes what could have been an infuriating spot. Checking it over to Ivy, though, and with a king low, was Phil going to turn it into a bluff? He might think Nori's double paired, but no. He resists any temptation to try to bluff it.
There was a funny little moment there on 7th Street where Phil looked like he was about to reach for chips, took a quick glance at his opponent, and then quickly checked. And because it's Phil Ivey, I always wonder if he picked something up rather than he just, you know, had second thoughts and decided to check. It's that aura of Ivy that makes you wonder if there's more going on there than there would be with any other player.
I mean, even if I knew that's what it took, I think it was 83 or 84 were in Yeah. Tell everybody about your prop bet on the over-under for this.
Is it who it is?
Who registered?
Yeah.
Probably.
I'm just curious.
Me and prop bets, outside of me betting against Alex, do not get along.
Huh?
Oh. He was saying prop bet for how many were in this tournament and how bad I torched it.
Yeah, you got to know your customer.
Queen.
Complete.
Nori completing the 8 into at least 1 ace and a 5. That was a bit of a wide open. That was really nice to pick up the pot there.
Nori also fairly regular fixture in higher stakes cash mix games about Vegas. 1.6 million in career tournament earnings for the 35-year-old who went to Cal State Northridge.
Wasn't even the right universe.
Likes to golf, likes to make prop bets.
Cal, Dustin Dirksen, Kane Callis, Matt Glantz, and Phil Hellmuth.
Won a bracelet 2021 in the $1,500 monster
the
stack.
late regs.
Yeah, the max late reg?
Yeah. Kane, Matt Glantz, Hellmuth, Cal, who did I say? Dustin Dirksen.
Yeah, those were all people on my list of who would register day 2, and I still wasn't even anywhere close.
Yeah. I can't believe they got so few people this year, honestly. It's a big draw from last year.
Right.
Is registration officially closed, by the way, Ollie?
Sounds that way.
What a fucking
They saw Grindr had 91 chips. They're like, well, why play for a second?
Yeah. They're like, I'll jump in there on dinner break if Grindr has under 1 million. And then
Right.
they didn't come in.
Over 100.
Pretty one for Lindgren here. Nori keeping an eye on what could have been a steal, but it's all over on 4th. And Eric giving the boys a look to say, hey,
I wanted to catch that, but I wanted you
it was
to,
the real deal.
you know, catch a 10 so you could make a 9 later. Win.
Yeah.
Mr. Raz.
Well, Jesse, we're now in Vegas.
Stay a full Nori.
Moving truck in the driveway. The only items that were removed from this truck were a coffee table, a big screen television, 2 couches, and 2 desktop computers.
I guess because they're filming this way?
And Eric and I lived that way for a number of weeks.
They even have the markers.
Every morning, there was a trip to Quiznos. And multiple sandwiches were purchased, and that constituted the bulk of the day's sustenance, as it was all about online poker and sports bets.
Price is like, yeah, I'll play.
Quick trips to the pool to cool off. Prop bets on the basketball court. Rinse, repeat. for days on end. I was bachelor living.
Sounds like a fantastic life. For the record, was there other stuff in the truck that you just left there?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Pretty much everything.
So this unpadlocked truck that he was so worried about, you just left half the stuff in there.
We left it in the drive. Gated community, you know, but I feel safer about it in front of the house than I would at whatever the extended stay America in Fresno, wherever the hell we were.
Never thought I'd be a limit player, but honestly, I'm starting to like the limit games more.
Just now? Yeah, you can't lose your whole stack.
No, it's like, I don't know.
Never mind, I get it.
Every limit pot's so huge. Big bet pots, it's like raise, bet,
Never mind.
fold.
Come on up. Just bring it up.
No.
Understood, man. Have you been doing that to you for 20 years, Phil?
Bothering him?
Yeah.
Well,
Price he has to pay. Win money.
Ivy to bring in with the king. Mizrachi unclear what he's got in the hole. Completes Nori. 5 up, 7-8. Buried. Makes the call. Pretty 4th street for both players. Ooh, unfortunately, we don't know what Mizrachi's got.
I mean, that could be the title of his autobiography, to be honest. We don't know what he's got.
That would be a very apropos one, by the way. Nori on the 8 draw, looking across the way at the paired board. Does fire, and Mizrachi will concede. So we know it wasn't a 7 draw or an 87 draw. And we also know that the broadcast just got a whole lot better. Why is that, Jesse?
So our man Chris Vitch is in the house.
That he is. Welcome,
hey guys.
Mr. Vitch.
Am I live?
Not only are you live, you're well. As I understand, you took down a bracelet earlier this summer, and you brought forward not only all of your mixed game talents, but your commentary ones as well to grace us.
Yeah, is there like a run good of the commentary booth?
You listen, maybe you're inverting it. Maybe you kind of went out of sequence there a little bit, I feel like. But you did do some commentary, then won, now you're back?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're coming full circle.
We had a year where it felt like everyone who was in the booth won a bracelet, except for myself. But it was a really good year for the booth, right? And we haven't had years like that for a while. Maybe you could turn this one around.
I'm hoping, although today I was in this tournament that you guys are now watching, so I'm not so thrilled about how it went.
I don't feel as good about that part of it.
Nori feeling good about the 7 low draw, 4 in the window, or the door rather. Ivy folded 3 to an 8,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken there. Yeah. Obviously, it's that 7 that we really don't enjoy.
It looks like there were a couple low cards behind him too. It's a little sometimes hard the way we're viewing it to see the cards behind him in the moment.
One of those cards behind him was that deuce of spades in front of Mizrachi, which was a 76 low draw. Ugly 4th street for him, but he's not going to give up. Sometimes we do need to range our opponent more toward the credible side of the spectrum, do we not, Vitch, when they open early position with multiple other low cards behind?
Yeah, absolutely. Guessing Mike just feels like here that sometimes Nori pairs the 3 and the pot was big enough to take one off and see what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately with the queen on 5th, Mizrachi's participation all done. A lot of congratulations coming forward, by the way, Chris, from the YouTube chat, from the likes of RMX Indiana, Gary Mugen.
Oh, thanks, chat.
D. Lee.
Yeah, I won the 1K PLO, which is like my 9th best game, so that was pretty exciting.
Leonard Julius saying, dude, his commentary on mixed games is just awesome. Also awesome is the good folks over at Octopi Poker, who want to send you to play in the 2024 Poker Masters. I'm talking about Chewy, Shulman, Victoria Lifshitz and company, for a chance to play alongside some of those greats and others in the game, and do so for free live at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. Head over to PokerGo.com/winmasters. Enter for free. Winner will be drawn on August 1st.
Either have it or they don't.
So I'm a little out of the loop. Is Grinder just doing Grinder things and mashing everybody?
There was a little stretch where all of a sudden, you know, he spurted in 08 and stud. Wired kings against Nori's wired aces. Found a king on the river in stud high.
Ooh.
Against the aces, and it was a 4-bet pot on 3rd Street. Alex Wilkinson got away from split jacks.
Stud high probably plays the biggest in the entire mix, I think.
Really, that's interesting because Jesse and I were surmising that PLO would have been the one, and yet we saw a lot of limping, a lot of passive play because, you know, people don't really want to turn it into...
Right. And as the stacks get shallower, people play PLO pretty cautiously, but like in the limit games, you're just stuck in there, you know?
Yeah.
So as the tournament goes on, the limit games end up playing bigger. PLO probably played the biggest on day 1.
Right.
People were firing deep.
Yes.
Although it looks like we have a little action here.
Playing PLO at present. Yaki, king, queen, queen 10. It is Wilkinson who opened at 21. Cat's in there, double suited king, jack, 9, 5. Not sure what Alex has. Cards have not been scanned. Feels like an ace could be a part of the equation just based on card removal.
Carry's really shallow here, so if he connects with the flop in any way, I'm pretty confident he's going to want to go with it.
There is the ace as suspected, ace king 10-3 to be exact. Plenty of interference, and hence the 6-5 deuce board. Modest connection for Cats.
Probably enough, I would say, with 2 backdoor flush draws. Not really a board where you're too worried that someone's going to have like a 3-4.
Adapting a little bit.
But conversely, I think players not necessarily expecting Cats to be too involved with this part of the deck as a caller versus the pre-flop open, an overcaller at that, Vitch. And so these overpairs like queens could stay interested.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying that, like, Carry has enough to go with here.
No, just chooses to check. And now he finds 2 pair on the turn. Jackson 5s.
And the only flush draw, so he's in great shape all of a sudden.
Are you guys in the same last time?
Yeah. It was funny, as soon as you said he needs any piece to go with it, and we saw that texture, I was like, this might be the one.
Could be enough for me.
Of piece. Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't move back.
I would assume that Bryce might want to protect his hand a little bit here, but actually he surprises me and just checks twice.
And Yaki having the king, queen, queen 10 is a good example of why going with it on the flop is so powerful. Like, that hand just hits the muck.
You got folding equity.
Yeah, good point, Jesse.
It's in good shape against you.
As usual. Yeah, I think I'll call. Top 2 and a flush draw. Yeah, that's a pretty good.
All right. In it goes. Cats' last stand potentially. Yaki with the overpair, looking to counterfeit with a 6 or a deuce. A queen would do the trick as well. That is all El Jefe needs to fade.
This is kind of the dream scenario in PLO, especially when you're short stacked. You don't often have 82% in PLO.
Oh yeah, Jack's so good.
For sure. Bryce was pretty happy to get this in, but when he saw what he was against, he was very...
There it is.
Wait, Carey thinks he lost, but he definitely won.
He's so used to... That's PTSD on display there, because Cats has been rivered in televised spots so often. He's just ready to get on his feet.
He's ready to be out the door, yeah.
I'll take another card, for sure. You're one more.
By the way, Christy and Russell also joining in from the YouTube chat to pay respects and congrats to you, Vitch, on that win in the 1K earlier. And Sixth Wilbury just wrote Death Donkey. And for those that don't know, that is...
Weird how that works.
Yeah, it's very suspicious.
Your old online handle.
Correct, and I did have my little stuffed donkey with me at the final table, which provided some good fortune as well.
It's amazing Caesars would risk their license.
Everybody told me how well paid they are.
Now, I actually first met Chris without meeting Chris by tussling low stakes heads up back in the full tilt days with Vitch. I was laid out in my bed with my laptop sideways, decided, let's just go to bed playing a little like 5-10 limit, hold him head up.
Nice.
Unbeknownst to me, Chris, who was doing training courses and whatnot, back then was actually building a stream or a video of some sort. And we tussled for a few hours or whatever. I ran out in front, and I was just really being a maniac. And somebody brought to my attention that Vitch had made a video out of this match, and I was like, "Who are we talking about?
Oh,
what?
wow,
Who?
yeah.
How? Where?" And you know, some flattering remarks up front over the fact that I was really, you know, kind of balanced and crazy, but thinking, and then eventually we got real tired and sailed it off to Chris. So I made my contributions to this 50K buy-in here today way early.
You love telling this story, but my favorite part of the story is that I was making a series of heads-up videos and you were my Maniac opponent.
Yeah, I love that. It's my favorite. Thinking Maniac, Chris.
This is reminding me of the good old days in college when I'd play 5-10 no limit, lose a couple stacks, go on tilt, challenge someone to 25-50 heads up, and then find out the next day that they were the lead trainer of some website.
This is a pretty spicy board here. Nori check top 2 and a wheel gut shot. Eric Lindgren has a very dominated hand that might get a little stubborn here, yeah.
Does call the 10K. 4s, Broadway gutter, second nut flush draw. Top 2, wheel gutter for Nori. Yaki, nut flush draw, and the Broadway gutter, which comes right on in the form of this king. That's a card that neither Lindgren nor Nori really wanted to see, if we're being honest. Eric with kings and 4s, but no
Bryce has so much of a hand he could consider checking, I think.
Yeah, nuts with the nut redraw. Only a board pair would be problematic for him.
Back 30,000.
Instead, he does fire.
And that might be the end of it. Both of his opponents are in a pretty crummy spot now.
Eric having 2 pair might suck him into the pot. The
Yeah.
fact that he has some boat outs as well as flush outs in his mind.
If I were in Eric's spot, I'd be a little bit worried about not closing the action, though.
Yeah, that's a great point. Eric had a somewhat interesting hand to turn into a bluff if he didn't have a player behind him.
Nori, excellent discipline there.
Yeah.
The ace-jack not drawing dead, mind
Whoa.
you. King on the river, and Lindgren finds kings full, but you see very real concerns for him. This could be another queen 10 across the way. Yaki could think that a barrel here would bully that hand off.
I think Bryce just checks for sure.
Yeah, the check back. Do we not expect most boats to come out firing there?
Well, like you said, he's a little bit worried about ace-king or ace-full, so not necessarily. Bryce probably also just feels that he can't get called by worse.
Yeah, that's the real key.
I would have bought a lot of his action. Huh? Oh, he played this?
Go deck is all right.
Because I saw him over here. I was thinking he won.
Well, meaningful pickups here for Lindgren, who was down to sub 100K not that long ago.
For others, yeah. No, I've been whining too. I'm not gonna lie. Not when I'm in this mindset.
But that's a good example, Ali, of like even though that was a a PLO pot that went to the river, it still ends up being much smaller than the typical limit pot.
Right. Extra street of betting, 3 of them big bet in nature in the stud games in particular. Can really yield massive pots, especially as stacks thin out, blinds go up, annies are in there. It matters. And you've been playing mix for a very long time, both cash and tournament, Mitch, and I suspect that every single one of the guys that are at this featured table you have played with. Do you have any stories, tales from the felt from over the years that come to your mind when you see these faces on the scattered about doing their thing?
It's kind of an interesting lineup because I have not played that much with most of these players at the table in some ways. I mean,
I'm very surprised to hear you say that.
I'm rarely going to run into Ivy in any of my cash games, so it's just been the rare tournament table. Carrie's more in the big bet world. Grinder I only see in the summers. I've probably played a decent bit of tournaments with Grinder. I mean, I kind of, he plays all the mix events. I'm close with Yaki. I mean, Bryce is my boy, so he's probably the one I played the most with and talked the most poker with.
Yeah.
Alex doesn't play that much. Wilkinson doesn't play that many tournaments.
No, this summer actually, he's a good friend of mine. He's kind of dedicated himself. Typically, he grinds the cash games very hard during the summer, but he just really decided, I don't want to deal with that, the schedules, the overnights, the nuts, just let me try my hand.
And I haven't seen Lindgren in a few years, so
yeah,
it's kind of a lineup of people I played less with than most.
King 3 deuce board here. Wilkinson fills up on the turn after flopping kings up. Cats had the flush draw. No interest in depositing chips into the pot and fails to make anything. Naked 10 high on the river here, Alex.
Yeah, good discipline from Carey with his flush draw to not, take a stab at it here.
I wonder if Kerry fires river if Wilkinson checks. It's got to be close to one of the worst possible hands he has on the river.
I think that makes sense, Jesse, but I was going to guess that Alex would never check this river having like no ace, no four, or anything like that in his hand. So it wasn't really going to matter.
Bit of a moot point.
Yeah.
Also, I just don't know if Kerry actually fires because he knows he's not repping much when he checks back the turn.
I guess sometimes PLO pots play like that where it just like checks down to the river and then someone sort of says, okay, I'm going to make a thin value bet or a fake thin value bet. And, you know, that doesn't have to be the nuts anymore.
What is it? Six. Okay.
You were just a button.
Was Eric the button or was I?
I was just the big one. You're right.
I was small blind. Yeah.
Damian Placencia in the chat says, Chris, thank you for introducing me to mixed games. And I would say you've certainly been somewhat of an ambassador in that respect. And it's a very fraternal group of people that I think regularly play both cash and tournament mix. In fact, during our break, I walked out. There's a $2,500 OE event that's going on. And I knew a handful of people at almost every single table just from playing throughout the years. And I don't play tournaments, but a lot of them play cash as well. And
yeah,
it's a brethren of sorts.
It's its own community. We see the same people, year after year, and I
some new
empathize
faces.
with people trying to learn mixed games because I was that guy too. I started out playing just limit hold'em, and
many of us did.
Learning I think just some dribble draw was probably my first mixed game, but there's not a ton of info out there, so you're kind of feeling your way in the dark and hoping to pick up the nuances of the game slowly over time.
Ready for 15,000?
Grinder's got aces, and whenever Grinder has a legit hand, it's a little bit, concerning because nobody really ever believes him.
Yeah, hence pot from Lindgren as they share aces.
Yeah. And
clubs versus hearts, basically. Lindgren has eights as well.
Wow, and Bryce has a tempting hand. I
couldn't see it.
So the funny thing about this situation is if Bryce could see their cards, he would go all in, right? Like if he knows he's against aces and aces.
Wait, hold on.
I think Ms. Rocky already potted or made some sort of act. Yeah, I think he already potted before it got to before Bryce had acted.
I mean, it's aces versus aces.
Yeah, Bryce would love to have his hand back now.
So you actually had the hypothetical where Bryce knew they were getting it in, or at least Ms. Rocky.
Well, here's the thing. If you could definitively say they both have aces, then your hand performs infinitely better.
Certainly.
To be honest with you, if Grinder had like 400K, I'm pretty sure Bryce would have considered it harder. But like he just doesn't want to play a 1.8 million chip pot with knowing he's against aces. Like when there's just so many other situations that are going to come up.
This doesn't feel like a shot.
I had 3 hearts.
Yeah.
Oh!
Look at that.
Queen 7 deuce, all clubs.
I didn't even see him. Fun sweat for you.
Yeah, fair.
Thanks, Gary.
Queens up from his Rocky. Nut flush for Lindgren, who's covered. Turn is safe.
By the way, Bryce would have flopped a flush here as well.
Yeah, and a queen, right?
Grinder squeezed the last one?
Yeah.
He would be drawing dead on this turn, which is Rocky.
He's like,
oh no!
Wow.
Grinder can do it, man.
He really can.
Grinder is something about the Grinder in this 50K PPC is just spooky.
He's unstoppable.
He just keeps showing up and dominating it year after year.
Oh my fucking god.
Unreal.
I've also been told that there have been years where he won the tournament where he got no more than 3 hours of sleep every single night. Like he would just go out and play cash games or party, come back in the morning, destroy souls, and then just rinse and repeat for 5 days straight.
that could have been a real nice.
I've never seen him look tired. He always looks like fresh and excited to me.
Yeah, I'd look fresh too if every time I was up against other aces that made the nut flush, I found the full house. I mean, like you said, Bitch, there are some people that have spooky, sort of supernatural run good.
Everyone just has to find their tournament, and it's just fortuitous for Mike that his tournament is the 50K PPC. I mean, that's just good fortune.
Adam Friedman, Adam Friedman, dealer's choice, back-to-back wins in that one, a few years removed now, but scary how he was able to pull that off. And Grinder, 3-time winner. As somebody who isn't cut from the GTO cloth, boys, he's out there, street poker, you know, solvers aren't loaded up on his phone.
You don't think?
You know,
so now that he's
that's
gone,
not his jam.
No, I was hoping he'd sweat me right here.
He told me on Grinder, he told me on break he's never beat you in a pot in like 25 years. I hope to find out.
Story checks out.
Not his imagination, maybe.
Yeah, if you're not going to win that one, you're just never going to beat him in a hand. He flopped the nuts.
Who's Grinder's next victim right here?
I mean, Eric took it very well considering he's never beat him in a pot.
Somebody. Is your brother still in or no? He busted the first 5, right?
I guess he probably knew the boat was coming.
He always believes, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we got a little blind versus blind confrontation here. These hands are not all that similar to each other, although their equities are kind of close.
They're both on the final. They're both on the final table. We got 5th.
And it doesn't seem like there's going to be much going on here.
I had a bust. It was on TV.
Ivy has a lot, and Bryce has nothing.
It was like 6 bigs to call.
Bet 40,000.
King Jack
You couldn't
4,
give that one up?
top 2. Yaki check folds.
Feels as though Ivy's been downtrending so far at this table. A little bit.
Well, we're well removed from this question from one Tommy Giuliano in the YouTube chat, who asks, what do we think was the bigger accomplishment? Brian Rast and Michael Mizrachi winning the PPC 3 times, or Daniel Jungleman Cates coming back from half a big blind river barrel to win it and then go back to back. Or I think that was his second one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Jungle won 2 years in a row.
Yeah. But
I mean,
what's more impressive to you, Chris?
They're all pretty insane. I mean, back-to-back is particularly impressive just because the odds that you're just able to just recreate that magic like 2 years in a row. I mean, yeah, Grinder's won it. Is he won it 4 times or 3?
No, 3.
3? Okay.
I mean, unless you know something we don't know about what's to come.
I mean, it's a lot. He's won it a lot of times. But, you know, they've been spread out over several years. So, I mean, it's still insanely impressive, though.
How's the new digs? How are the new digs?
This is interesting, Kerry just peeling pre-flop.
Scared about what we could say on.
Did he really just flat with these aces?
Yeah,
shallow of a stack?
7-5.
And he's going to regret it because this flop is really nice for him.
Yeah. This is
he
a little
makes the
bit
nuts on the turn.
Wow, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. He all of a sudden will get some action here now.
Yeah, Mizrachi finds a third snowman. 39K in the middle.
So this kind of shows like Kerry's no limit hold'em nature to play his hand in this way because, you know, this is a thing when you're super shallow with aces and no limit hold'em, but it's not much of a thing in PLO.
Oh boy.
So bet, pot, call, all of a sudden 431 in the middle. Boys, I don't know how to tell you this. I have very real concerns about the board pairing on the end for 2 reasons. Mizrachi is a bit of a spook in the 50K, and Kerry runs awful in these sorts of situations.
I'm
Is
sure
this going to be another one?
I'm sure Kerry will take it with no commentary at all. I think he's safe. All right.
Look, Kerry can hardly believe his eyes. He's like, the heart got there and Grinder didn't make it?
I mean, Kerry might win this tournament if he can win that one.
Grinder bucks are hard to come by in the PPC, gentlemen.
Well, he's paying with E-Dog's money, though, so that's fine.
Well, I kind of knew you had aces. You wanted to re-raise.
Yeah, it's a good read.
I know.
I didn't want to raise it.
Yeah, you had aces. Right. And you got an ace in your hand. I still had aces.
Never be too safe.
Well, if you like what you're seeing, you know what to do. Mouse over, click the thumbs up. Let's see if we can get ourselves up to 2,000 likes here on today's Day 2 50K Poker Players Championship coverage, brought to you by PokerGo on YouTube. Give us a subscribe while we're at it. Make sure that you don't miss all of what's on offer each and every summer. Your cup runneth over. Ali Nejad alongside Jesse Sylvia and Chris Fitch in the booth. Really a tremendous featured table here, giving us plenty to chew on.
Kind of a mix of all sorts of different types of players, from cash game players, tournament players, no limit hold'em players.
New school, old school.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
A Hadron Collider.
Yaki and Ivy both won bracelets already this summer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Yaki won the...
He won the first PLO, the 5K PLO.
Yeah, early event.
Uh-huh.
Slept on that one.
Two players.
Mike flops top set and an open ender. I wouldn't mind seeing him lead here, and he's going to do it.
Bet 13.
All right, we could put one on the Vitch board for Mike.
This one's too big.
Put one on the Vitch board?
Yeah, you know, Vitch asked him to do it, and he
guessing his action. I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was nice.
So I'm sure the chat. I'm sure the chat's not going to be as excited about the next game as I am, but we are going to pretty soon move on to Limit Hold'em here, which is a game I actually know how to play. So I'll be pretty excited about that.
Let's not be gratuitously modest, Vitch. You know how to play them all.
Yeah, the shtick of I don't know how to play PLO may have ended a little bit by winning that tournament.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there have probably been a few, not you, but there have probably been a few people who've won a PLO tournament that don't know how to play PLO.
It's true. Winning a tournament in some ways is not indicative that you know how to play the game.
Yeah.
It's just indicative that you know how to run really hot at the game.
Well, if I were to play a game that I wasn't very good at and give myself the best chances of winning, I'd probably enter a PLO tournament.
Seems reasonable, yeah. Hey, and we are playing Limit Hold'em. Alex with a slightly loose open with Queen 10 up front.
You know, sometimes you kind of take the temperature of any given table that you're navigating with respect to maybe where you're seated and the parties to your left. You don't open this sort of hand. Sometimes you do. It's a fluid environment out there.
Wow. Yeah, Nori with a tight fold in the big blind.
Yeah, ace-10 suited already.
It's looking
with
like
a third of the price invested. Absolutely. Given a 10 is busy, and no ace showed up. So he'll be happy he's not caught in this crossfire. Mizraki under pair to the king, but over pair to the rest of the board texture, and Wilkinson with really not enough to fight forward.
That was an incredibly tight fold out of the big blind. I wouldn't have imagined him folding any suited aces, given the price. And given who 3-bet
For
in
sure.
particular, yeah.
That's why I say when Grinder picks up big hands, you know, he kind of expects to get paid off because he has that loose aggressive image. I know what you're saying, Ali, about him taking the temperature of the table and everything, but Queen 10 off up front, the problem is that, like, I mean, these limits are big. He's got 10 bets in his stack, and that's just the sort of hand that loses you big pots. So, I don't know. I think I was a little loose.
Fair point. Maybe it's because I'm buddies with Alex and I kind of want to soften the blow of admonishment.
Maybe it's because you're a thinking maniac and you like Queen 10 offsuit.
I'm a thinking maniac. Listen, heads up, I'll play the Queen 10, Chris.
Wow,
Let's
thinking
get in
maniac. I like that.
We gotta be somewhat nice.
Maybe I've completely manufactured that modifier, and Chris never called me that and just called me a maniac the whole time. But I had to hedge it.
No, Chris. I remember it was thinking maniac.
No, I remember you said that, Chris. He's like, I don't.
Nori has decided not to fold 2 tight folds in a row and 3-bet these 7s here against a cutoff open from Ivy.
Was in front of King Queen until that flop. King 6-4 versus top pair. Nori betting lead, out of position, fires.
7s is going to lose some chips here. This is a tough board to get away from 7s on.
Yeah, especially
even when
on
you
like
think
an
you're
8
beat,
turn.
you pick up a lot of straight draws. That card might help him a little bit. He could consider a check here. And Ivy has a slightly interesting decision whether to raise or just call, but considering he slow played the flop, I think it's good enough to raise. Oh, I'm wrong.
I would have expected a raise there every time.
Especially when the flush draw picks up. You know, there's a lot of draws that you can pick up on the turn. And as played Norish, I think I would want to maybe no club in my hand. It'd be close whether I want to value bet this river.
Yeah, he decides to check. Ivy, very cozy river barrel. And now
it's kind of an easy payoff, I guess.
Yeah, but the problem in general check calling is you allow Ivy to maybe check back like ace-4 or something.
For sure.
Like that, and you would have maybe been paid off by that. Now he's just going to bet nearly perfectly against you.
I tend to agree with you.
There are some
you just get into this weird
10s.
out-of-position spot where you don't want to just make your checking range like completely capped to like ace-high only. But Ivy played his hand kind of a little bit passively there.
I mean, I think it's important on balance to make sure you allow opponents to sail off with some frequency with hands that have limited to no equity against us in a spot such as that. And remember, the ace-king looms as well.
Now Ivy might choose with his step. Oh, he was thinking about stepping out of line a little bit with 9-7 and 9-7 suited.
I think is he working a fruit plate back there or something? I think that might have something to do with it. All
right. Carry it with easy open.
Ace 3 suited. Solver bait in the no limit streets, but limit things are a little bit different, are they not, Chris?
I mean, it's still a pretty good hand. I think Mike's showing a lot of wherewithal respecting Carries open, and I'm going to be pretty happy about it because There's a big hand looming in the small blind here.
Yeah. Tough to find better kit than this to take on King 10 suited with is Wilkinson's Red Cowboys.
Although an ace is the hand you'd like to have if you happen to run into king, so.
Carry, throw 1,000 out there, will you?
Yeah, fair.
Carry, throw in
15
1K.
Yeah.
And give 15 back, yeah.
Cats forced into plunking in another 12,000. No, by the way, he spun it up.
Yeah, I mean, these limit pots, like I said, I mean, it's already 84K, and they're the, you know, any pot with action is going to play huge, so swings will be real during these limit rounds.
Open ender.
Carey's going to get himself in some trouble here. I mean, he also could just get there. He picked up a lot of equity.
We know that one ace is in the bin. I didn't track the nines. Pot grows to 108,000 after the C bet and flat. Now a pair for Cats.
It's a bit of a scary board, but kings is just such a nice hand to have here. You really block all the hands that you're worried about, and you can easily get called by ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, and you know, if you have equity even when you're behind. And Carey had a hand that was like interesting to maybe consider semi-bluffing at some point, but now that he's picked up a pair, he can easily just call. He can't love his hand though here, obviously. He really only beats like nines.
Yeah, really feeling like he needs to get there, which he doesn't, as the overpair and open ender will reach for chips and barrel once more into 156, and Cats knows better than to pay off with 2 10s in that spot.
I guess he also beats hands like ace 5 of clubs, things like that, things like this. Those would be Alex's bluffs. All that said, Carey gets away relatively cheap.
Some 1Ks from it.
I think that's the first pot we've seen Wilkinson drag since we brought up the new table.
Did he come in with a much bigger stack?
No, he hasn't played too many pots, but it's just been a very quiet table for him so far.
Gotcha.
Raise.
Mizrachi, Jack 10. Well, if Queen 10 off was a bit too liberal, I would imagine there's some...
Yeah, I mean, you can, you know, the discrepancy in their chip stacks makes things a little bit easier for him to open light, but...
And, I mean, you know, if we ran a 23andMe on those two boys, we're not going to come back with the same DNA. That's for sure.
There are a number of Mizrachi brothers. Are you sure that he's not one of them?
Yeah, maybe there's a fifth, unbeknownst. Maybe Jeremy Becker is the fifth Mizrachi brother, and we just don't know it.
I could definitely see that, having witnessed a few hands from both players.
Now the Jack 10's made its way over to Alex.
Do we know what's going on with that Becker Tice bet, by the way? I haven't tracked it at all in terms of, like, do they have...
I think Becker's up a good bit, but nobody's had any big scores yet, so it's still, you know, maybe 30, 40K, as last I saw on Twitter.
King 7, and we'll unpack that bet that we mentioned for those who aren't privy to what it is. It's been one that I think captured the attention of a good deal of the poker community coming into the summer.
Look at Carey here. He's using his interaction with the 7 to try to think about how he can win this pot.
A little bit more of a no-limit sort of.
And if you're Alex with Jack 10 off here, you can't really love anything. I mean, you have no pair, no draw. He is going to find a barrel though.
This barrel's kind of nice because there's a number of queen high, ace high floats that are in a lot of trouble when he bets twice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jack high did happen to be good. That second barrel wasn't as easy as Alex made it look, and yet it was fruitful.
And then, of course, you just have the 8-6 float that is possible. Usually you think that hand check raises, but I mean, it's not unreasonable to think that people occasionally float something like that.
Boys, every time I come through with that second barrel, the check raise comes in. Also what comes in, a number of different sizes and colors, is all of the swag that we've got waiting for you at the PokerGO shop. If you haven't paid us a visit already, do so. Grab yourself a hoodie, a shirt, a hat, and more from your favorite poker shows, such as High Stakes Poker, No Gamble, No Future. Even a little bit of Night Shift merch, as I understand. Draw closer and closer to the main event, and an opportunity, although never a guaranteed one, for me to pair up with Nick Schulman.
Is that our next future table?
I'm not sure that
I saw Isildur.
it was, but Victor Blom, a candidate, always, to get the producers interested.
Bryce
Wilkinson,
with a very tempting hand here, the 9-8 suited.
King 10 offsuit, and resist the temptation.
A good example of the difference between limit hold'em and no limit hold'em. It's still tempting in limit, but certainly it's a much more powerful hand in no limit because of the potential to win a big pot when you make a nutty kind of a hand.
Sure.
Whereas in limit hold'em, it's 9 high, and oftentimes 9 high ends up being either 9 high or a medium pair, which is neither of those is a great thing.
Yeah, I always used to like to think of it as, in tournaments, the shorter stacked you get, the more you prioritize high cards. And limit hold'em plays similar to short stacks in tournaments, where you can't put in that many bets, so you better make top pair when you hit your hands.
That makes tons of sense. There is a little bit of a thing of board coverage in limit hold'em, though, and those suited zero gappers somewhat help us to find some good hands on boards where it doesn't look like we can have much.
Sure.
Carry, let's go the 10-8 off on the button. Looks pretty reasonable.
Oh, Mr. Aryeh is taking a seat.
Oh,
looks
cool.
like.
Have not seen much of Josh yet this summer.
Oh, because it's a 50
Did he win a bracelet?
Dude, I was
This year? No.
Or did I imagine that? Okay.
You imagined that. Yeah.
That was last year, was it not?
Last year he won the 10K limit hold'em.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just watched that recently.
Actually, he
that's
won
why.
2 last year, maybe.
Wow.
I think he might have won 2 things last year.
He is, I mean, not quietly, but semi-quietly won like 6 or 7 bracelets.
Oh yeah, he has not been quiet about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not quiet about it, but like they add up without
They do.
really.
Just taking a peek at his profile on WSOP.com. It is indeed 6 bracelets for Josh Aryeh. 25K high roller horse. Last year, 10K limit hold'em, so it was 2 bracelets. 2021.
What did he win last year? He won the 10K limit hold'em.
10K limit hold'em and the 25K horse.
25K horse. Oh my God,
That's
what a
sick.
series.
Saddle up, huh?
I can't wait till I get my 6th bracelet.
By the way, guys,
Do you know what your tournament is? That's most important. The main?
Yeah, I'll get it in the main.
He
just
won-
wins 6 main events.
He won 2 PLO 8 bracelets in 2021.
Yeah, he's been on a tear. All right, we're playing triple draw, everyone.
Yaki, 8-7-5-3.
Limit triple draw.
This is one of my favorite games.
So this is a bit of an underrated hand.
14 balls.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
We're
no
playing
limit
no
single
limit
draw.
single draw. Okay, this is still an underrated hand. It's just a good hand. No limit single draw. My favorite game in the mix, probably.
Really? Interesting. I'm a bit surprised as a former limit player to hear you say that. Nori with a prettier 8-low draw if he were to break, which
So
10-8 should not need to.
Right, so he's 3-bet, so he's signaling that he's going to play this as a pat.
Like 250.
It's 6K big blind, and he started the hand with like 280. So that's like, what, 50 blinds? He had 2 choices in this hand. Nori could have flatted and decided to just break it off and go for the premium draw, as you kind of alluded to with that 8-4-3 deuce. He's going with a more conventional option, I think, of just play it as a pat hand unless he gets 4-bet. And Bryce has an easy continue.
It's a really nice hand where if your opponent does 4-bet, you can break and be pretty happy about it, right?
Yeah, except for with his stack, I think the 4-bet size is just going to be all in, so that's a bit of a problem for the hand.
Are you just priced out for drawing one in that instance, or?
I think so. I think he would have to fold. And now he's going to face a big bet. So Bryce has made an 8 and has seen a pair blocker. He unblocks 9s and 10s. I would think that he's going to bet somewhere between 100 and more than 100K here. I could see any size between 100 and like 170, which is effectively all in for Nori. This is the problem with Nori's line. It's not that it's a problem per se, but oh, he goes with the small size. No, he did not go with the small size. 160 is what, 1.5 times pot?
Yeah, 1.3.
Yeah, 1.3. Yeah, so makes sense with this hand.
These are always strange situations in no limit deuce, Chris, because the polarity of being led into, or not led into, but bet into after we take that passive 3-bet and check sort of line leaves us questioning if we're being bluffed or not.
Right, and that is the downside to padding the 10-8-4 there, right? Whereas if you draw and you happen to spike a card, you can potentially play for it all.
A 9 or better is a much more straightforward affair, although the 9 can get a bit murky too.
Right.
But Nori not costing himself anything by getting sticky.
And he did make a relatively big fold there. I mean, we can see that it was the right fold, but Bryce is certainly capable of bluffing that spot, and the 10-8-4 is a pretty good hand given the range of patterns that he's going to play that way. If I'm Bryce, I'm taking note of that and hoping to find a good bluffing spot in the future.
I think it's important for Nori, if he does have one of the premium pats, to maybe on balance with some frequency check in that spot to try to induce and then put the raise in as well to protect his checking range.
Absolutely. It's just hard to have those. I mean, of course, we always want to think, well, when I get dealt that pat 7, I'll trap him, but the reality is that we just always have a 10.
Yeah. So hard to make the pat 7s and 8s. Although if you play mixed long enough, they do show up, just never when you're playing the right game. Confirmation bias without question, but nonetheless. No, REA, 10-8-3 deuce. He's not looking to get involved.
Yeah, after an Ivy up front raise.
Don't know what Phil has.
Bryce has an interesting hand here in the big blind. Certainly enough to continue. The question is, how's he going to play it? I guess he's just going to draw to the open ender and try to hit an 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, we hate the 3, 4, 5, 6. Given that a deuce or a 7 are not good cards for us, those count against you in deuce to 7 variants. Ivy with the pat 9, 7. Let's see if Yaki can find the 9, 8. Cannot.
I'll be a little curious to see what size Ivy comes with here after a check. It's certainly a good enough hand to value bet.
He knows it. 42 out there, and pretty bet. 30.
Okay, so kind of a reasonable middling size, trying to get called by maybe a 10 that checked.
Yeah. Now, when this game in particular gets really, really interesting, and there was a particular pot that I believe John Monette and Brian Rast were involved in one year in this PPC. This is pre-COVID, where 2 pair had padded.
Really?
And 1 pair on the draw 1 got made and called.
Wow.
On the river. Wow. And I remember that was a really seminal moment for me where I was like, okay, what I think I know about this game, I don't know about this game. And I hadn't played nearly as much mix at that point.
I think there's kind of 2 types of players in no limit single draw. There's the kind of guys that are just looking to make a hand, and they're more or less trying to make their bet sizes appropriate to the type of hand that they make.
Right.
And then there's the kind of guys that are trying to steal pots and win extra pots. And if you know that your opponent's capable of that, when he bets the river, your 1 pair hand is more or less the same as like a 10, right? You know, you beat all of the bluffs.
Right.
So it's kind of about identifying which sort of players are thinking on that level and trying to play the game a little bit versus the ones that, you know, you just expect to be reacting a little bit more straightforwardly.
Well, let me ask you this. In terms of tournament iteration of No Limit Deuce to 7 versus cash counterpart, how do you feel about being on one side of that spectrum or the other? Do you want to go kind of midfield and do a little of both, or do you feel like it's appropriate and more profitable to kind of be out there dancing more?
Well, I think in any form of poker, whether that be in a cash game or a tournament, you have to be bluffing in order to be playing poker well. Okay. So you have to find those plays. The reality is that there are many players that are playing in a mixed game tournament. This is 9 games. That it's not their most comfortable game. It's not their favorite game. And as a result, you expect them to say, you know, I'm just going to play a little more straightforwardly in this game. I'm going to, you know, try to avoid the landmines and just look for good spots.
Well, not a good spot is having Jack 9 here for Kerry, who chose to stand pat.
Yeah, Kerry made a bit of a we could say a small mistake in this hand. When you have a 9-6-5-2 with a jack and you're against 2 players, you're much better off drawing 1 in this spot.
Right.
He has a very nice draw underneath the jack, and instead he's now gotten outdrawn by a 10, which he would have been drawing very live against. Bryce has shown a ton of restraint in this hand, by the way. He had a 2-4-5-7 wheel draw in the big blind, or in the small blind.
Out of position against the 2 parties, though, he chose to take it easy, and it could be because it is Kerry in particular who opened.
Yeah, but Kerry's not that deep, and your wheel draws are just so powerful that typically if you're going to find a semi-bluffing hand, that's where it's going to come from.
Note, by the way, that Nori didn't find the value bet against Kerry as well, perhaps concerned that the 10-9 wouldn't be performing that well, not anticipating a jack to be across the way, specifically for the reasons that you mentioned, Chris, because against 2 players, we expect that hand to break.
Agree, and also he is third to act, but Bryce can also check good hands there, right? So it's a little bit different and easier to find a thin value bet when you're against only 1 guy in the spot.
And I lost, but still here. Had 40,000 after that, and now I have 175.
Feels like miles.
But I'm here. Like it's like I'm not at home. I mean, at home I could be broke and not that.
Yeah.
They usually do the best.
I could be.
Aria showing the positive attitude that's maybe led to some of his recent success.
Well, listen, he also got married. He's made no bones about it. A number of people traveled down to Mexico to be a part of that wedding, which, from what I understand, was a blast. And
So you weren't one of those people?
You know, I was not. Josh and I, you know, we hang out when he's here in Vegas, whatever. We're good friends, but truth be told, he knows I'm a bit busy myself.
I'm a little upset.
That I wasn't invited, or that you weren't invited?
Maybe both now that you mention it.
It's all good, man. No bitterness whatsoever. I promise you that.
Still in Atlanta?
Yeah. Happy to see him running good. By the way, one note on REA. When Phil Huey won this 50K PPC, he beat Josh
got
to
second,
get that bracelet because it was the year in which he showered Yaki. By the way, let's keep an eye on Yaki. There could be some cold sweats breaking out once Josh put his his chips down.
Yeah, he'll never forget that one.
That beat in the deuce to 7 triple draw.
Again, Kerry showing a little bit of inexperience in this game, drawing 1 with a hand that's very, very good to draw 2 with. When you have a 2, 3, 4 in the spot, you want to try to make a premium hand. And instead he's going to make a payoff hand because Nori has an easy value bet here. And I would go on the large side.
Well, let's see.
40.
Yep,
Into 38, yeah.
Oh, wow, and Kerry makes a very tight fold with Jack 5, which unblocks all the bluffs.
Jack perfect. Into the muck.
All right, guys, as you're aware, at the end of the level, you're going to move back down. Move up table. If you guys just want to take off, I'll rack you up, move you down the seat. Thanks. We'll take care of it. So.
Sounds like we will be getting a new feature table after the break.
I got to tell you, unless it's some sort of compulsory commitment that we've made in order to kind of try to capture as many of the big names that are in this field as possible, I could park my bones on this feature for the run of things. I mean, this is absolutely delightful.
I was just thinking the same but opposite. I was like, how good is this other table looking?
Oh, interesting take, yeah.
Out of Amsterdam.
Tough act to follow, I'll tell you that.
Kind of a disadvantage to be playing at the feature table, I guess you have to say. So I'm sure they want to keep it fair by rotating through the tables. I mean, having to display your whole cards at the day 2 of the tournament where all your opponents are going to get to see what choices you're making and how you're playing is certainly, you know, something that the players are taking note of. I mean, you can bet that if anybody at this feature table ends up making the final table, you know, there are going to be people that are having friends say, hey, just so you know, on day 2 he played this hand like this.
Especially in a series of games that you don't get to see much of your opponents play from normally.
Right.
Like if you're playing a no-limit tournament day in and day out with the same guys, like you have some idea of what they're doing, but this is,
for
what,
sure,
9 games, 10 games?
And like if you're playing with someone at the same table but you only see their hands at showdown, you get a little bit of information about how they're playing, but we can see the cold cards and the drawing decisions and things like that, and all of these things are giving a much more clear indication of how someone's thinking about the game rather than just, okay, he made that hand on the river.
Yeah.
Well, let's get a look at
this. We
this.
got a big multi-way action here.
Yeah,
Kerry has a very nice draw.
Affair. Ivy's going to be drawing 2. We don't see that all that often, but in position on the button or closing the action out of the big would typically be
cards when we go to the other table.
Where we expect it to happen.
Way better than the other one.
3 draw 1s in front of them. There's the draw 2, 16K ahead. We have an 8-5 draw, a 9-6 draw, an 8-7 draw.
So it may be a little anticlimactic here, though, because so far everyone's caught kind of a nothing card.
Yeah, ace, jack, and ace. REA, the best hand. I don't think we're going to see any barrels.
This looks like just a check around, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody really even caught enough to bluff with, if that makes sense.
That's what I mean, yeah. It's like if you pair the 9 or something, a pair an 8, maybe.
Yeah. Typically in multi-way pots, like in a 4+ way pot, in some ways you see more of an honest river play.
Yeah.
Because everybody's worried about somebody else, right? So you're not going to see too many fireworks unless they just make premium hands.
Jack. Too many security guards in the building to nick something.
I caught a 3.
Josh
Throw
will
your
be
hand
happy.
in, let's go.
But Josh takes a very nice pot for just having a jack 9. He's happy. Thrilled to take
I had 40,000 in chips.
He's coming in hot.
Look at Bryce. Bryce does not like seeing Josh pick up chips. Bryce is having flashbacks, man.
We talked earlier about this bet, but for those that are maybe less familiar, you know the exact terms of this Jeremy Becker versus Landon Tice. 2 young guys. Becker taking the win sort of nightly tournament series by storm, making a big mark, a lot of wins, and then Landon Tice, obviously from that Berkey and company sort of camp.
Sure. I know some of the
kind of an
details
ego
of it, yeah.
collision there from the two camps.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you know, they're billing it as the solver player and Landon Tice versus the fuel player, I suppose, of Jeremy Becker, who famously doesn't own a computer. But you know, both guys like young, up and coming American no limit hold'em crushers who are looking to. Well, Bryce has gotten really hit over the head with the deck pre-flop this round. He has another wheel draw with a pair.
But yeah, they put up.
I feel like
teams put up
I feel like this
money.
bet ends the way most of these bets do, with hugs all around and you know and no blood. But I don't know.
Well, fiscal blood. There's some big money on it, right?
Could be, yeah.
Who
It depends on the
wins
results,
more,
right? Yeah.
But only in tournaments that they both register.
No, that's not true. It's
Oh,
just
really?
in their results for the whole summer. They're both grinding their faces off in everything they can think of.
Oh my, okay.
So, Grinder coming along here with the 10-6-4 deuce in the small blind. Not a super fan of this play, but I know he doesn't like to fold pre-flop. I would rather see him draw 2 if I were going to come. He makes his 10-6 right away.
Yeah, maybe
And
he
Bryce
thought he could
makes
go
a
for the
wheel.
home run. Number one in
Bryce
no
has
limit
made
single
a
draw.
wheel.
Mercifully, Carey doesn't find trouble with an 8-7.
I also do not like this lead out.
Oh, man.
It's just not the sort of hand that wants to bet 3 ways. You'd rather induce a bluff from the 7s, 8s, and 9s that are out there. And now Bryce has to decide what he wants to do. When you have a wheel, you have all options available to you. You can go small or you can go huge. He has to just decide what he thinks Mike has and what he's likely to do. He's acting very quickly, and he's going, it looks like, pretty small. I mean, 130 is not so small, but it's not as big as it could have been.
Is it the kind of pricing that will keep Mizrachi interested? 101,000 more to get to showdown. We just don't expect a raise from any of the 10s in this spot.
I mean,
they would flat, and so this is a 9 or better.
I mean, this is an 8 or better for value, but I mean,
I think some smooth 9s maybe.
If I'm Grinder, I'm just kind of out on a limb here. I mean, this is I wouldn't have really considered a lead with this hand, so I'm not really sure what he's thinking about right now.
One thing I'll tell you is he unblocks pairs of 7s, 8s, and 9s, which might be guilty of this sort of behavior.
Bryce is certainly
the
capable
lead
of it.
and then like the cats fold.
Bryce is certainly capable of having bluffs in the spot. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Mike wants to find out.
Yeah, payday.
Wow. And a very slow reveal of a wheel.
I enjoyed Wilkinson's face as he turned each card over individually.
Wait, that looks like a good hand.
Yeah. By the third card, I heard an "oh boy."
Oh boy, but that's the Alex special. He really has a delightfully dry wit when he's at a table. The cash game streets, you know, he was trial by fire.
I played with his dad yesterday in this event.
Yeah, Will Wilkinson.
Carey, is there
Oh, you
that
mean
much technology in
Ollie's
this table
ex-boss?
that has to be
Yeah.
this big?
Is Will still in?
I don't know.
Do we have updates from the field?
I can take a peek.
No idea what technology is.
It would be a great story to have a father-son combo go deep.
I mean, it's like
I think the reason it's bigger is so that
I know Rob Mizrachi is out, so the brother is going deep is dead.
I think it's just for the TV appearance.
Yeah.
Carrie Katz and Aaron Katz are both still alive, although they're
it
unrelated.
It doesn't look this big on TV. But
By the way, despite losing that pot and doubling up Carey earlier, Mike is almost peak stacking again.
Yeah, Grinder can get it done. I mean, you know, when you play loose aggressive poker and your opponents kind of let you get away with some things and you pick up hands in the right spots, sometimes it just seems like he accumulates chips with
they
ease.
just have a different film.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is the TPC film.
Will Wilkinson is not still in the field.
Ah, bummer. All right, so far everyone's had a tempting little draw 2, but nobody's come in after Alex raised an early position, and he takes it down.
Guy from India.
Getting shown a pair of 3s.
He was like, at one point, he was down like 8-1 in chips.
New game.
Heads up.
New game declared?
Stud 8. To me, one of the most complicated games in the entire mix. A very, very difficult game to teach and to learn because every situation is kind of a unique puzzle, depending on the up cards that you're presented with and how the boards develop on each street. Stud 8 is one of those games that I enjoy playing, but I have a hard time explaining to people, because you really can't substitute experience by getting in these situations, getting in hands, and seeing what sort of hands you're frequently running into.
Yeah. Try playing it super.
You play one more level, is that it?
Yeah, a simpler game for simple folk.
Yeah.
You got here an hour ago. You getting sleepy?
I'm already worn out, man.
I got you.
Kerry with pocket aces. A very, very dreamy hand in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Deceptively, not only is it a super powerful hand, but it's deceptive because your board can look like just a low draw.
Yeah, well, provided that you have a low card in the door, as he does,
Right.
and he's the bring-in, which is even better because if somebody does come
Notice
attacking,
Josh just quietly folding split tens, which is a good fold.
Yep, not the kind of hand that you want to be getting yourself involved in.
And Kerry earlier slow played his aces in PLO. Is he going to go ahead and slow play aces in stud 8 as well? And it looks like the answer is yes.
So Nori, 7 low draw.
So now Kerry's bricked, and he has the choice between springing the trap right away or just calling and making it look like he's just peeling a card here, trying to pick up a low on 5th Street, which is what he looks like he does. Now he does catch that nice 3 of diamonds. However, now he has to start being a little bit worried. He had a great hand, but now his opponent has caught low. And as we can see, Nori has a made low already and is not quite free rolling, but in very good shape against aces.
On the occasions in which Nori does not have the low already, where he would be free rolling, and now Cat's a very key card on 6th, where he picks up the wheel draw to go with the aces. I was going to say that on 5th, if Nori doesn't already have the low, he's got a pair and the low draw, and the vulnerability of those aces without a low draw becomes very self-evident. Here, all of a sudden, Katz is performing reasonably well as he's got the better high and a draw to the better low.
And he makes it.
Makes that low. Nori catches the brick.
I would like to see a lead here from Kerry. It looks like he has a big draw of some kind with a 3-4-5 and 2 flush draws on his board. I think that Nori's going to check behind a lot of hands here.
Yeah, that board is just too strong as a calling hand on 6th to really get a bet out of an unimproved 7-6 low draw. Yet Katz does check
Nori
it.
snap checks behind, and he's going to get scooped.
6 low, right? Yeah.
Nori had a very interesting hand on 6th Street with a 7 low and a pair of 3s. Despite the strength of his board, I actually think it was kind of a rough situation for him against Kerry's board. He could have considered checking having 2 3s in the whole 2 3 blockers there.
On 6th?
Can you
Kerry
make
has
the
to have
argument
something.
that because Kerry has a king in his hand, he can never have both ends beat, so you just put the bet in? And
3-4-5 is super
not
connected
never.
and scary.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Ace,
Yeah,
deuce,
yeah,
deuce,
you could have
6,
a
6,
straight.
7.
So that
Well-
5 he caught on 6 would really terrify me because he had to peel through 4th Street with something,
Correct.
right? And so kind of in the best case scenario for Nori, Kerry only has like a pair of 5s. But guess what? A pair of 5s is currently ahead for high. So if he has that, Kerry has 5s and a low draw, which can easily have Nori's hand in bad
Sure.
shape. So despite Nori having a very, very strong hand on 5th, I think 6th his hand really shriveled up.
I guess I was kind of thinking once Kerry calls 6, he doesn't have a straight, so we have
Yeah,
one of the
but
sides, but obviously you don't know that when
I
you make
think
the bet.
when he opened the action with the bet, that was when I was a little concerned for him. Josh with what we call kind of a Razzie hand, an 8-6-3, kind of a disconnected 3-card low, and he, again showing good discipline, folding pre. He laid down 10s in the last hand, which is, again, a bit of a marginal hand instead of 8 or better. Ivy's in last act in a steal, not last act, but second last act in a steal spot here. And notice Kerry coming with the ace-4 king, recognizing that Ivy's stealing wide and coming for kind of a re-steal, but well, he went with call, but he's going to try to represent that the king helps him, and now he just hits an ace right away. So it's going to be a relatively easy hand for Kerry. And I would like to see Kerry maybe lead here.
I think Katz's hand is obviously skewed toward the high side more often than not, although late open, we can see the 2 low cards with a suit, still staying interested. Katz mindful of the board development across the way.
And now Ivy started with a relatively weak stealing hand, ace-9-7, but he's picked up a lot of equity now with a 4-card low and an open-ended straight draw. He's going to be pretty happy with his hand at this point. He can also now bet here and then take a free card on 6th if the boards don't change, since Kerry has to act first.
It's looking a lot like split kings right now when the call does come in on 5th out of Katz, which, by the way...
And Ivy now picked up so much equity with this pair of 7s and this scary board that he might even bet here even though he knows he's probably behind. He's debating now whether he wants to bet and take a free showdown or take a free card now, and he does go with the free card.
Yeah, and now we sort of feel as though opportunities might come knocking. Katz doesn't find the heart. Ivey finds the 5, straight 9 and a rough 8.
And there's no way Kerry can fold here since Ivey could easily bet just a low, right? So the way the boards have developed, it's pretty impossible to fold aces here, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. And that check back on 6th lends to the need to call the river as well.
All right, one pair.
Kerry gets the bad news.
So every time I'm calling on the river in stud 8 with these kind of 1 pair, 2 pair against these really solid board developments, I'm always bracing for the word straight.
Sure.
Just constantly, you know?
And that makes sense on the way the board developed for Ivey. Now, Kerry had the right idea pre-flop that Ivey was light, but it really shows the power of the ace door, because even though Kerry had a better hand than Ivey on 3rd Street, to me, I would have just folded the ace 4 king. It's very, very difficult to play a high king door against an ace door. You never know where you're at, and your opponent can always bet whenever he wants.
I'll take him.
Thank you.
Looks like we're ready for break. We'll see who we get next.
That it does. Players on their feet, and a table elsewhere in this field is going to be drawn forward. Who will be there? You're going to have to stick around to find out, as in about 10 minutes' time, we'll resume with the final frame of the day from the 50K Poker Players Championship. Stay close.
Raised it to 1.1 with 8-7. Pocket queens for Will Tonking.
27-year-old University of South Carolina grad, all business on the felt. After poker, he wants to get into sports talk radio, but of course he'd have to talk.
That is true. With the pocket queens, those are more than just calling chips. A good opportunity for him here. A re-raise to $3,750,000 from Tonking. That gets rid of Von Hof. Now back to Newhouse with the pocket tens.
Remember big game James Worthy of the Lakers? This guy is main event Mark Newhouse.
Newhouse, who plays a lot in LA, near the fabulous form where Worthy made his name, does come along.
How much did you start with, Mark?
22.
Okay.
22 million, that's 44 big blinds.
There's the flop. Deuce 4 jack. The queens are still best.
Tonking was below 20 big blinds at some point of all 7 days of the main event, but he's resilient and he kept picking up big hands at the right time.
Out of position with a continuation bet of $3.5 million.
Well, we've seen this before in the main event. Mark Newhouse behind.
And he just calls. Turn card now. Another 4 pairing the board. So queens up for Tonking, 10s up for Newhouse. And Tonking checks this time.
Newhouse ended day 1 with just below the starting stack, and he didn't think he'd last too long on day 2, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he'd make it to the November 9 again.
He's taking the reins here, betting $4.5 million.
Well, Newhouse certainly might think he has the best of it here.
You mentioned day 1, he was below his starting stack. Newhouse finished day 5 as the main event chip leader. And here's a call from Will Tonking. 25.5 million chips in the middle. The river card pairs the board again. A murmur through the crowd here, the large crowd at the Penn and Teller Theater. Tonking checks once more. Newhouse now.
All in.
Mark Newhouse moves all in on a bluff.
Wow. This is for almost all of Will Tonking's chips. But if he calls here, Newhouse is out in 9th place again.
I call.
Tonking makes the call, and he sees he's got Newhouse beat and pushes Newhouse out the door.
It's not possible, is it?
Oh, my.
He's not Mr. November 9. He's Mr. November 9th.
A very stunned crowd here watches as Mark Newhouse makes his exit again from this main event final table in 9th place.
I think so. I think we heard a 5-bet in a call.
Okay.
Easy,
Rags.
This is insane. A day 7 5-bet.
Look at the pot. 19.7 million. Queens against ace suited.
Now they're my hometown boys.
I mentioned that Uribe is electrifying. He was part of the 5-6 bet business with Lococo on day 5.
Blocker, just assuming that it's less likely that Kim can have the very top of his range like aces, or I guess ace-king. Cutting out a bunch of chips.
I'm going to continue this.
Each player with about 1 SPR, despite being super deep to start the hand.
Ryan Kim started today in 2nd place. Rebay started in 4th place, both over 30 million. Elbow to elbow and clashing here early on day 7 in a massive pot.
Uribe kind of doing the opposite of what Zhang did, which was pile up chips and then add more chips, add more chips. He cut out a huge bet and then kept taking off chips. And Uribe just knows.
Where are you from?
That he's trying to get Kim to fold a massive hand right
And
now.
I'm authorized to answer? Yes, so I'm authorized, right?
You don't have. We don't have to talk.
Oh yeah.
You want to talk?
Because you're asking. What do you want to know? You want to know my cards?
Yeah, I don't know you.
I want to know what your cards
I
are.
was too busy sleeping. I didn't get to have a research on you.
I think I didn't sleep very well, so I'm doing nothing. I'm playing bad.
Playing bad?
That's what he said.
Having kids?
Of course I am.
I would have authorized Uribe not to.
It's a lot of
answer
money to
anything.
take to the kids. It would be a shame to just give it all away at this stage of the tournament. Those kids could have a lot of fun with that money and go to a nice university. I mean, it's pretty nice weather today. Have some friends at the pool. You seem like a great guy. 60 million in chips would be nice as well. I think I could win either way, right? I either win the hand or give you all my chips and win-win situation, right? So what should I do? Should I flip a coin?
Ask yourself.
Do you want call? Do you want?
I think if I'm Uribe and I'm sitting there even with aces or kings, I'd be like, I'll just take this pot right now. We don't need to see 2 more cards.
Tough spot.
Kim just absolutely tortured right now, but I would have thought that this kind of thinking would be taking place before flatting pre-flop. If he indeed, we missed the very beginning of the hand. If he was the pre-flop.
Very nice hand. Sorry it took so long.
Yeah, Uribe 5-bet.
Gives up the queens.
What do you think I am?
I don't know.
Is he B-wording?
Should
we show?
If he shows the 5, Kim's going to puke.
I want to see. Yeah.
Well, sorry. So, no, let me. You want to see, right?
Yeah.
Okay, pay.
Wow.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Maybe you can pay a subscription on PokerGo and you will see the end.
Wow, ambassador.
All in.
Raising all in.
Count, but I think I have to call.
Ask for a count.
About 28 big ones or so.
22.
Should be enough for me to make this call.
17-2?
17-2.
We have a different
more
number.
than
We've got a different number.
10, 15, 17.
That's the stack of 10. It's like 22-2. 20. I would call it.
Did Dario say call?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? That's 10,000.
Now, so that's interesting.
Sorry.
20 million. 22-2.
I don't think the hands
the
have been
floor.
exposed
Yeah, we
yet,
do.
but
You
they
have
need
to
the
go
floor.
to
Brian, I miscounted the stack and announced the wrong amount. He asked for a count and I announced the wrong amount by 5 million.
The dealer announced it was 17-2, but it was really 22-2, which I pointed out.
Okay.
Now the floors are being called over.
Well,
Dario called the 17.
He put in the stack of chips.
It will be a call.
It will be a call?
Yes, showdown.
Okay. Well, Dario with 10s. Did that make a difference?
I think he
I asked
still would
how
have
much was,
ended
and
up
she
calling.
says 17. Okay, and I called. But if she said the right things, probably I don't know if I call. But
He's
she,
going to double
she
up.
was wrong.
Against 10s. Well, shouldn't jinx you, but it's 8-7-4.
It's not fair. It's not my fault. It's no sense. Because I call 20 bigs, but I can't call 30 bigs. Of course. I have to think probably I can fold this end. I don't know if I fold. I wanna be honest. Okay. Sometimes I fold, sometimes I call. But this is not fair, guys.
Play. It's accepted action. That's what
But if I have problem with my eyes, and I have problem, okay.
I mean, we're welcome to
it's not my fault.
I understand, but it's still a game of observation. The chips are out there. Heads up, you acknowledge a call.
No.
I mean, I'm more than welcome to get Jack down here for you. Not a problem. I'll call it. You guys rolled accepted action.
We both, he rolled it, I came behind, I rolled it. You're rolling it also.
It's something crazy. And also, they don't give me the time before put the fucking flop. She put, no, but she already in because it was 17. She said 17, I said, okay. And she said, he said, no, but it's not 17.
If you'd already made the call.
See, it's 23.
You're more than welcome. Just stop the clock and hold that up for a second.
He showed, he asked for a count. I miscounted and said 17.2. He moved this stack of chips forward.
And
he said,
no, it's
the
not
wrong
17.
count. It's 22.
Okay.
It's 22 something.
Doesn't matter. It's accepted action with the chips, regardless of what the dealer says. The action is going to stand, and you're going to have to call the bet. That's an accepted action. The hands are out. The chips are in play. The action is going to stand as it is. It's an accepted action. It's very clear in the rules. There's no change in this decision. This is a very simple decision. So we're going to make the bet right for what the bet needs to be.
Sorry. Okay.
She could say it was 3 million. She could say it was 3 million. She could say it was 3 million. There'd be 30 million out there. You would still be held to the same.
No, wait, but
chips.
17 and 22
doesn't matter.
Eh?
Doesn't matter. It's accepted action.
And 27.
Listen to me. We have a rule in the World Series of Poker. It's called accepted action. You're accepting the action that's in front of you, regardless of what the amount is, regardless of what she said. Even though she miscounted, what you see, it's still your responsibility to understand. Doesn't matter. You can't talk your way out of it. The call is going to be for the amount, which is going to be 22 million?
22.2.
22.2. That's going to be the call.
It's not fair for sure. This is not fair.
That's it. That's it.
This is not fair for sure.
Let's roll. You're calling 17, you're calling 22.
What?
He should have said that.
That's not true.
He really said this?
Yeah, he just said that.
He said this?
Yeah.
I call 17, I call 22?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh my God, guys.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
But the rule is fairly clear.
I don't think it's fair.
And we'll go over it again a little later.
Can we please just run out of 5 on this river,
5 would be a
please?
fair result.
So it is a full double up for Marchington. The full 22 plus. A very unfortunate sequence of events.
He cannot help himself.
Awesome.
Rigby refers to the 3 deuce off as the dirty diaper.
You have 10-4 again?
And I don't think he's ever folded it pre-flop.
Does everybody in Pittsburgh have to pay him if he wins a hand here? Oh, man.
I don't think he
I'm already envisioning the moment when he wins the hand and holds it up, and then this place is going to go berserk.
Okay. Pretty sure you're not allowed
Well, I'm
to
with
say
Jamie, though. This is Ron Jensen, his first main event and his first cash about to be completed here. Finishing, what do we finish, around 60th?
659, something like
that.
Great run.
Okay.
Great run.
Good game. GG.
What do we make this now? About 2 million?
Went to 920. Oh, he's got more than that.
Nah, 4 bets can be smaller. They're very polarized.
There's 2 million. 70, 80.
Yes, there's 2 and change, looks like.
Now, besides the fact that we know Rigby should insta-muck, he has not been at this table long enough to know that Jensen has played virtually no hands all day.
95.
Yep.
He's been at this table long enough to know he has 3 high, though, right?
Yeah, that he does.
Dirty diaper. Being tested.
I'll take any.
This is
oh,
insane.
no. Oh, no. He's going to do it. What's his equity here? What is the...
We're going to see.
85. That's it. Look at that, people.
Yeah.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of day 2 of the $50,000 Poker Players Championship here on the PokerGo YouTube channel, where we have our third and what will be our final feature table of the evening. Daniel Negreanu back here, always a fan favorite. Max Coleman with a massive stack. Phil Hellmuth also in the building. Jared Blesnick,
While you're sitting down.
a part of the party,
He never talks.
as is Dylan Lind. Is it Lindy or Lind? I've said it so many times throughout the years, and I'm not always, like, he's told me. I've always said Lind.
I've always said Lindy.
Yeah. Okay, well, what do we do? I don't know what to do now. Stud 8 or better is what they're playing. Dylan brings it in. 3 to a low.
Thank you. Yeah.
Roy Thung lays it down.
Complete.
Max with a very strong starting hand here, 6-5-4.
Yeah, you always want coordination with your low cards, just to give yourself the high prospects in terms of a straight. Blez with split 3s, he folds.
I always appreciated how stud 8 is the stud game where the bring-in actually has a chance.
Yeah, and sometimes more than a chance, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes the lurking strength. And this, however, is not going to be much of a hand because it does not look like Lindy can continue against what's looking like a terrifying board from Max's six of spades, 4 of spades.
As we can see, he wasn't on the low draw, but he did have spades working, the straight working still, and a pair of 4s. So easy for Coleman to barrel and take that down. And Max is a bit of a beast in terms of tournaments, gentlemen. 4.4 million plus in career live tournament earnings for the 34-year-old who lives in Wichita.
Yeah.
Went to Wichita State, professional poker player by trade, a chess enthusiast. Started playing back at the ripe age of 7, which is usually too early to play poker.
3 days in a row.
If we're being honest.
Usually, but in Max's case, perhaps
started taking the game seriously in 2007. Playing at 13 with friends was his beginning just before the moneymaker boom. Prefers cash games, he said, to tournaments. Not involved in this one. Jack 9-5. Thung with a very pretty one. 6-2 ace. He'll be ready for anybody that wants to get after him. Dylan.
Looks like Dylan is going to come after him with that ace showing. Last act. This is kind of an automatic steal spot.
Sure.
And Roy continues with the ace-2-6, of course.
And when we do get called by the bring-in here, obviously we're mindful of some low draws, which have materialized, as we can see.
I think I like this passive route from Dylan right away. As soon as you don't get the fold on 3rd Street, you know your opponent has something. And obviously Dylan is in the very low end of his range, let's say. No pair.
yeah, you have to be very, very careful about bluffing in stud 8, right? So when you know that your opponent's made 4 to a low or a pair, you're going to 7th Street. Bluffing with some ace-high type of hand isn't very exciting in that situation.
For sure, and one thing that's interesting about stud 8 or better is that despite the high hands not needing to qualify, it's the low boards that really show the power, because the low board can always drive the action and choose when money goes in the pots, which is a big deal on the big streets on 5th, 6th, and 7th when you're facing those bigger bet sizes.
Sure, you never get to free roll with the high hand.
Notice just Dylan just got away from it right away there on 4th. I think that actually was a little bit tight. The thing that's interesting about stud 8 or better is that it's a balance between hands have a lot of equity, but they're hard to play. And his hand there had a lot of equity, but it was very hard to play. And he went with the careful route of just folding right away. I guess it also may have something to do with his chip stack, noticing that he has about 300K.
3 hearts.
It might have to do with his opponent, too. Maybe his opponent isn't a light defender, so once he sees him call, he's like, okay, you've got a fairly strong hand on the 7.
For sure,
4th Street.
Roy Thung is one of the players at the table we probably know less about, not a regular on a lot of the poker tournaments that I've seen, although I know he plays this event almost every year. Have a little bit of info on him here that he's basically in the investment world, along with Dave Rogers, who's another player at the table here that are both, you know, not full-time professional poker players.
He's probably been front-running my trades.
This is probably the guy.
Oh, that's the one.
He's the dude's just waiting for my big move on the day.
Yeah, but he did it the old-fashioned way, Ollie. He just sort of sat behind you when you were at the poker table and watched you make the trades.
He's peering at my whole trades.
Yeah, he doesn't need any of this billionaires, you know, hanging out in the back room, giving him extra information about the order books.
So 12th and that field's
Just the good old sweat Ollie at the poker table.
I feel like this table's going to end up being a little more quiet than the last group that we had, but I guess we'll wait and we'll see.
Well, we'll see.
You know, you
really
wouldn't expect that
depends
from Phil and Daniel, but
Yeah.
it is getting towards the end of the night here, and they might be kind of, you know, trying to conserve some energy.
I promise you, if Phil loses 3 or so hands in a row,
I think it would have been worth a lot.
That'll spice up the table a little bit.
Yeah.
Like 1,000, 1,200.
Notice Daniel making a 8-6-3 fold that we saw similar to the one from Aria earlier.
How do you feel about that fold? Is it absolutely necessary, or do you feel like
it
it's a
highly
cuspy hand?
depends on what's behind you, and in this case, there was at least one ace behind him,
Mhm.
so it probably makes lots of sense. Notice Jared not playing conservatively, by the way. He opens the deuce jack 4 with an ace behind him, so a very contrasting style here for sure.
Awful. No one. This is not a raising hand. This is a
And he gets it through.
It is not a raising hand and no limit hold'em, says Jared.
Dealer, what's your name?
And he is telling the truth.
Dealer, what's your name?
Marcus.
Marcus?
Just put them right here. Put here? Yeah. Okay. In the boxes.
Yeah, if you just keep your chips outside the box.
Okay.
Thank you.
I played with Jared Blesnick for several hours earlier in this event, and he is not. It's not surprising to me that he opened a hand like Deuce Jack 4 because he was playing almost every hand for hours and hours. However, he does play them in a very tough way and is very good at all the games, and also has a little bit of that. What were we calling it earlier? Spookiness to his play. That,
oh yeah, the Blez is a legendary spook.
So it'll be very fascinating to see his whole cards here on the stream.
The thing is, if you have very sound procedures down the streets, you can afford to VPIP higher than what would be expected.
Here comes Jared getting himself in trouble, though. Two betting a very light hand here, hoping that he's up against just a 3-card low. But Daniel has a sneaky, sneaky good hand here
For
with the
sure.
Paired Kings.
Wired Kings are the absolute medicine. And by the way, choosing to re-raise with specifically wired 3s, which have great blocker effects to low draws and straights, is part of the equation for Jared, who is expecting that, you know, the manner in which this hand has been played, it's more of a low draw than anything else, a low draw which has been acquired on 5th potentially by Negreanu. As we can see, though, he's on the high side, and he expects Jared to be there as well.
Jared's really out on a limb here with just 3s. I mean, the problem for him is that even when Daniel just makes something like a pair of 4s, he's in horrible shape.
Right.
He was really hoping to just kind of pound his way through this hand, but now Daniel's sprung the trap, and I'm a little curious to see what's going to happen. Okay, he's just going to get away
You
from
have to
it.
hook cheap. Could have slow played it longer.
I suppose if you have a plan, like Jared had in this hand, you just have to let it go to any sort of resistance, right?
I guess so. I mean, I suppose he's just thinking that people aren't going to play back at him light.
Kings, buddy, kings.
But that 2-bet on 3rd Street was wildly out of line.
And it really shows the power of having the buried kings, right, for Negreanu, because, you know, you just have such an unexpected hand with the 6 up that people do things like that. I mean, not that people get out of line like Jared did.
Right.
They
Yeah, I
play
mean,
as if you have a 6.
Right. Even if he just runs into split, if Jared just has split jacks, a totally normal hand to have there. Yeah, he has that in bad
Let him
shape.
do his thing. He's okay.
But you have the added bonus
gotta
of
put a
Jared
beat
getting
on
in
him,
there with the
then
Jack 3
he'll
3, which is nice.
That's, you wanted to talk, put a beat on him.
Can't breathe.
You don't want to wake
How much?
sleeping bear.
2,
Yeah.
5.
Blez the bring in.
This time Jared has a very defendable hand depending on who he's facing. Nothing too powerful, but usually enough.
Complete.
So
Wire 10s for Hellmuth. Basically the same thing as what we would expect to be split jacks.
Yeah. Daniel's slightly tempted with the 5-6-9 facing a high card, and I think he's just going to end up folding.
Wow. Folded 8-5-3.
And as I predicted, Jared is not in a folding mood. Here, he's kind of happy to be against the jack because now he feels he has 2 overcards plus the potential, the low potential with the ace.
Maneuverability.
Notice that Phil's leading into this board. He feels that Jared's defending wide, and 2-7 rainbow is not particularly scary despite the fact that he has 2 low cards showing. That, however, is a scare card, and any ace is very powerful.
That is a terrifying card right there.
And Phil's getting sticky here. I'm not sure if I like this continue too
I
much.
got to agree with you, Vitch. I feel as though the ace in particular, if the man doesn't have the low already, he could very well have a pair of aces, and our 10s perform very poorly, and will be forced to put in 3 additional big bets to try to win what might be half. Aces up on 6th versus 10s and a gutter.
I would assume this is Jared's image working in his favor here. He's probably been, these guys have probably been playing together for hours, and I'm sure this is not the first time he's been showing some light hands. So Hellmuth's kind of ready to take a stand with his 10s. But yeah, this was a dicey proposition for Phil as soon as Jared caught the ace.
At least ace is up.
At least ace is up, Jared declares.
By the way, Jared blind betting the river, I think made Hellmuth want to call even more because Hellmuth probably thought that he had a low locked up and was just like, all right, I know I can bet the river here.
Yeah, when you have the low locked up against what's a high board, that's a very standard behavior.
Any game, doesn't matter.
Jared, 5K.
Limit or no? I think it's no limit. Based on
I have a feeling Jared enjoys playing with players like Hellmuth because Jared has a way of accidentally, not accidentally needling people and tilting people a little bit with that East Coast bravado that he has and the way that he plays. And I feel like that's going to work particularly well.
By the way, your read on Phil is so good. He lost a pot, and now his headphones are off, and he's talking.
I told you, I got to do this stuff now. Got to beat a man. He'll join us. Yeah, I mean, ace is up.
As Jesse, Sylvia predicted earlier, Phil has perked up a little bit.
I said 3 hands, you know it took one.
It just took one, yeah, but it was a big one. Any stud 8 hand where you get to the river and put a bet on each street. Notice Dave Rogers just folding the split jacks here, pegging him a little bit on the conservative side immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously decisions such as that are somewhat tethered to what's your position, what are the door cards that are up elsewhere. I didn't really track what was going on, but it is absolutely on the conservative side, but you know.
What's the small blind?
There was a king behind that I saw up, and that was basically
it was not a particularly scary board, I would say. All right, we're going to move on to...
supposed to be 10, 15.
Oh, I don't know. I should know this. Triple draw?
No, that's not right. It's supposed to be
I feel as if you would be the man to know this.
I feel like I should know this. I think it's limit triple draw.
What is this?
I feel pretty confident in saying it's limit deuce to 7 triple draw.
You know, having registered the tournament.
These are the little things that you know.
I'm a nerd for that stuff. That's why he knows. I'm a nerd with that stuff.
You know, it's funny.
Is this
that you're here?
Rotation of games the exact same as 8-game would be, or do they mix it up for the Players' Championship?
You don't know all the rules.
It's the standard 9-game rotation. I don't know how it compares to the 8-game. It's not like they just stuck one in there because they separate the big bet games in a certain order.
Oh, they are playing 9 games.
9-game. Yeah.
Oh, okay, my fault.
No limit single draws the 9th game.
Gotcha. That's a great addition.
All right, and we are back to limit triple draw, the game that we did some commentary on Phil Ivey's victory the other day.
Mm-hmm. Fucking Daniel did it. So you're saying I'm
that was such a fun final table.
Race.
Gorgeous hand for Blez in the small. Takes us upstairs. Very serviceable kit for Lindy.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
Obviously, he'd love to find a deuce. 2 of them are busy, so a great piece of info.
He's taking, I feel like he's
for
taking
Blez.
3. That's my feeling. I feel like it's 3. I could be wrong.
It's a bad
but it's supposed to be 3.
Jared sort of advising the dealer as to what
Please return the favor, my man.
he was predicting
Jared
would go down on number 4 low right away for Blez. Let's see whether or not Lindy can find one of the 2 remaining deuces in the deck on this draw.
What he doesn't want to find is an 8, because that is going to get him in trouble and cause him to draw dead.
Well, he does flat. I expect that he has made some sort of improvement in order to continue against the draw 1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Gotta scan the cards here, and he did find one of the deuces. So he's on the 7 draw,
This
which
could
he
be a
needs to
big
make.
pot.
Very much so.
If Dylan makes his 7, there will be a lot of action.
All right, Pat won.
Yeah, didn't for a second contemplate trying to get tricky with a 9.
Now, he might be a little bit tempted to make a semi-bluff with this 10. However, having thrown away a 9, that's a pretty bad card to see to make a play here.
Cash game streets, I feel like sometimes we put the raise in there, Vitch, just to kind of run a check on what's happening across the way.
Dylan makes the payoff hand.
Disaster. 87. Pretty smooth.
7.
And Dylan
I'm so good, buddy.
understandably pays it off.
You had a read on me?
It was obvious.
Blesnik can really do it, huh?
He really, really can.
It was really hard
Just
for him to have a 7.
A 7th on
I
Second
started with
Street,
7,
blind versus
7,
blind.
5, 5.
I started with
3.
deuce, 4, 6, 7, 7 or something.
When you're playing against Blez, you have to separate what he's saying from what he's doing. Because he's saying a million things. But what he's doing is playing pretty good, loose, aggressive, solid poker.
Yeah.
And he ends up showing down a number of good, reasonable hands in spots where his mouth sometimes makes you think that he's really out of line.
And also his pre-flop play or third street play might make you think he's out of line as well. But yeah, I can totally see that. People just paying off rivers because like, oh, it's the Blez, but it's like he has it on the river.
He is very difficult to play against in this format. You know, he's very, very strong at the typical World Series games as well. Old school stud player, plays all the horse games well.
By the way, chat, we see you out there. We see the calls for deference to the table talk. Of course, we can't predict when it's going to be taking place, and we are trying to balance calling the action, maybe breaking down some of the spots, especially when we have access to Chris Vitch here in the booth with trying to retain some of the interactions and discourse out there at the table. Can't always get it perfect, but we're with you. We like to listen in as well, and Blesnik not doing any listening, but rather doing the talking here with 3, 4, 5, 7. He does 3-bet it. Fairly standard, Chris, of course, to 3-bet anytime we're drawing one. Flatting and drawing one very much feels like it caps our range.
Yes, absolutely. And here he knows that he has a bit of a troublesome hand, having the straight draw with no deuce. But he does have the button and up against a raise and a call, so he feels pretty likely that his opponents are both going to be drawing 2.
Which they will be. As you see, Negreanu with 7-6 deuce, Rogers 4-3 deuce, both drawing 2, and Jared hunts one of the 2 remaining deuces out there. And oftentimes in multi-way pots, you got to be a little bit mindful of having these draw ones that don't have a deuce in them because we know that card tends to be busy.
For sure. Be interested to see how Jared proceeds with this one.
This could get interesting with Negreanu having 3 6s so far.
Yeah, and look at this. You know, Jared recognizing that it's not a great situation for him, just takes the free card when offered one. Kind of a non-standard line, but I somewhat like it. And Daniel's maybe considering making a bit of a play, as you suggested, having seen those 3 6s, but he just goes with the standard, just continue drawing.
I mean, when you've seen 3 out of 4 6s, that's a lot of your opponent's outs dead in theory.
Yeah, he
Obviously,
just has a little bit
doesn't
too
want a 6.
good of a draw to give up on at this stage, I would say.
So Rogers does find that smooth draw to a 7 or 8. He too needs to be thinking some 7s and 8s are busy elsewhere in the hand. But go on, Chris.
I was just going to say, now Jared's got a bit of a plan formulating in his mind here. He's betting the queen, hoping that one of his opponents folds and one could call. Instead, Daniel has raised.
And we know why. It isn't with the intention of doing anything other than turning this into a bluff.
Well, I don't think his cards have updated.
Oh, forgive me.
So we're not sure if he's made it or
He
not.
already turned the 2 6s in.
I think he's probably just made a hand here.
Yeah, I was overlooking things as I was busy staring at the chat. This is not 3 6s that he's going to turn into a bluff, but rather...
Jared giving a lot of thought to continuing here, but decides to just get away. Will we see? Daniel makes the 9-7, having seen all those blockers, and just goes with the check raise, planning the pat and protect his equity.
Nice.
And it works out really well for him.
The weakness of Blesnik's hand there kind of shows itself as he just can't call the raise in a pretty enormous pot because his hand is so rough.
First draw, I picked up 2 6s on the very first draw.
No. 8. I had a...
You got an 8-7 straight draw?
No.
Daniel probably loves chatting with was at the table because he probably feels that he can pick up information from him and you know, get a true sense of his thought process in the hands.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone at the table's beating Daniel in the table talk game.
Right.
In terms of extracting information.
But Jared's not going to shy away from it.
Yeah. And Jared's used to being the best guy at the table at that, but Daniel's a seasoned vet at the table talk game, so.
For sure. I'm guessing the two of them, plus maybe some Hellmuth, are going to do more talking than everyone else combined. As we see Jared raising another pot here, taking it down. We don't know what he has, but he is playing a lot of hands so far.
Thank you.
His chips tend to stay in motion.
Moldovan, Ardelen, Salțigan. Suntem mamă romani. Yali, yali, yali. What's the next game?
Well, if you want to play the PGT $1 million free roll, there are multiple ways to get yourself involved. Head on over to pgt.com/dream for ways to win. Limited time offer. By the way, I'm not sure that I brought anything further than what the graphic itself brought forth in that particular promo.
But you read it very well.
Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate that. My reads, when it comes to that stuff, spot on. Is Daniel singing in Romanian?
I think so. I was hoping you were going to translate for us.
Well, you know, I got a couple things here and there from a multitude of languages. Romanian, I'm drawing stone dead in.
As we await the next hand here.
7-5-4 monotone for Negreanu. Again, straights and flushes do count against you. We tend to want to build our hands.
Dave Rogers stepping out a little bit here with deuce 7 and some blockers.
Tracking deuces and 7s in particular in triple draw is the most useful of the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the deuce amongst above all others, and you know, 7 secondary.
Oh boy, we got tomato drops. Oh no!
We got a food emergency.
We got a tomato drop. Was that a tomato or a little bacon?
Probably hope they missed that one.
Nope, they're not gonna miss those. You grab a burger, cameras zoom in.
It wouldn't be a live stream without Phil Hellmuth eating.
You know, it's pretty remarkable, the capacity for Phil to, in very short order,
With like a tomato dropping.
you know,
Look, I saw it.
really
Like tomato drop.
put
Let the
dents in
tomato drop.
incredible volumes of sugar and just general calories.
He's not a small man, Ali.
No, I mean, you got to put gas in the tank.
For sure. Brain fuel.
Right.
Dylan picks up a playable hand here. Whoa, tight fold from deuce 3-6.
3-6, very tight fold.
I understand he's a bit on the short side, but that seems like a pretty tight fold.
Look, obviously one of the things that we don't love about the deuce 3-6 is it can turn into a straight, but we accept these consequences.
As he's somewhat feeling good about his fold after it goes raise 3-bet immediately behind him.
Yeah, not sure what Thung opened with, but we can see that Hellmuth, with the uncomfortable wheel draw,
Phil raised.
duck hunting, and now we can see it's deuce 4-5 that Thung will draw to. I would imagine this goes 2-1.
Seems reasonable.
They want here.
I'll explain.
They want you to put them in the box.
There you go.
Yeah.
As Roy's probably not played on the stream table before, so he's getting some feedback from the other players on the best way to show the cards.
They have a trident. A trident, you can stack them, and they see all the cards.
I can just already feel this impending Hellmuth blow up if he loses this pot. I don't know why, but it. I think it's the speed at which this hand is playing out.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
A slow burn.
Yeah, he's just. He's going to fully open up if he doesn't win this pot.
I do feel compelled to point out as we see Hellmuth picking up the dreaded 7 high straight.
Yep, Roy
and
makes
Thunk
an 8-5,
makes
by the way.
number 5,
no.
8 perfect right away. Obviously, check raise is what's in store. What I was going to say is that a lot of times, unimproved on the second draw with the 3, 4, 5, 7, we can feel incentivized to turn the hand into a bluff or a liberal pat. If we pair. Now, draw 2 pat is what Phil's going to be confronted with after he calls. And I suspect that bar an 8 or the obvious deuce, after this draw, he may be done with it.
Yeah, it's a little tough when you 3-bet pre because now you've made the pot a little bit on the larger side. Oh, he makes it.
Wow. Well, the opposite of a blow-up is what we're going to be experiencing here. And the 8 perfect in particular, Chris, is so durable, versus anything but the 7 draw. And a lot of these 3-bets pre-draw 1 are 8 draws.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Roy's not getting away from the hand here. I assume he's just going to call down.
So in comes the 2-bet. Roy calls. This will be pat, and then check and see the bad news.
I think so. Nothing really Roy Thunk can do about this one.
Not at all.
Bit of a bad beat.
Where did that card come from?
Wheel.
This is one of those beats that if Phil Hellmuth was on the receiving end of, by the way, would be atomic.
Especially if he knew his opponent caught the deuce.
That's what I'm saying. You never know for sure what your opponent has caught. People tend to mix their cards well.
Look at this.
Phil Hellmuth Sr.?
Matching outfits. This is nice.
I got to tell you that, for God's sake, that better be his dad.
There's some familial resemblance there, I would say.
I mean, because honestly, it's a restraining order if that's not his dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just that's the guy we got to really wonder.
Yeah,
obsession levels are a bit too high. I don't remember ever having seen his pops. Or, you know what, I've seen his dad, but I don't remember what he looked like.
I think that is his dad.
Story checks out. It all checks out.
Yeah. But I do agree with you that...
I was just teasing Blows.
A non-zero that we've got ourselves, surveillance. Let's keep an eye on.
A very quick security alert.
All right, we'll see Blez get right back on the horse here with another very reasonable starting hand.
Poker and business are the same thing. The easy hands, anyone can play them. It's how you play the difficult spots. That's what makes people good and great.
You're onto something there.
And that's why you...
Good.
That was a not so subtle.
Hang on, guys. Is that the burger?
Zoom in.
Has he gone no upper bun? Is that just a single cheddar cheese slice that he's imprinting his... Okay, and the wipe on the side.
Yeah, where are those hands?
Yeah, I didn't see a napkin anywhere, boys. Did you? Left hand appears on wipe, by the way. So if you do end up with a little bit of cheese on your card, I suspect we all know where the culprit is. Dylan looks a bit disgusted. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I imagine this table, this chip stack, it's all been a long day. He's hanging in there, but he's on the short side.
I was referring more to the fact that the burger and then maybe inadequate wipe. But, nothing really phases Dylan out there. He's pretty even-keeled.
He's going
Generally a happy
He's going to
dude.
need it at this table. A lot of personalities going on here.
Yeah.
Max Coleman's another quiet assassin at this table. We haven't even talked about him. He's got
we're
the chip
back in,
lead at
boys.
the table.
Pretzel bun appears to be the sitch.
We have not had a lot of deuce to 7 action, unfortunately.
By the
Only
way,
burger action.
Max is just keeping an eye on things to his right. Les gets a walk.
I have to know if Phil held off on the sandwich until he made it to the table,
Well, listen,
or...
Phil and I have known each other a long time. And there was a moment where he got on me a little bit. He thought that perhaps I was leaning too heavily into the eating, and I felt a bit compelled to push back and advise that, listen, if you don't want anyone to talk about eating at the table, then perhaps the 3-pound Costco bag of Sour Patch Kids or, you know, a foot long is not really the play whilst at any given streaming table, you know.
Sparkle on this hand.
Jesse, Sylvia, it is your moment in the sun. No limit hold'em.
Let's go.
Thank you.
This is all me, boys. I will never forget one of his more recent bracelet wins, Phil Hellmuth. I missed the final table, and my friend gave me the cliff notes. He said, well, Phil was losing all the pots, and then he hammered about 3 pounds of Sour Patch Kids and used that sugar high to just sun run the table for the next 2 hours.
King Queen for Negreanu, made it 20 to go with 4-8 blinds.
Wow, how out of line is Jared?
90.
Here
Wow,
he goes.
Jared is just going for it at this point. And this is...
and he gets Queen Jack suited to fold in the big blind, and Dylan probably would have shipped it if he if he hadn't 3-bet versus Negreanu's late position open.
And I'd have to imagine Negreanu is not going to release this hand in position versus Blesnik of all people. Cut off versus small blind.
I imagine you're right.
You know what the new ace-5 is?
Or
Remember
maybe
we
he
talked
is.
about this?
King Queen.
So I'm supposed to do the thing, right?
He's just going to
I'm
fold
gonna
King Queen.
like you, ultimately.
See, this to me is just playing into Jared's game.
Right?
Jared, this just empowers him to make these wild plays even more.
I mean, yeah, true. I mean, you
Give
could.
ace-7?
No, but you could call.
If Jared just folds, what happens in that hand, Jesse? Dylan has Queen Jack suited and like
NFL, Daniel.
22 big blinds in the blind there.
He loves running without the ball.
Yeah.
You know what I love doing? There's one thing I love doing in poker, right? Is what I just did. I had no reason of why I just did what I did. But I just decided to re-race, and it worked. But everyone at home is going to be like, what the hell is Blez doing with my hand? Why did he 3-bet it?
Yeah.
I can't explain it, but it just works. It just works. Sometimes it works.
That's what I do.
But then
I
other
don't do it
times,
against Daniel.
you know, that was actually one of those Phil magic plays. I'm being honest. That was one of those.
Yeah, the 10
I felt you were super weak, and I just said, you know what? I'm just going to make it 90,000. That was a Phil Hellmuth play.
What is it?
I'm being honest,
4-8?
Daniel. That was completely Phil Hellmuth type.
You do your thing, buddy.
I'm glad you did.
I
said I'm glad you did.
I don't like to mess with
Daniel. A
Daniel.
lot of chips.
Phil goes in the early position limp.
Daniel's not scared.
Hey, Queen Jack suited, so there was a lot of flops where.
What did you do?
I called.
But buy the money.
Yeah.
6s now for Hellmuth, limp.
Dylan honestly saying that he would have just called and taken a flop with his hand and possibly got himself in trouble against King Queen. I would think the standard play there would be jam all in free.
Well. What am I going to do? I'm not going to fold, Blez. I have only one option. I will call.
You know what we should do here?
Call.
Let's do something that's never been done before.
Hold on, no.
because I already
I'm
know you're
gonna
going to check
check.
dark.
Check in
Exactly,
the
I
dark.
know this. How about this? I'll check behind.
No, Joe, I don't want you to check.
You check dark, I'll check behind.
No,
He's
checking dark, you do whatever you want. You should all right, go ahead.
You check, how about this?
Can you shake your cards?
I check. Go ahead.
I check as well. Put the turn out as well. This has never been done before. This is like really good stuff.
This is like really good stuff.
We're going right to the turn. And this, I've seen this 40,000 times. This is where he checks the turn. See?
I've seen this 40,000 times.
So, Blesnik really living rent-free in a few people's heads right now as he comes with the dark check back to counter Hellmuth's trademark flop dark check.
I cannot even tell you how in his element Blez is at this table.
Oh, yes. He's holding court.
This is just what he lives for.
I limped with a medium pair. That's what I do.
You limp with 2 6s.
I'm taking the under. Oh, my God.
I have a pair of 5s.
My God.
I don't care if you run me over. Just so long as when I get you trapped for 300 bucks. Everybody tries to run me over my whole life. I don't care. It's okay.
Phil, I will promise you
But when
one
I have you
let me tell you
dead,
something.
I just want to
I
hold
promise
up.
you one thing. If we get all the money in a no limit hold'em, you will have the best hand.
No shit.
There is no chance in hell that I will have the best hand. That is factual.
Well, unless you set over 70. Jared wants to dance with the killers. I mean, he could. he wants to dance with the killers. Okay, so be it. I'm a
It's
fucking
so
killer.
great.
That's what I do.
Ali, remember when you wanted that other feature table?
You're right. You're so right.
We're very happy right now.
Us.
I mean, do they
everyone at home.
absolutely have to end at the end of this level? Can we petition for a couple extra?
We're going to get 2 levels of this, by the
Are
way.
you
I
serious?
jumped the gun a little bit. They are 100-minute levels, and we're going to get 2 of them in total. So,
Oh, this is amazing.
There should just be a camera following Jared everywhere.
Yeah.
A Jared reality show really, you know, careful what we wish for, potentially. But my goodness, would that be good.
Speaking of pocket fives, by the way.
We didn't end up seeing what Jared had that hand, did we?
He claimed a 5.
I know.
I think he said fives. I think the look on his face was like I'm joking about having pocket fives, but Hellmuth took it very seriously.
No, I think he had a 5.
Oh, okay.
I would guess that he had something like 9 5 offsuit.
Yeah, fair enough. That's in his wheelhouse.
He knows it's being streamed and that the cards are going to be shown, and he has no.
I don't care, Jared.
He doesn't typically
I tell people
lie.
all the time, and
No.
I don't care if you bluff me a few times. But then when all the money's in and you're riding home in the taxi because you bluffed it off, I always wonder what people are thinking. Are they thinking I outplayed Phil 3 times, or do they think, oh my God, he let me outplay him 3 times and I gave him all the money? I think they choose to say I outplayed Phil. It's easier.
I got to be honest, boys, in all the years that I've observed Phil, when he gets into this
20.
mode over here, he is clearly agitated.
Uh-oh.
And the ego is a bit bruised. And now all of a sudden, Blez, with the high V-pips and the friskiness and the reputation, wakes up with Big Slick while Dylan 198.
Yeah, I know. I just can't remember.
Dylan might think Blez is so out of line that we'll see the small 3-bet here.
Here comes
To a
Jared.
deuce.
Yeah, I think that's extremely reasonable to
Yeah.
expect that.
He's got about, what, 25 big blinds?
Dylan's trying to keep the 2 cards below a jack that shouldn't be in there.
And Max has an interesting decision.
In there.
I think we'll see him get away from this.
Yeah.
His dog Astro.
With the lack of blockers for Max, this feels like. Also, to expect anyone to small 3-bet Blesnik light at a high frequency is just kind of.
Yeah, so this small 3-bet from Dylan is sort of saying I have a big hand or a bluff, right?
And maybe the bluffs don't exist on the stack size against Blesnik in particular, or exist at a much lower capacity than they would normally.
Yeah, and Blez snap 4-bet all in.
Oh, it's flippy.
So all of a sudden, a 420,000 chip pot has broken out. Dylan, a passenger.
I actually would have put $1 million into it. You would have just said.
Fairly classic race.
I actually would have folded though.
Queen
By the way,
7-3.
in every no limit tournament that I've gone deep in, I've lost every one of these. Every one on the stone bubble.
I hope that
I'm 0 for
stays.
3. But it's going to change right now. Thank you.
Wow.
Ace
It's gonna
on
change
the
because
turn.
You can't.
The chip leader got the early
Blez
line.
somehow wills it
Yeah,
in.
some high level shit there.
It's going to change. The math is going to break even at some point.
Interesting. Good luck.
The jack doesn't show up, and Dylan accepts fate.
I mean, Blesnik might be the new Mizraki when it comes to this tournament.
He might be the new White Magic.
He might be both.
That was impressive timing to say it's going to change as
Yeah.
the ace rolls off the deck.
Didn't even have to wait a single card.
Jared has been playing all the high roller no limit events
It
this
just has to
series.
change at some point. I've lost every one of those.
Yeah, I think you've been pretty unlucky this year. How many final tables have you made?
You know, one of the more entertaining things that
I do like you, Blez. I'm ready to dance, my friend.
came out
And
of
by dance, I mean have you put it in dead. When it looks like I'm fucking around, you know? I have this way of like looking like I don't have it. Zip, zip, zip. I'll take the double.
came out of this summer's social media streets.
There's no disputing you're the 3rd best no limit player at this table. There's no disputing that.
Oh man.
Yes, I just fold Max
It
line.
came from Nick Schulman, by the way.
What?
And it
Max might dispute it.
involved Nick
No,
Schulman.
Phil's definitely better than Max in no limit. Max is better than him in PLO, for sure.
Who was involved in a conversation with
Everybody's
the Blez.
better than me at every game. I'm just lucky.
Jared said to him, honestly, Ivy gave me the best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my
lucky
entire
every
life.
day,
He told me to
Jared.
start doing yoga
why
to
I
help
have
with my back.
fourth,
Nick replied, I said, that's great, bro. Is it helping? Jared replied, I haven't started yet.
Best piece of advice of his entire life.
Omaha.
Really?
I mastered all those games. I just made a mistake.
I'll share a Jared story from earlier today. So earlier this year, he won the 100K PLO events at PokerGo against Chidwick and
I know you should have.
Ike, I want to say, as the second and third place finishers. And he made a declaration today after playing a few of the high roll or no limit events. I thought I wanted to play with Chidwick and Ike in PLO, but now I realize I really want to play with them in no limit hold'em.
Really?
Jaredisms.
Look at this turn card, by the way.
Yeah, it's sopping wet as Coleman was the opener.
One more level after this?
Blind versus blind. Negreanu, kings and sixes on the turn to alleviate any potential kicker concerns. Coleman, though, picks up the gutter and the flush draw and barrels once more. 60.
Yeah, this big size makes sense on a very draw-heavy board. And what will Negreanu choose to do with his top and third pair? Going with the just call.
Two players.
Why do we flat? Do we think that there's some frequency with which the opposition draws dead against king six?
Either dead or very thin. I also think maybe the king of spades in his hand helps him choose this one as the combo that he slow plays a little bit.
I guess now Max has kind of a good give-up hand.
Yeah, he does have 9 high, which makes it a little bit more enticing to bluff.
If we see a bet, we'll see a huge bet, right?
This one was limp, by the way, pre.
No, not that big.
30,000.
I suggested Coleman had opened the pot. But 12K became 60 and now becomes 130. And this is just going to be.
I think Daniel's still
time.
considering a raise. He's
Wow,
never
that's-
considering a fold.
That's an interesting just call. I would imagine Coleman has a number of worse 2-pair.
I would think so too, especially for that size.
Yeah. Although I guess you could make some arguments that the offsuited 2-pairs don't raise pre-flop very often, or maybe the
Would you
suited
raise?
2-pairs as well.
No. Good.
I don't.
Since it's a lot of 10-3, 10-deuce type of hands.
Or king 10.
I'd have to look at that hand, but I don't think Max.
No, that's not true.
Max's hand in that size fits exactly on the hand.
12-year-old.
Yeah,
Now, when I was fucking 12 years old.
12 years ago.
The old Daniel.
I would have raised the turn.
The old Daniel on the turn would just move in.
6 years ago, Daniel figured out that he.
I would have raised the turn. Like
See, you've been calling there for probably 40 years.
40.
Oh my God.
18.
Raised to 18,000.
Oh, Jared.
Uh-oh, here comes Phil.
Phil's had enough.
And he has not chosen the ideal time if he decides to play this hand. As Jared has a reasonable hand.
He feels that out of line V-pip. Look at Jared staring him straight down.
No,
Trying,
better of it.
by the way, to just loosen the lug nuts a little bit. And generally very effectively.
Jared almost had a customer there.
Yeah.
18.
Mystique in the chat has just chimed in to say everyone should be forced to eat at the table. It really would make my job so much more fun because I'm here for that commentary.
Love it. World Series of lunch.
Second pair, queen kicker, Rogers, big blind defender, goes check, check. Diamond shows up, giving him the flush draw, which is equity versus 0%. That which he had prior to this card. Blez checks back once more.
See if Dave Rogers falls for it here and takes a stab at this one. I don't think Jared will be folding a king. It's like maybe we just have a check down.
Bet 10,000.
Jared going for the very milky 10K
Oh,
at
yeah.
52. Hoping to get a crying call from a 7.
I almost made it 70 before the block.
10 high, not the
I
one.
would have folded.
I know. I jacked 6 of hearts. I could see you were weak. I don't know. I was worried about these.
I wasn't weak, but I would have folded. I had a real hand. I just.
Real hand without an ace or a king.
No, I had a king.
Did you? But we got to dance, you know. I got
You
to
wanna-
make it 70. I win that one, and then the next hand when I make it 100, I have aces and you have queens, and you just all in, and I just say, of course I have aces. That's what happens, you know.
12.
They get confused.
12?
12 in the middle.
What do I owe you?
4, 8, 12.
Wait, that's how Phil is going to get him?
Aces versus queens?
Yeah.
That's his plan.
20?
Seems like a somewhat ambitious course to chart. Last hand of no limit, Hellmuth. Ace 3 suited, opens. Guess who's in the big? Is there any chance Blez folds?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, not with this
hand.
one, man. Suited
No.
one capper.
No, cancel all.
I don't even think there's a chance they wouldn't deal him a suited hand.
Guys,
you know?
I want Blez to pause the dealer and say, I'm going to bet dark. Which, by the way, on this board would have been pretty strong.
Yeah.
Versus ace 3 of diamonds. Meanwhile, king jack 6. Blez checks it over. This dealer, by the way, wholly unentertained by all of it. Like, I'm not.
He's just
He
doing his
really.
job, man.
He's just like, dude, I'm just trying to get through this down,
Yeah.
man. You know.
You know, I love the mixed games, but there's nothing
Let me
like
ask you a
no
question.
limit
You think
hold'em
people
for getting the
play
battle
looser
going
or
between
tighter on a
players.
TV
Yeah.
table in general?
No one likes to get bluffed on the TV table. Learn that the hard way.
Really?
A little harder.
People don't like getting bluffed?
Yeah. There's some instinct that exists in a human being where he doesn't want the world to perceive weakness. And so I think I'm like a lot of the top pros would rather not be on the TV table, honestly.
I know.
Because I can do some crazy stuff and they'll let it go out there.
Okay.
What's the lesson I've learned? Take it or leave it.
5 of clubs.
What's the game? Stud high?
Perhaps a new candidate for single best piece of advice Jared's ever been given in his life.
Well, if he
I
implies
enjoyed
it
it.
once,
The
then
table
maybe
size.
it's a better piece of advice
I
than
wish
the
we could
best
play
he's
along
heard.
You're
Rogers, a very pretty one as the bring in, by the way.
1.6 million, which would be a top 10 stack.
Roy with a
Split
very
pair.
reasonable hand here to open, Jack 10-9. Not quite sure what's behind it, but it doesn't look like any overcards.
Have a real shot at those chips. He's gonna have to be in PLO.
That's not the game, fuck, but I'm telling you.
I do.
Yeah, I know.
No, Phil's right, actually. My chips are in play. They're always in play.
I know.
That's one thing. My chips are always in play.
When I get
Verified.
That, when I have your stack, my chips aren't playing anymore.
My chips are, the problem is I don't believe in ICM. That's my problem.
I think you might have retired more people in PLO than any man in history.
Yeah.
Like you've actually sent people back to like they work on a truck now. They used to play PLO and now they work on a truck.
I'm not.
That's what he used to do.
No, but
there's
Phil's
a weird
actually
thing
right,
in
though.
PLO, when you play too many hands in a tournament, I've just seen
Phil's right. Like in PLO, you're both a favorite to beat me in a tournament. In this setting, for sure.
Daniel's not.
Because you're just Daniel. You're gonna play better
you
hands
and
than me.
Daniel will both play this many hands. I'm
Yeah.
going to be right here.
You know, you'll be. Let's get real.
I'll be down here. You two can play
Open
around, gamble,
deuces
and take your
now for Thung. Board development
Yeah,
wise,
really
I thought
gambled
perhaps
that
that he
top
would
set.
fire that 4-street barrel with
I
the
fucking-
lead,
Go!
try to represent
No
a flush draw,
way.
Chris, but
No
instead
way.
he checked and now is betting the
The
30K.
beautiful
might
thing
have
of
lost the
poker is
pot.
we all have different
Rogers
styles.
should
turn.
feel
the
reasonably
day,
good about split
card.
fives right
Obviously,
now,
I'm doing
shouldn't he?
something wrong.
I think so. It's
Because
just
you're
it's
the
a bit of a
winningest
small
tournament player of
pot,
all
and
time.
he's
You
just really
win,
not
you play
sure
tighter. I play
what he's
loose
up
and I don't have
against.
good results.
Well, I think we can
But
be
that's
sure
my
what we're
point.
not up against,
If
and
you're-
that would
you
be
have the greatest
10s
style
up.
in the history of this game.
Yeah, I would think so.
I told you. I already said what's going to happen. It's amazing how I tell people exactly what's going to happen to them, and it's unbelievable.
I come here every day and lose. I've been here for
Well, pardon the interruption, but we're going to let you know about PokerGo's newest VIP subscription plan, which includes access to over 100 training videos from the elite team at Run It Once. Elevate your game through teachings by Galfon, Kuhn, and Jungleman. So many more. Plus, get a merch credit to the PokerGo shop for a limited time. Upgrade today at PokerGo.com.
I'm dying to play the main event right now. I cannot wait for the main event.
The main event's going to be
I
fun.
cannot wait for the main event.
It's always fun. The main event is just, it's really hard.
I might bet $1 million on you, Phil, in the main. I might bet $1 million on you. I'm not kidding.
Phil's got a big hand here. Queens in the bring-in.
It is.
I can't tell you what I would give to just be able to watch these players play these games every single day.
Wired queens for Hellmuth. He takes it back upstairs after Rogers with the king showing has wired deuces. Now sometimes we go harder and 3-bet here in an effort to more convincingly represent that we have split kings.
Yeah, there was a dead king. And Phil re-raising it out of the bring-in from the 3 suggests that he's claiming a very strong hand, which he does indeed have. Mildly surprised that Phil went with the re-raise with exactly queens, because you'd be thinking it's the sort of hand that is fine against everything that's not a king and very much unhappy to be against kings.
Yeah. Now Hellmuth picks up the ace.
However, now I think that's just going to be the end of the hand.
Yeah. If he was somehow stepping out with like 3 spades and the ace of spades wired, this is all troublesome for Rogers, so the deuce is unimproved. He gets away.
Had more to do with Dave Rogers' weak holding that did improve
You
as
raised them with a 3 and you're telling us it's no bluff.
And we have Chidwick joining the table.
Did Jared just embrace Steve? You know, and I'm not sure, by the way, that was something Stevie asked for on arrival.
Just sat down.
Chitty chitty bang bang.
Mr. Chidwick.
Things just got a whole lot tougher here.
With a mountain of chips.
I'm good.
And the last time I was at the final table with him, he was just talking a lot.
Let me tell you something.
It's going to be hard to keep up with this table.
Yeah, I've opened them up, by the way. I opened up Chidwick.
You got to ante, though. That's a rule. You have to ante every hand.
Even my first hand?
Yeah, you too. I like this talking.
That's why I told you to take off your headphones. We can enjoy. We're all friends here. We're not playing for that much money. I mean, this is small. This
is massive.
I mean, first prize is only like $1 million. I'm losing my. I mean, last year I think it was like 1.6. Huh?
Stud.
Yeah.
This is the players' championship.
The good news for us is we can actually beat Chidwick in some of these games.
I don't know how to tell you this, guys, but our job is made so easy by the presence of Blez, who can just hold court.
Happy to listen to Jared wax philosophical about pretty much everything under the sun.
So is everybody else out there. If you're enjoying our stream, by all means, do us a favor, click like, click subscribe.
We made it top 35.
Help us to continue to deliver.
Phil with 3 diamonds, ace up, and I've seen 0 diamonds in anyone else's hand. He's had a really nice stud orbit so far.
Now the 3 is a very dead card for him to hit, considering Negreanu has the split 3s.
Yeah, and Phil goes with a bet here, maybe thinking that Daniel's likely to have 3 hearts, and that therefore, you know, he can start taking the pot away here.
Yeah, because Phil's also thinking to himself, if I'm catching a 3, that now lessens the chances that Negreanu's defense is with the split 3s.
Now I'm surprised by this bet from Phil.
Okay.
Because what can Daniel have at this point that Phil's happy to be against?
In the small blind with ace-7.
Yeah, he does have a wheel draw, looking across the way at one of the 5s he'd love to see.
2 off the money, what do you do?
Instead, he is left with just ace high. Note that Daniel also is unimproved. Now the 6th street check.
I think we'll see a bet from Daniel here.
Call forward.
Yeah, he did the worst of
It does feel
what's the worst
a bit like Phil was just bluffing and gave up, doesn't it?
Which is
It's all pretty close, I think.
But what's the worst of all 3? I'm asking.
And Phil with the 4s is going to win this, I think, if it goes check-check.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he did.
And you think this might be avoided by a bet on
what if Bonomo
6th Street, right?
That would have been a disaster.
Negreanu had the opportunity to maybe get after it on 6th, and obviously that bet would have been somewhat critical to his ability to then bluff the river. Instead, as played, he just checks all the way down.
What did you start with? Ace deuce 4?
Ace deuce 9 of diamonds, maybe, or ace deuce 9 of diamonds.
I don't believe you for some reason. I think you started ace deuce 4.
No. What's the difference? I start. Yes, I don't lie in the stream. If you go back and watch it, you'll never see me lie.
I feel like we can make a. I feel like I'd bet that.
I don't know. Maybe you could find one time.
I feel like you. I feel
What's
like you.
the point of lying when someone knows 10 minutes, 30 minutes later?
What delay are we at? Do you know? Is it an hour? Or?
I think it's 45 minutes. Daniel probably knows.
I remember you saying you were going to burn down the Rio. That was a lie.
Listen, from a talent level, I don't want Chidwick here. From a level of opening him up, this is the best table for Chidwick.
Very clever.
I mean, Chidwick is certainly a quality over quantity guy, but when he says something,
oh my God,
it's just magic.
It's so great.
Is it me?
Yeah.
I believe
What a
it is.
treat.
What is it? How much?
What a table we have.
5K?
I'm telling you, I would watch this every day. I'd devote a nice
Wait,
chunk
hold
of
on
the
a second.
day
Were you
to
at the table?
just spectating this table.
Were you at the table when you said that?
Yeah, I think I set him off. I was the one who got him steamed up.
Complete.
I don't think he was impressed.
Here comes Phil, Jack 9-5
He was
rainbow.
impressed with my performance.
Raise.
Coleman.
Max correctly recognizing it.
Yeah, non-believing. Split sixes.
How many more hands is stud?
Hellmuth caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
This is hand in the stud.
I'm losing my. From a TV standpoint, stud has to be the most boring game to watch. From a TV standpoint, like I'm going to talk to the producers about if they're going to stream this tournament, they should remove all studs from the features. We shouldn't play any stud here. No one wants to watch. Max, you agree with me, right?
No.
No, I don't. I don't think we should be playing stud. And then we can play on a smaller table.
Stud hitter, but it's very interesting.
It's boring to watch.
And Raz is super interesting.
Oh yeah, it's so interesting that the 10K got 89 players. I think
It's kind of funny because Jared's an excellent stud player, so he's really just kind of talking randomly.
Call.
Chidwick, snap push back on the I've never lied on stream with you said you were going to burn down the Rio.
He said that with the tone that he has a bit of a vendetta against the Rio, and he was expecting Phil to burn it down. He was a little disappointed.
It still stands.
You know, yeah.
It's by the way, it's the new and improved Rio, gentlemen. It's been revamped. Now the lights work and the paint is not peeling. I'm not sure what else has been done, but I'm not headed back
Thank you
there.
for that update.
I'm not headed back there. I just drive by.
I'm impressed that you got close enough to it that you could see the paint, the status of the paint.
I think of the three studs, I think stud
Open
high is probably
nines here.
Stud high low is too hard to follow.
For Chidwick.
Yeah, so Stevie has open nines, but if you follow the action, it doesn't actually make a ton of sense for him to bet here. He limped in. There's a 9 on Max Coleman's board. No, Stevie correctly checks and says, I don't have it. Roy with a very conservative check with jacks here.
Now Stevie picks up an ace, a very dry Fifth Street card for Roy, whose board on fourth looked rather menacing.
It's got to be hard for Stevie to not take a stab at it now.
Roy was the man that completed it on third.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Roy Thung has been very conservative in the hands we've seen him play so far.
Yeah, with a 9 on board for Coleman, I feel as though maybe we'd be a bit more compelled to continue. But he just takes that conservative line as the door card pairing is cause for concern in stud high.
I have a 60% crossbook with the guy that's third in chips right now. That's not good. That is not good news.
Who's third in chips right now?
Unclear. What is clear, though, is that you can get your way into a Poker Masters. How? Well, Octopi Poker wants to send you for a chance to play alongside some of the game's greats and do so for free live at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. Just go to pokergo.com/win-masters. It's a completely free to enter opportunity. One lucky winner will be drawn on August 1st. Wired sevens for Chidwick as the bring-in here. Coleman, 3 coordinated cards. Completes it. Stevie's not going to be folding.
Cool.
In comes an extra 10K.
Stevie's mustache has reached Dr. Robotnik levels
And
at
his
this point.
4th Street has reached the
Spikes
pinnacle
the hidden 7
of quality.
and gets led into by a very dusty hand.
Now, flatting here is very much an opportunity to put the raise in on 5th. But remember that the betting lead can change hands in stud high, as the highest board does speak first, and that's exactly what has happened, courtesy of an ace in front of Stevie, and one that is suited to his door as well. Doesn't feel like the kind of street where we're going to get too many leads, or rather follow-throughs out of Coleman. Nevertheless, Chidwick checks, takes his chances. Coleman happy to check back. He's now drawing dead as Chidwick makes open aces.
Somewhat lucky the way this board ran out for Stevie here.
Yep.
Spiking that 7 on 4th Street, we call that a sweet roll.
A what?
A sweet roll.
A sweet roll. Does it have to be a 7?
When you have your pocket pair and you just bing it right away.
Yeah.
It's like being rolled up, but a sweet roll.
Okay. I'm into it.
I don't know if everyone calls it that, by the way, but I do.
I love it. Blesnik is just so enamored with Hellmuth.
He's just so happy to be playing poker and have a camera and a microphone.
Yeah.
And play with all these fun personalities. Jared's really been in a mood for the last few days here.
2 of diamonds. But complete.
Hellmuth's got his diamonds again. Daniel with a 3-card straightening hand. And Dave Rogers with a nice premium starting pair.
Great.
Comes in for the 2-bet. Jared's been very quiet this round of stud. As he said, a boring game in his opinion for TV, but nevertheless, we have an interesting 3-way hand developing here.
That we do. 3 suits for Hellmuth. He completed. Negreanu flatted with the 6, 7, 8. Rogers then spoke up. As advertised, he has split jacks. And the best board development.
Yeah, for sure. Catch is by far the best on 4th Street here, as nobody's hit anything. But the pot's big enough at this point that I guess we'll see some peels.
15K ahead.
This pot very substantial for Rogers with his $191,000 stack.
That it is. And clean looking boards to be up against right now.
And Daniel hits a gut shot draw here. He needs a 9, of which a couple are already dead. Will he continue with the naked gut shot? No. So Dave Rogers wins a nice pot.
Yeah, one of the 9s that he needed, staring him in the face, and he has no overcards to the queen or jack. So
makes sense.
This was a big pickup for Rogers.
For sure.
It was nearly a third of his stack in profit.
That was number 7. Oh, wait.
Oh, he has 360 now. Is nearly half of his stack in profit.
Yeah. No, he's getting shallow. All right, we're moving on to limit Omaha 8 or better.
8-15.
now Omaha 8 or better, Chris, obviously it's one of those games where when given the luxury, we want to venture forth with an ace in hand, preferably with a wheel side card to give us an option to make a good low. But what sort of balance do we need to have in terms of opening pots on the high side and then maybe getting a decent amount of action as people incorrectly assign us, low cards in our hand?
Well, to be honest, the answer is somewhat similar to what I was talking about earlier in stud 8 or better, which is that despite the high hands having immediate value in not needing to qualify. It's the low cards that can do a lot of the betting, especially when any low cards present on the board. So you're typically going to want to have some low component to your hand, unless it's an extremely strong high hand. And here Dave Rogers picks up a premium hand on the button.
Yeah, ace, deuce, three, queen, double.
Raise.
His raise sends Blez into the muck. Chidwick's diamonds are covered
Stevie
here.
has a very weak hand here that's right kind of on the border for maybe you're wanting to defend and maybe not.
Takes a pass.
Oh, sorry, he was small blind, which makes it. Oh, no, we have it. We had it right. He was the big one. We just have the position slightly off. So no action for Rogers there, but still, any pickup in taking the blinds in 08 is always a good result.
Are you going to WSOP Europe? I don't think so. You? Probably not. Maybe.
Riveting.
Where is it this year?
Same place it is every year, Jared. Roswitha, baby. Just over the border in Germany. You've never been?
No. I never traveled abroad for poker ever before.
It's very quiet.
Korea this year. I'm just
Daniel said he didn't like it over there very much. It was too quiet. Then Ivy and I both said we loved it. And then Daniel changed his mind.
I love when he says things I've never said in my life. He does it all the time. It's like Daniel said, anytime whatever comes next is usually something I've never said in my life. Ever. I never said anything about it being quiet. I like the grind. I just didn't like the smoke.
I feel like you don't play poker outside of Vegas much.
Yeah, I don't travel.
Yeah, I never did either. It's not a bad thing. There's enough poker here to play.
Oh yeah.
Go.
Play at the studio.
Conversation centering around the World Series of Poker venue, which is the King's Casino in Rosvidov, Czech
was
Republic.
the hardest working pro in the world.
He was
He's
about to
he's
say
not
something.
denying it. And so
Yeah, but you know what? You know.
And so he, and he earned everything he's gotten, and
I
he's
think
been great for the game. I'm proud
Heaps
of
of
it.
hand out of the
Stevie's
base.
going to get some trouble.
I think he traveled so much. He's like, I've had enough.
Yeah, I like staying home. We like our house.
Right.
Well, I do think that yeah, you're in
and
trouble.
I had kids, so I couldn't travel like him without risking my wife divorcing me.
One thing I respect about Daniel more than anyone that came up in you guys' era is he kept wanting to learn and get better. He kept wanting to improve. Which is like a lot of the guys that they fell behind because they didn't want to do that.
Stevie picked up a nice little wrap here,
True.
by the way.
A lot of guys.
Yeah, it's
But-
got
They just never
problems.
improved.
Yeah, the issue is we're not looking to chase that
The
side of the
game's
pot,
changing
generally
constantly.
speaking, if we feel as though we cannot win the
What
low
used to be
side.
bad is now
Because we're
good.
just
What's
putting chips
probably
in
good now
the
is gonna be
hopes
bad in
of
5
pulling
years.
them back, and
It's
that's
like,
kind of a
right now,
cardinal
the ace
sin.
five's the hot- the
Yeah,
ace
but
five's
Stevie's
the
not going to be
hot
able
middle.
to. Stevie's not going to be able to get away from this, having made the 7-6
It
low.
might be one of those.
He can't like his hand here,
I'll
but
tell you, the solver
as Roy
loves, like,
studies
king
the
two.
river
I've
intently.
heard that. The solver
Yes,
loves, like,
Roy,
king
you
two
have
suited.
the second nut
'Cause you
low
block
and
ace
the
king.
nut flush.
So it's like if I have king 2 suited, you can never have ace king. It's not possible. No, it's never possible. Like it's just you'll always have ace queen.
I don't really see Stevie folding for one bet here on the end. He's just hoping Roy has a high only hand. Like the hand that he had without the 5. Oh, and I'm wrong. He does get away from it.
I think in terms of table image, Mr. Thung comes off as being on the more snug side of the spectrum.
For sure.
What's the over-under on the amount of TV tables the two of you have played at together, you'd say? I'll set the line at like, it's got to be at least a couple hundred lifetime.
A lot.
It's over 100 for sure,
lot.
right?
It's been a lot of years.
8,000.
Well, Russell in the chat asking us, any thoughts on why the Poker Players Championship drew less people this year over 2023? Chris, you got any thoughts on that?
I'm not entirely sure. I think that in the last few years, the fields have seemingly been a little bit smaller while a lot of the other events have been bigger. And I think that it may just be the reputation of the caliber of the field and a lot of people just not wanting to pony up 50K to take a shot against in such a tough environment.
For those that do,
I'm not really sure.
Why do they do it though, Chris. I mean, you yourself are somebody who went out there and played. What was your thought process, given objectively the field is very densely populated with very strong players?
Yeah, I mean, my thought process is it's a treat to get to participate in such an amazing tournament, and if I'm able to any year, I would love the opportunity, and I hope I draw the toughest table that there's ever been. I mean, you don't get to play against these guys that often, guys that are making their way down from the biggest game in Bobby's room to, come and play one tournament, whereas I'm out there playing every day.
How about a 7-eye flush draw, nut low draw, end top pair for Stephen Chidwick? This is
and
a world.
Two other players have overpairs here, as Roy Thung has just cold called aces in the small blind.
Exactly.
Hellmuth with the queen high flush draw. Note that dry ace of diamonds for Roy as he's up on his feet, just trying to get a better view of things. Sometimes the lighting rigs up above these stream tables can cause there to be a glare. And Father Time can whittle away at the cornea.
Notice Phil proceeding pretty cautiously here despite his overpair and flush draw. There are two low cards present. His hand doesn't really love any low card on the turn. He does like that card quite a lot, though.
Open ender and
maybe
no
even
low
enough to
or
lead.
Straight or flush possible. You're surmising that Hellmuth would lead this?
I would not mind seeing a bet from Phil. This looks like a really good card for him specifically. You want to deny a free card to the low draws that are out there, but nevertheless he checks, and Stevie does continue to bet on the strength of his combo draw, low draw, and pair. Still looks like enough for everyone to continue in a way. If you're Roy Thung and you peeled this flop, that has to be an above average turn card for you.
Yeah, the Jack Dangler he's been connected with.
This really shows the problems with the ace-ace, king-jack, no flush draw, right? You hit a good card and you're still not particularly thrilled to continue in the hand.
I mean, he should be pretty happy in this situation. I would have played the hand differently by 3-betting pre and, possibly being able to be in a heads-up situation. Obviously, whenever you have aces in a multi-way spot in 08, it's definitely very vulnerable. It's going to be a big river here.
You didn't play Mamma Mia?
8 of spades.
And it looks like Phil and Chidwick have made each of their halves of the pot.
That they have. And the man.
Now a bit of a tricky situation for Phil to decide how to play. He's going to go with lead, whereas if he had seen the cards, he would have preferred check to let Stevie bet and try to trap Roy Thung in the middle.
Yeah, the check raise would have been a delightful option.
Now Stevie has figured out that he should just flat his nut low here. And
yeah, he figures the nines are no good for high. Although with some frequency, you may see a raise out of someone like Stevie if he thinks that Phil is leading nut low without a high. But as played, we don't really anticipate that to be the activation of Phil on the end.
It could be the case, yeah. And Roy gets away from it on a pretty bad river card, and they're going to chop this one up. So.
Well, credit to Roy for limiting his losses on the end. He did have the best high on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, he was ahead until the river and then correctly folded for one bet.
You see Phil? You see him? You say hi to him?
Eight in the small. Eight.
So loud.
Daniel has been really locked in at this feature table so far. He hasn't really gotten caught up in the, the Blez show and the Hellmuth, back and forth. He seems like he's extremely focused and, has a nice chip stack as we're getting towards the end of day 2 here. Notice Chidwick folded the 2-3-4-5 facing an early position raise from Blez. bit of a troublesome hand with an all-low hand with no ace. Max flatting the ace, king, queen, queen in the big blind.
Heads up.
Standard. There's Blesnik's reveal, ace 5, 8, 10, which turns into top 2 and a draw to live 5 for low.
Yeah, why not?
And it looks like, I think Max
Have a
might just
drink,
be
hang
done
out.
with this. Did Max lead?
No, that can't be right. Is it?
Super, yeah.
No.
That seems unlikely,
Check,
yeah.
bet, and I
Max tried
thought,
to
as
decide
you
whether to
did,
peel or
Chris,
not.
that maybe Coleman would just get away from this one,
Yeah, now
given
he's
the
gonna,
low's already there.
Now he's going to have a hard time getting away from it because
You're still, yeah.
now he's picked up the flush draw.
You got plenty, buddy.
However, notice that he can only win half the pot
you got
in
it,
the
of
best case scenario. Jared checking behind a very strong
I got some
hand.
entertainment value, definitely.
And this may get him paid off on the river.
Check. Bet.
Although Max has to be asking himself, what combination of 4 cards can he tie against? He needs Jared to not have any 2 pair if he decides to fold.
It's just so difficult for us to feel good. We're never really pressing the action or getting a ton of value out of our hand unimproved. And, arguments I think could have been made for the check fold
I
on
think
the
so.
flop.
Relatively small pot free, single raised.
It
Half
is-
the
it
pot's
is the
already gone.
bless.
Yeah, but the problem is that even random cards just have a low
Yeah.
already made on that board.
And when we're paired with our side cards, it makes it that much more difficult to make bigger aces up than perhaps, the ace deuce, ace 6 stuff that
Yeah, and
might have
having
been in there.
4 high cards in his hand makes it more likely that Jared has low cards.
Yeah.
Lots of problems.
Onwards. Pretty one for Chidwick. Ace 3, 4, 9 double.
Yeah, those extra suits really give you a little extra value in Omaha 8 or better. Even a small flush on the river can be worth a lot.
The third lower low card as well is really valuable in this game.
Keeps you from getting counterfeited.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Ace 4, 5. Aces up, and
Daniel with a pretty marginal defense pre here, by the way.
surprised by that king, queen, 10 deuce.
I think it's a little bit out of line, yeah. That deuce is just doing nothing for the hand. A key concept in Omaha 8 is you want your cards to be helping each other in some way. So whether that be for high or for low, or even just middling connected cards, all these are better than having the random card that doesn't fit.
Rather robust rail developing here.
Yeah, who could blame them? Quite a table we have here. Stevie with another playable hand, that's slightly on the margins, I suppose. The third suited card is a slight negative. But much like having a third low card that can help you for the low, having a third Broadway card can also make your hand very powerful on certain board textures.
Go.
Really, it's the 9s and the 8s that kind of get you in trouble in this game. Those are the cards that don't really do a ton for you. Max with an interesting combo. After we see a cold call, I think I wouldn't mind seeing a cold call here. Kind of playing a high-only hand, but a very powerful one.
Yeah, inviting more players in the pot isn't really an issue when you're just looking to make the nut high hand anyways.
And in fact, when you do see a raise and multiple calls in front of you with that high skewing holding, you begin to think a lot of the low cards are preoccupied.
Yeah, sure,
perhaps
could be
the
the
high
case.
board is more likely. And then you get shocked when you see the deuce 5 of clubs roll off.
But now he's going to have a tricky situation because Coleman has the nut flush draw and an overpair. Roy Thung has a wheel wrap. And Chidwick has a little bit of not very much.
Yeah, kind of a whole lot of nothing or a pair of 5s on this particular board texture with.
Now, because of the way we've seen Roy Thung play, I would not totally hate a raise from Max here. I think that a raise can serve a lot of purpose here. You can force Chidwick out of the pot. You also may just get checked to on every turn card, which would be fantastic for the nut flush draw.
There's the wheel. No waiting for Roy.
Yeah, and I don't think Coleman's going to be able to fold at this point with a gut shot to Broadway, top pair, and the nut flush draw still in a slightly sizable pot.
Roy barrels again.
It's really going to be a tough river decision for Max if he does not improve.
Oh. Heads up.
And he does not improve.
Somewhat similar to the situation he faced earlier, but now the pot's much, much larger. I guess, on the other hand, he has to be thinking, what sort of hand could he tie against? It's hard to think of a combination that would bet 3 streets here that he can chop with.
Yeah. Tend to agree wholeheartedly, and Thung doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would be barreling 6-3 off.
Agree.
You know, just low side.
And Max again gets away from it.
And Max folds very quickly. He knew exactly where he was at that hand. He didn't look particularly thrilled to draw at half the pot on the turn, even though he had quite a strong draw to the high. Wow, it is getting loud in here.
Well, I believe that play may have come to an end elsewhere here at Horseshoe. And as such, those who were bagged for the day maybe have begun to make their way over. So many events running at any given time at the complex. Many of them over at Paris. There's satellites, there's cash games.
No, I like to see it. It's rare that you get this much excitement around the live poker table.
And this is just day 2 of a 5-day tournament,
Yeah.
so the excitement will only be growing in the PPC.
The other thing is we get so desensitized just based on the fact that we have had, you know, so many years with which to rub elbows with a lot of these luminaries as poker players ourselves, play at the table with them, play in tournaments with them. For many who are maybe coming down here for the first time in the summer or who come down for a couple of days, you know, every single summer, maybe they haven't had a chance to sit and rail some of their favorites, Negreanu, Hellmuth, Chidwick, Blez out there.
Yeah, I mean, any table that has Negreanu and Hellmuth at the same table is going to draw quite a crowd. Not to mention some of the other all-stars that we have here today.
Too bad.
Daniel raising a little light on the button with an ace high holding, but there's some problems with this hand. I would like to see a 3-bet from this ace king queen 5. It prefers to play heads up.
Rogers does play it as a flat, however, and the big blind does fold nevertheless, in spite of the price. Jack 10-6, no low draw. How about the Broadway wrap for Rogers? Ace of hearts in case of emergency. 10s and 6s though for Negreanu.
Yeah, both players having connected with this flop somewhat.
Too bad.
Rogers going with the raise just on the strength of his 3-card straight draw and backdoor low draw. Bit of a tricky situation for him now, however, having whiffed on the turn. Daniel's going to feel that his 2-pair is good here and go ahead and bet for protection. Notice the equities are still, Rogers still maintains a lot of equity here because he both has the best low draw and a lot of ways to win the high. And it looks like we're going to have a split.
Rogers makes ace 5 for low.
Rogers has no incentive to bet here, having just the naked ace 5 low.
Now, interestingly enough, you see him shaking his head. He has no high to speak of, and against raises that just so comfortably barrel away over here, we feel as though the man had a piece for high and maybe was working the ace deuce, ace 4 side of the street, and so the fold from Rogers as he gives away half.
Yep, you saw that coming, Ali. I'm not in the habit of folding any made low once I arrive at the river, so you know, a situation where being sticky can work in your favor.
Yeah, it's the late position open that, you know, sort of ranges us away from the ace deuce.
It's just the nature of limit poker that you need to pay off on the river a decent amount once you arrive there.
What tournament are they playing? What is it?
25 OE. Omaha Aesthetic.
We're moving on to Raz. Stud for low, ace to 5 low in stud form. In some ways a simple game, but in other ways some interesting complexities emerge.
King of diamonds.
And a very nice Raz board with many low cards out.
Ace to 5 low ball, Delta stud, Hellmuth.
Still going with a steal here with pocket aces. Not as good of a hand as it appears.
Negreanu with a very pretty one, though.
Very, very strong hand. Notice that he just flats. This may have something to do with the dead cards. I see an ace and a 5 and another 5 already out, so, and a 6 out. And Jared making a nice fold with ace 4-8 in a multi-way pot, which is not an easy fold.
I actually think this might be Negreanu's go-to strategy. I watched him play and commentate a mixed game tournament years ago.
Going on?
And in stud, he likes playing his entire range as a call quite often. One of the few players I've seen do that.
That does make sense given what he talks about with small ball in all forms of poker. I would be willing to debate the merits of that in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to push your equity when you have the best hand.
And a lot of hands just want other players out. For example, if he had 2-bet this hand, Dave Rogers would have folded 5-6-8. And now, you know, 5-6-8 has a lot of equity here.
4th Street got checked around, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. And now Daniel with the best hand and the very scary 2-3-6 board. So this may end up working out quite nicely for him. We've seen Dave pass on a lot of marginal spots like this already. This time he looks like he's getting ready to continue. He feels that there must be something wrong with Daniel's hand for him to have checked on 4th Street, and he's right.
Now Daniel makes the open pair. Unfortunately for Rogers, what looks like it's supposed to be an 8 low is actually just a pair of 8s.
It seems like a decent spot to bluff, though.
And you see Rogers nodding his head in affirmation because the check back from Daniel so often.
Now, if Rogers bricks here, makes another pair, he really needs to bluff at this. Instead, he makes a 9. So now he has a decision. Should he go for thin value or should he check and decide? Based on how we've seen him play, I was going to say we'll not be surprised to see a check. Daniel can beat a king, so he decides to just check down. And that early decision to not potentially push out this 3rd player did end up costing Daniel in this hand.
As often happens in Raz, right?
For sure. I mean, hands have equity. All hands have equity in limit poker, and you're never as far ahead as you'd like to be most times. So oftentimes just trying to steal the antes and get people out.
It's pretty crazy.
For the last 3 days.
2, 3, 4 catches the 6, which is 2 6s out too.
Daniel has run so bad in Raz. It started in the 10 club.
Yeah.
Phil, he ran so bad at the final 2 tables. It was insane. He'd start like deuce 3, and then he would catch a 3, then he would catch a queen.
And a king.
Did Jared make that Raz 10K final table?
I believe so, yeah.
Wow.
Doesn't it seem like there's a little gamesmanship to some of the things that Blez says? Like,
yeah.
You know,
just casually
subtly
mentioning
that, like, Daniel's just like, you know, running bad in Raz, like, kind of, you know, I mean, it's all just a little bit of a part of the Blez experience.
You know, I believe he can be subtle about certain things, but he's been quite obvious about a number of them tonight.
Heard the deuce. Yeah,
I'm not hating on it. I've been enjoying it immensely.
Ace in the window. Nothing
Bill
cooking
with
with
another
it.
premium starter here.
3 to a wheel. Not 5.
This time there may not be much action. Oh, wait a minute. Blez is stepping out with the 4-7-10.
Gentlemen, this is perhaps a bit player specific.
Now, I would not mind seeing Phil 3-bet here. I mean, he's been wanting to have a battle with Blez, and he has the hand. In Raz, you don't really mind bloating the pot when you have a premium starter.
There's stud 8, and then there's Raz, which is low.
On the wheel draw right away. And look at Blez.
Blez is just going to get away from it.
Yeah, he was just trying to find the better 4th Street and then ride it.
What are you doing? Are you insane? It's not like I have ace deuce in the hole or anything.
At least you branched out from limit to no limit.
And notice if Phil had 3-bet on 3rd Street, he might force Jared to have to continue.
Yep.
Now getting such a better price.
It is very interesting to me, specifically in Raz, how deciding to 3-bet or not on third street can have such crazy implications to the future of the hand.
Right, because what often happens in limit poker, particularly in Raz, is you know you're behind, but you're getting too good of a price to fold. So you start down the rabbit hole of call. I know I'm behind. I have to call. I know I'm behind. I have to call. And before you know it, you're at the river.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly feels that way in stud, where you're like, I have a pair, and you ought to make 2 pairs, see you at 7th.
Correct.
It's currently 4th street or whatever.
Correct. So that is the reason why when you have the best hand, building the pot is not necessarily a bad thing, because your opponent's kind of in a crappy situation where they can't just fold their equity, but they can't like it at any point.
And you force them to kind of take the worst of it on repeated occasions.
Chidwick with a tight fold with 3-7-9, the 3 showing.
Complete.
I see an ace behind him in a 6.
Have the best Raz record in history.
Max goes straight away for the 2-bet, facing an 8 door.
Got 2 firsts, a second, 5th, 8th.
Obviously, we expect that Roy Thung has 2 small ones in the hole, having raised with an 8 showing.
You have 2 wins in Raz? Yeah. That's actually incredible.
And he has the 5-2. So
The game just makes sense. Like whenever they pair, it's like I can tell. And then
Just no shot Blez is a
you
troll.
were the hand on video where I called a guy down with a queen 10 draw all the way.
And you just knew he paired?
I just knew it.
Really?
He ended up making, but we saw the hand on video later. He ended up making a jack and making the world's worst bet. It was the whole hand was like out of control but fun.
Thung on the 8 draw.
I told Mike, I said, I'll
First to speak leads into Coleman.
Final table on the
So
next
let's see how the
time.
equities shift on the next card here, as currently Roy is almost 60-40 favorite.
It's calculated.
And I said, but I get a bonus if I do it the first tournament.
Okay.
And I made
Better
it
board for Thung.
Now,
there's a lot
Roy
of skill in Raz. There's just not as much skill in Raz as the other games. That's
Roy
all.
has paired, but it doesn't look like it.
Different skill.
What?
Different
You're
skill.
wrong.
Not,
You know when people pair, it's just
yeah,
massive.
but
Max
I
has
don't think you really know.
tough decision.
You kind of know, but I don't think you like know. You know?
You ever seen me on tape, kid?
I don't think you really know when someone pair. I mean, you have an idea, obviously. You don't just know.
Define no.
Like, do you think he paired?
I'm not paying close attention.
He paired. He paired.
There we go,
He
yeah.
paired.
You show him right.
No.
What?
Bad luck.
Bad luck. Oh, sorry.
Well, you think I just did all this stuff in Raz just because I'm lucky the last 10 years?
You're a phenomenal Raz player, but I don't think you know when people pair. That's all
I
I'm
tried
saying.
to tell you the reason why I'm good at Raz. You don't believe me? That's
I know why you're good at Raz, because you have good instinct to feel. Raz is more of a feel game than the other games. You know what they should play? You know what you'd be great at? Like a pot limit Raz event. Or like no limit Raz. That'd be fun.
How about if we just play all the games that we're playing right now? I'm lucky there too. Very lucky guy.
Some of these games...
Some of these games, I'm so much better than everybody in the world, and you guys are so far behind you don't even understand. Or I'm delusional. You could say I'm delusional.
You are 15% delusional.
Daniel accused me of being delusional more than once. And then I think I had 18 top 14 finishes in the last 3 years.
Think about how many years Negreanu has had to sit
Being
through
delusional
these
is good. You know, you feel you're
sort
happy.
of monologues.
You think everybody loves you if you're delusional. You think your wife loves you. You think you're the greatest player in the world by far.
I mean, I think
delusional.
I would hope your wife loves you. There's nothing delusional about that expectation.
Yeah, this is getting kind of concerning.
This is dark. All of a
Nothing wrong
sudden.
with a little delusion.
This did go to an odd place.
Gentlemen, this is a just add Jared sort of situation.
I'll tell you this, it's way harder to win a Raz tournament than a no limit hold'em tournament. If that means anything. We were talking about that the other day. It's true.
Well, I will compliment Phil by saying that it's very impressive to be able to do it in 2 different disciplines like that, because they're so different.
What do you mean? Limit?
I feel like they're equally easy to win, Raz and no limit. No limit's a lot easier
Yeah,
to
I
win.
think you're giving him too much credit.
But they're so different. That's
I can play the mixed
They're so
games.
different. I
It
mean-
doesn't matter. Like if you play the mixed games perfect, you can
clubs.
still just lose. If you play no limit hold'em perfect, you have a lot of lives.
That's a very nice compliment, but you're giving him too much. It's not as good as you think.
All right.
Dave Rogers tries to be
That's the great
nice,
thing, Jared,
and
about-
Bless
that's the
immediately
great thing
corrects
about
him.
poker. You have no idea. Every time you play with me, you say, I can't believe how good you played. Call.
Hellmuth limps the 6 there, just mindful of Coleman's 4 right behind him.
I actually quite like this play. I don't really like this overlimp. I would have preferred to see a raise.
Rogers with
There's
a
no
3-card
reason to
7.
give Phil credit for much.
No, not only that, but you're capping your own range more often than not when you're unwilling to complete with a deuce in the door.
And now
feels like a lot of the 8+ stuff.
This is going to let Blez into the pot with 3-4-7.
Now we brought Jared in.
If I called,
Facts
does it
not
mean I
lost
didn't
on
pair?
Hellmuth.
I mean, whatever.
Now we brought Jared in.
And equity-wise, Hellmuth is way, way behind here with the queen in the hole.
Pair 6s. Pair deuces.
And even further,
That was
courtesy of an
that
open
was
pair
like-
of 6s.
Of this whole tournament, that was the best street I've had. The whole tournament. That was the single best street of the whole tournament.
Jared, that looked like a good street for you.
That was like the best street. I literally, I nutted that card.
Pair.
Literally the best street of the whole tournament.
And no, by the way, Rogers' unwillingness to complete is exactly
If
why
you were a
Jared
good
gets
Raz
to
player,
fold
you
this
would have
pot.
raised and I would have folded on third. I wouldn't have even seen that.
I mean, I could raise too.
You could raise too.
I thought you knew, Jared.
I know.
It's okay.
I do know.
Only the greatest know who the greatest are. I thought you were up there in that league, but now I wonder.
This is
I
incredible.
can't tell you how many people limped in that 10K Raz. Like, there was more limping than raising in that tournament. I couldn't
3
believe
years ago, no one limped in Raz.
No, everyone limps now.
No one. I was the only one that limped.
Now
Never
they
heard
all
of Ted
limp.
Forrest, huh?
How many? Daniel, we saw so much limping in that tournament, right? A lot.
3 years ago, no one limped.
To
Jared,
Daniel's
I swear to
credit,
God.
he actually limped more than he raised in that tournament.
I was
and he was
only
limping
limper.
with like really good hands.
I was the only guy that was limping 3 years ago.
As Phil lays down a hand that could easily limp. And Negreanu completes a hand that could easily limp.
I'm going to learn my lesson.
And Rogers raises a hand that could easily fold, so he 2-bet this, I believe.
That he did, and he said something under his breath somewhat.
I learned my lesson.
I'm going to learn my lesson.
About,
yeah, I
like,
learned
last
my
hand,
lesson
not
in
playing
reference to
aggressively the
previous
hand before.
But no, by the way, it sets himself up to look very credible.
And he's up against a weaker hand than even his, so this is definitely not a bad play now.
Now, the trouble with the ace is often when we are re-raising on 3rd Street, we've got that ace wired, in which case we have paired. Negreanu, as such, with good board development, does make the call. More low cards as both players pick up a 7. Negreanu on the very rough 8 low draw has to imagine, even if Rogers is paired with the ace, he's on a good 7 low draw.
Yeah, both players here trying to hope to catch good up cards to mitigate the fact that they started with a pair, but neither has pulled very far ahead in this situation. It looks like Daniel might be just figuring this. He might be time to cut his losses here with the 8 in the hole, as you said, Ollie. Yep.
Yeah, he could be in very rough shape
For
here.
sure.
Reluctant, but appropriate.
And Dave's lesson did pay off there a little bit. The aggression got the job done.
That's a bit of frisk that I didn't anticipate out of him, by the way.
I would like to see some
Re-raising
more.
with the split pair.
I would like to see some more.
Well, if you'd like to see some more, head over to the PokerGo shop. That's where you're going to find our official merch from some of your favorite shows. High Stakes Poker, No Gamble, No Future, even the Night Shift, hoodies, shirts, hats, and more. All available, even some PokerGo and PGT apparel. Just head on over to shop.pokergo.com.
Is it 300? I might play it.
300, 150.
Is it 150 too?
150.
Oh. And is there any PLO or not?
3 PLOs. All 20.
3?
Yeah, I think so. At least 2. I think it's 3.
Nope, it's me.
When is it? Middle of August, right?
So we hop back into a Raz hand here with Chidwick waking up with the 9 deuce in the hole and the 4 showing with an 8 and a 7 behind.
Yeah,
Phil,
3rd Street play is really guided by the door cards.
for sure. Phil flatting the ace 8-5 with the 8 showing. Very reasonable proceedings for both so far.
6-4.
Chidwick with way the better 4th Street. Hellmuth Gonna tear one off. Both on the 9 draw here. Smoother is Chidwick's. Bad 5th for Phil and a good one for Stevie. Curtain drawn.
New game.
What is the game?
It's supposed to be.
I really appreciate that Stevie dropped that burn down the Rio joke.
We skip PLO?
Hasn't said a word since and has just quietly picked up chips.
Yeah, he really has quietly gone about his business here.
Yeah.
Like, what an efficient human being.
You know, you know what they always say in poker? Your best game is everyone's worst game. He's great at PLO. He's good at PLO. Daniel's great at PLO. Max is phenomenal at PLO. Phil's Phil.
4-8.
So yes, I don't want to play PLO.
Okay.
Small blind, big blind.
Jared being very honest here, by the way. Jared's an extremely good PLO player at a table full of good PLO
What are the
players.
blinds?
4-8.
I'm sure he would much rather play Raz.
I mean,
That said, I don't think he'll be shy pre-flop in this round, as Jared plays a lot of PLO hands and feels very comfortable against everybody.
I mean, that's the game that I would say Jared really built his reputation on in poker in the online streets, and then later the live streets has played eye-watering limits of PLO, and there's not a game on earth that Jared would ever say, no, I'm not interested. If it's PLO, give it to me as big as possible.
Absolutely.
Against all comers.
And here he picks up a very nice hand in the small blind on the last hand before break. Just limping in, but Chidwick with a very dusty queen 5 deuce deuce rainbow, not falling for it.
King, queen 10. How about the nuts with a redraw for Blez? Nothing on the burner for Chidwick. Just the queens. Future free. Oh, wait a minute now. On the turn, Chidwick makes queens and 5s.
Blez has a really good knack for knowing where his opponent's at in the hand. He can't really make any money in this hand unless Chidwick improves, which he now finally has, to something. And he's going to actually get a little bit of money out of a hand that was never going to put anything in at any point before this.
what's in the pot?
24.
Jared feigning a lot of weakness in this hand with such a premium holding. And just
50.
Not slow playing, I was going to say. I thought maybe he would even just call, but going with the check raise now, and it doesn't really seem like he can win anymore.
Hence the fold.
Like you said, that was a nice hand for Jared. He picked up a number of extra chips that he wouldn't have any other time in the hand.
Anyone can get lucky.
Steve.
Really? I thought you said I'm better than you this game.
As everyone else has gone to break and these two are still here, trying to drum up a little heads-up action.
Yeah, it does appear that it is that time. So on their feet and to the break they head, which means Vitch, myself, and Jesse will be doing the same, but we'll come back for the very final frame of the day. 100 minutes left here on day 2 of the PPC after this.
Makes the call. Kyle Bowker folds.
All in.
Pollock is all in. He has pocket queens.
All in.
Raise.
Offsuited queens.
This guy only plays offsuited pairs.
Oh, we play that.
Queens versus queens.
I know we need to kick out him.
Easy all in for Pollock. Easy call for Rapsoff.
I know his hand is favorite. I need to kick out him.
He clearly had the winners.
Install in.
See if his spades come up, huh?
All right, Pollock at risk. 2 hearts in that flop.
Well, Pollock now at risk to a runner-runner flush.
Turn card is another heart for Rapsoff, torturing Kevin Pollock.
Kevin Pollock's heart is uneasy now.
Why you gotta kill me like that? I wouldn't know whose hand it was.
It's mine?
Yeah. Wow, free roll.
Yeah, Rapsoff cannot lose the pot outright.
Pollock's got to fade a heart to stick around and chop this pot.
Open, just open.
The river card. Oh, it's the heart!
You kidding?
What a way to end your main event.
Stand-up comedy is hard. The main event is harder. What an impressive run for Kevin Pollock here.
No problem.
No, when you
congratulations.
His 2012 main event ends with some bad luck and a 134th place finish.
Picking up
Oh my
Barnes' situation, and my goodness, this is disaster for lefty Nick. Trip queens.
Such a sick hand to get right
Binked
after
on the turn.
He's got a bunch of chips back. That's so
Done
nice.
such a great job of averting. Oh man, this is cold. I suppose he defended against the Farns Open. We slid out to the outer feature where we had just seen Farns opening. Would assume most of us expect him to do is something like a 10 or Jack of Diamonds. $19.6 in the middle. Oh.
Indeed, Farns does flat. Now the deuce on the river.
Not sure, Ollie.
JJ.
Yeah. Some of the enchilada.
Exactly sure what he's going for.
Come on.
I'm an idiot.
Does get away, bravo, sir. That's how you live to fight another day there, Ali.
Show respect.
96-year-old Jack Urey jumping jacks in a hand right now. After the flop, his grandson Seth Harold by his side.
I'll bet one.
Jack bets 1,000 on the flop of 6-6-7.
You don't want to just get them all in?
In a hand against
Let's get 'em all
Steven Friedlander, who moves all in.
You want them?
You might as well just get them all in.
Hey, don't push around my man, Jack Urey.
Jack gonna make the call. Yeah, puts himself at risk. Friedlander shows a full house. This might be it for Jack Urey.
You're in trouble.
Show us.
He's in trouble right now.
Show us.
Go ahead and turn around.
Turn over.
Turn over.
Show us.
Pocket sevens for a better full house.
And Jack Urey will survive this all in unless the last 6 of the deck hits.
That's a 4 on the turn. He's still good. River card's a deuce, and Jack Urey doubles up.
I can't wait until I'm 96 years old, have the best hand, and slow roll some punk half my age. You go, Jack.
Brewer's got that look. Oh,
he does jam. Martirosian will snap it off, and here we go.
Need a 7.
Brewer in some trouble.
Paying off a 7.
But if he finds a way, he has his first World Series of Poker bracelet. Will the script flip once more? Or is it Brewer's time to be on the right side of a bad beat?
Is what I'm feeling.
King 9-5.
6.
Does not look good for Chris Brewer. Martirosian in fantastic shape to find the double and take a 2-1 chip lead. The turn is the 8 of spades. Martirosian has the king of spades in his hand. Brewer could find a 6. If he does, the bracelet is his. Needs a 6 that's not a spade. Oh! And finds the 6 that's not a spade! The bracelet is Brewer's. Think of all the beats. Think of all the bubbles.
Here comes Ryan Lang again trying to bust him. And Jungle picks up a good hand.
See what happens.
But he's going with a flat. This makes sense.
Yeah, it's a big one.
King Queen against Ace 5, a Broadway Gutty against top pair, advantage Leng.
Wow, Lang checks this flop and Jungle bets for value.
Oh.
Interesting situation.
Really unorthodox line being taken by Leng here, inducing Jungle to take initiative. He took his one shot on the flop for a small bet, does not fire in position on the river, and now Jungle has hit the king, and Leng comes out swinging.
All in.
Raise all in.
How much is it? I mean, I'm never good here.
Wow, it's
Would you make
300
like kings
more.
and sevens or something?
9.
Jungle just thinks he has the best hand with a king
9
here.
grand.
Oh my gosh.
So sick, because I'm never good, but like, how can I ever?
Is Ryan really thinking of folding after taking this unorthodox line?
It's only 300,000 more to call. He's getting 11 to 1.
Save one bet.
Crazy.
8.5.
All he has to do is click call, getting an insane
save
price
one
here, Chris, and Jungle's done.
Yeah, and Jungle thinks he has the nuts with King Queen the way this hand was played. This is crazy. Oh my God. Wow.
Let me get on the table this one.
Oh, wow.
Jungle can't believe it. What just happened?
What just happened is that
It's finished.
Why did he do that?
Ryan Leng
Jungle can't believe
incredibly
it.
Nice hand, Jungle. Yeah.
Over to Chris Moneymaker. And he's going to raise 6,000 to Johnny Chan.
He will raise with the ace-8 suited.
Again, Johnny Chan having to make something happen. Maybe a little desperation in this former champion's eyes. Who knows? He's got a king 5 suited.
And this is a good flop for Moneymaker, because he has now the top pair of aces, plus the ace flush draw. Johnny has a lower flush draw, so that's irrelevant, and he also has a straight draw with a 2. Much better cards for Chris Moneymaker right here.
And it looks like Chris Moneymaker is fully aware of that, and he's going to bet to Johnny Chan. And Johnny has to make something happen. He is going to raise back to Moneymaker.
$11,000.
Yeah, Chris Moneymaker, about a 2-to-1 favorite. Excuse me. He would actually be much more than the 2-to-1 favorite right now with the nut flush draw and the pair of aces against Johnny. Johnny's raise makes him take his glasses off.
55, 60,000.
Oh, Moneymaker asking Chan what he's got right there is more of an irritant. It really comes from a position of power in this player. Moneymaker who's puffed himself up to be on the same level as the great Johnny Chan.
So Johnny Chan just on a draw here. He's thinking maybe because Chris was on the button, he was overplaying his hand, didn't have much. But as we know, Chris has the pair of aces and the ace flush draw.
Well, the rest of the players have left the table for the break, and right now we have the perfect player against the amateur of amateur, mano a mano, in this hollowed-out poker ring.
I'm all in.
So there you have it. Chris Moneymaker laying down the challenge to Johnny Chan.
And he thinks he has the best hand, and he does. And to me, this is going to be tough for Johnny to call. When you go all in, you want to have the best hand. You just don't want to be on a draw. All Johnny has right now is a draw. I'd be surprised if he goes any further.
All right. You got it.
Johnny's going to put it on the line.
I need a heart, dealer.
Johnny's best chance is a deuce for a straight.
Wow, yeah, man, bad shape. All right. Put a deuce up there. No deuce.
All right, here we go. Moment of truth. The turn card, a 9 of hearts, and that's going to do it. Chris Moneymaker with the ace-high flush takes down Johnny Chan.
Wow, this is like Buster Douglas knocking out Mike Tyson. The 2-time champion goes down in a heartbeat. Sometimes even the perfect player has imperfections. He put all his chips at risk on a draw. All he had was a draw, and now he's going to have to go home. I feel a connection with McManus because both of us write for a living.
Well, the difference being, Norm, he can actually write.
Can I see you outside, Lon?
Jim McManus acts with a queen 10 suited, bets 10,000.
I want to see you outside.
So Alex is going to call, and the feud will continue between Alex and Jim McManus. Here comes the flop. It's a bunch of undercards. Alex in the lead with a king high to the queen high for McManus.
Yeah, no help for either one. Neither with a hand now, and both have checked.
On the turn now. And the 7 pairs aboard. McManus with a spade draw.
Alex will take a stab at the pot with no hand. McManus should be raising or folding right here, but he has called.
The river card's a 5 of diamonds. And you see the check mark. Powers has the hand 1. Should he not fold? And he bets.
He's actually bluffing with the best hand, king high. Right now, McManus probably could take this pot down if he decides to raise Alex. I got to believe Alex would lose it.
McManus only calls.
Wow, he called.
Oh, king wins?
Oh. You call me with a jack high?
Well, actually, Alex misread Jim's cards. He had a queen high.
It's amazing he called that, though.
Alex Powers takes another pot.
You call me with a jack high. He called with a jack high.
Alex should be cackling.
Hey, he's so mad at me. He called with jack high. He is so mad. He called with jack high.
You got him on tilt, baby. You got him where you want it. You got the table tilted.
He's so mad he called me with jack high. Can you believe that? I ain't never called a guy with jack high my whole life. I've been playing for 30 years. I ain't never called a guy with jack high.
Well, it was actually queen high.
Back to the drawing board.
Daniel's drawing board is pretty small right now.
And with that double up, Mike Sexton now is the leader by 1.2 million chips. And Sexton with pocket aces. And he will limp in. Queen Jack of Hearts for Negreanu.
Daniel with a good hand, too, and at a bad time.
And he'll raise it up. 64,000 total. It would cost Sexton 40,000 more to make the call. But he's going to do more than that. A re-raise to 220,000.
I don't know if Daniel is pained by the raise or just exhausted.
Tom Sexton watching his brother play these pocket aces.
Well, every step Daniel makes now is crucial because of his dwindling chip stack.
Daniel makes the call, cost him 180,000. Sexton with a big lead with those two aces going to the flop. The flop is 8-4-10, no hearts. Daniel did get a straight draw.
I'm all in.
And moves all in on the draw.
Wow.
He is all in.
I call.
Sexton calls.
You got it? You got a big pair? I need a 9.
And this could be it.
Got my queen jack again.
Daniel sort of channeling Mike Matiso a bit here. That previous hand, I could see him calling the all-in on a diamond draw.
Cold decks came your way, brother. Every cold deck.
But going all in here on just a gut shot straight draw, plus Sexton had come
Any
over
9.
the top of him before the flop.
Or an ace in the turn would be good. Then a king helps. A jack. A lot of cards. 9 would be best, though. 9 of hearts? That's a good one. Yeah, I think a 9 might come. I'm going to sit back down.
Daniel's tired of talking, and he's covered all his bases.
2 across.
Team Sexton looking for low cards on the turn.
Come on. Play ball.
Mike Sexton on the verge of a title.
Okay, here comes our turn.
And now the turn card. Oh, it's an ace.
Yes.
That's not as good as they might think.
King or a 9. They like that card. That was a good one for me.
Yeah, Daniel re-energized.
Here comes the king now.
Daniel's
They
got
like
a
the
double
ace.
belly buster straight draw.
I heard a lot of screaming for the ace. Put a king out there. King or a 9. That would be sick if a king comes. Oh, that one.
Negreanu talked himself out, discussing the outs. He's going to need a king or a 9, or Mike Sexton is the Tournament of Champions winner.
And now the river card. It's an 8.
Whoa.
Sexton has done it.
Congratulations, man.
Mike Sexton is the 2006 Tournament of Champions winner.
You know, actually, Ivey is a champion moocher. He eats all day and he never reaches into his pocket.
Ivey may reach here. He's got ace-king.
I'm all in.
And he does move all in for about $6.5 million.
When Phil Ivey's all in, it's casual and cool.
All right, let's see how the rest of this final table reacts. Folded to Shulman. He lays it down now to Darvin Moon in the big blind. He has an ace. Ace-queen. Darvin takes a big swallow. He looks more nervous than Ivey, who has all his chips in the middle.
Well, Phil needs a double up, so I don't think he'd mind hearing ace-queen come on in.
I call.
A call from Darvin Moon to put Phil at risk, but Ivey with the better hand and a chance to double through one of the big stacks. Crowd certainly behind Phil Ivey here.
Lucky apple.
Darvin's family hoping that it's a rotten apple. Darvin has always said these guys can outplay him, so with all the chips in pre-flop, that might be his best chance against the likes of Phil Ivey.
Even if Ivey doubles up, he would still be one of the short stacks, but it would be a move in the right direction. The top poker pros hoping one of their own can hang on.
We're all cheering for Ken.
Big blind, 10 and 10. 10,000, 10,000.
And,
Welcome back for the final frame of the day here, day 2 of the Poker Players Championship. The payouts official. 75 entries, 9 will make money.
That doesn't look right.
No, that's just the top 9
Wait,
payouts.
this can't be right. For PLO, we're playing 510.
550 all the way up to almost 5.5 million. Hellmuth
So
looking a little
510.
worse for the wear on the back end of this break. Ali Nejad alongside Jesse Sylvia and Chris Vitch, who was out there in this field rumbling earlier today, has since chosen to grace us
I'd
with
prefer
his
to still be
analysis.
rumbling.
Yeah, I understand. We don't mean to disappoint, but we're happy to have you aboard, as is the chat. Shout out to that chat. Those of you who are taking it all the way around the home stretch. And we are far from the home stretch when it comes to this 50K, a 5-day event.
Phil, I think you need another burger.
Chidwick, by the way, getting the table massage. I confess, I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, he's really coming into his own here.
Hellmuth, meanwhile, coming into perhaps a wall of sorts. You know what's wild is if you didn't know any better, you would think like a 22-year-old kid with a paper route would emerge.
I'm still amazed by
from
that thing
beneath
you
that
showed me
forearm.
earlier.
I like
a
how he's
pizza
still-
delivery boy or something, right?
He's still
It's so
perfectly
crazy.
catching the cards and dragging them into.
That's how you know, like, if you bet it, you can look later and feel like, okay, at least I was on the right side. But so much luck.
So one thing that's nice about 10K as the big blind, it's easy to count your stack in big blinds now. We can just do
35?
some simple division here and see who's got what.
By the way, Blezic making a bit of a light open here. Guess who's big blind?
I saw
it
the
is.
ace of clubs when you... Roy, I saw your ace of clubs when you...
I would say more than a bit of a
Tell
light
him
open,
so,
yeah. Phil looking
Big
very
card.
tired.
Might just be tired of Blez. Raise and take it for Jarrett. The thing about Jarrett is, and I touched on this earlier, and it's not exclusive to him in terms of the talent pool that he's up against in this overall tournament, let alone at this table, but
You know what the best feeling
soundness.
is like when you play a mixed tournament like this and you want to play PLO, and then you just start playing a PLO tournament, which we haven't played, and then
can't
every
wait.
hand, you know what I mean?
I can't wait to play the PLO.
I can't wait either.
I just want to play heads up with you at the end. Every single one of them. Let's get heads up in all the 25, the 10, the 25, and the 100, or whatever, the 50. All 3 of them. Let's play heads up.
I feel like we're gonna get heads up in like the 50.
Okay.
Which one did you get second in?
The 50. Or wait, I don't know.
It was the 50. Okay.
Third, I think I got.
I was just going to say that soundness
No, it might have been
fundamentally down
25.
the streets post-flop allows us to participate with a wider array of holdings.
As does White Magic.
Well, you know, that I can't really put a finger on.
Yeah, but does your white magic get negated by the fact that the other player in the hand has white magic?
He's
I
falling
have to
asleep.
play every hand, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
I have to.
Call.
Jared.
It wouldn't be right if I don't play every single hand dealt to me in this
Trying to
tournament.
drag the dealer into this.
Magic does favor the awake.
Max is 0% to raise out of the big blind here. 0.
He's goading him into it.
0.
Check. What a read.
0.
0.
3 players.
Just had a note passed over to me, gentlemen, with respect to the payouts. They were wrong, and we'll
What's
get
in
the
there?
correct
40,000.
payouts shortly.
I'm going to bet 39,000.
Bet 39,000.
That's what I'm going to bet.
He's giving him a
I like
1K
that.
discount.
Give him a discount.
Nobody really has much. In fact, Blez has by far the best hand with jacks. So his
I
hand's over.
honestly question whether Blez would actually pot it if he had the nuts here or close to the nuts.
Yeah, he's kind of playing backwards poker, right? Whenever he has a good hand, he plays trappy.
Yeah.
Whenever he's betting big, he's had very weak hands.
Maybe like pocket sevens with a king or something might pot it, but
I think he understands that the mixed players that are playing in this 9-game event don't necessarily want to play massive PLO pots without very, very strong holdings. You know?
Yeah.
There's a good chance he's just going to get a one ace there to just say shrug, fold. I don't want to play a hand against a guy that might just pot 3 streets.
yeah, I'm not even saying I disagree with this strategy. I
Right.
just seriously question whether he'd pot it if he had the nuts. Though.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also seriously question why it is that I couldn't tell that, given the fact that we only had a handful of entries, that I thought 5.4 million would be the first place payout. That actually was the payout grade from the 250K.
You know, that makes more sense.
A lot more sense. About 5 times more sense than this one. 1.178 will be first place. 14 players will be paid. The min cash will be 102 and change.
It's going to be a big bubble.
It's always a thick one in the PPC.
Yeah, but this year in particular with the 2x payouts, it's going to be a grind. All these players that play in these high-level events are going to be very well aware of bubble strategy and you know, not wanting to be that stone bubble boy.
Ace King 8 board, couple of hearts, nobody with the flush draw. Rogers with just the Broadway gutty. Going to lean on the blinds here. Coleman gets away from his kings. Negreanu doesn't have the ace.
Yeah, nice bet there from Dave Rogers, taking it down with the marginal hand. He is currently our table short stack, but not in a bad spot really with 442.
Yeah, you said it earlier about this blind level. It's just so nice to not have to do the math, so to speak.
I know when I'm playing in a big bet tournament, PLO, whatever it is, like it's the 10K big blind feels a lot easier than 12K big blind for calculating everything.
12K big blind is a nightmare level when you're in the booth.
Les defying what he said earlier and has folded the last 2 hands.
On the break, by the way, I moseyed into that $2,500 OE event, and beer level is upon them out there. They're very much tying one on.
That seems like a great tournament for a beer level.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe a couple beer levels in that one.
Max has chosen a limp in here on the button with the 8876 Badoogie, using his position and his semi-connected hand to take a flop against 2 blind hands. Small pot here, and Daniel has by far the best of it.
Thank you. You just put it right there. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
It's as if he knows that leading out from the small blind. Not a traditional board that the small blind would lead from in a limped spot, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'd have to think about who this board favors. I guess the button limper would have the strongest range.
Yeah.
Dave continuing with the bottom end of an open ender and a pair of 5s here. Could get himself in a little trouble here. Or could get himself in a good situation here as he makes a straight.
Queen high straight, vulnerable obviously to ace king.
Kind of an interesting spot where it kind of seems like nobody can have ace king.
Yeah, blind versus blind, you expect
in a limped pot
folks to be heard from.
Daniel has to feel okay about his hand at this point. Well, that's not a good card.
Yeah, not so much now. 4-liner on board along with 3 diamonds. Rogers should be
probably
content to get the showdown as well, if given the opportunity.
Check winner here. Daniel having no diamond in his hand. Yeah. Don't really see any reason for Rogers to bet. It would honestly be more of a bluff.
Queen's up. Straight.
Queen's up declared.
Queen high straight. The worst straight.
Worse.
Actually, that's not the worst straight.
What's your tie to Penn State?
What isn't? I went there. My wife went there. We met there. My kids both went there.
Really?
My nephew went there.
My
brother went there.
My brother went there. My brother graduated there. My grandfather they lived on State College.
Your grandfather?
My father went there also.
Oh.
Yeah. What's the name of that ice cream place on campus?
There's one right off campus called Myers Dairy, but the one on it is the Creamery.
The Creamery, yeah. I remember. Oh, I know the other one you're talking about too.
Myers
It's like
Dairy
right
is
off.
excellent,
Like, You met what is it?
10-10.
You met your wife there.
It's her second day on campus.
Really? Nice, that's awesome. This is when people actually went to school. Right?
I guess.
Jared getting Dave Rogers to open up about his life story a little bit here at the table.
I like Rogers' style. Met his wife. This is her second day on campus.
Well, you know, as any sophomore will tell you, the first week is critical in terms of freshman recruiting, if you will. You know.
You want action?
You got to identify bogeys.
No.
Early and, you know, try to get a radar lock.
Yeah.
Fold. I asked him if he wanted action. He said
Did
no.
you look at your card?
Yeah, I did. If he said yes, I would have called.
All right, in game, it's gonna
I don't
be
feel like that was the most romantic way to kind of...
10,000, 20,000.
You know, romantic is what you
20,000,
make of it,
whatever.
Ollie. If that was romantic for you, who's to say that that's not?
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Right? For some people, it's flowers and chocolates.
Yeah. For you, it's identifying bogeys.
I went to school I went to high school in Pennsylvania.
You know, on one side it can be romantic, and on the other side it can just be
I went
creepy.
to a school called Valley Forge.
Well, I know where Valley
Fair,
Forge is.
firm but fair, Chris.
I went to the military school.
I can't say I even disagree.
Texas Hold'em, everyone. Limit Texas Hold'em. 20, 40,000 Hold'em.
40?
Are we at that big of a level already?
Do not adjust your screen.
Raise, 3 bets.
Everyone
Yeah,
else,
we were at 1530, right?
everyone all of a sudden
Really
looks
good.
relatively short stacked.
And all of a sudden, Negreanu with pocket kings, 3-betting the Hellmuth Open.
See what I'm talking about the limit game starting to feel way bigger
Absolutely.
than the big bet game?
Chidwick with a bit of
Whoa.
trouble. Big blind, ace king.
I live in
I
Connecticut
expect a
now,
cold
but my
4-bet here.
Parents settled.
Is
in,
Phil just going to find a hero fold pre-flop here? I don't think that's... I wouldn't put it past him. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't put it past him, but this is not the sort of hand that wants to fold for more money. I mean, even if your opponent has aces, you can win a massive pot with a hand like this.
Yeah, he did end up snap calling, and now the 5-bet comes in, and it's
Now,
business time.
I know you're allowed to 5-bet cap here. I'm not sure I love it. I mean, it just... Is he really going to have many hands here besides aces and kings?
Well, not only do you define your hand a little bit too much, perhaps, but you also prevent yourself from getting led into by Chidwick, potentially, and trapping Hellmuth in between.
Great point, Ollie. Yeah, I totally agree.
Also, I think with 2 players in the pot, pushing equity becomes a little more important, right?
Yeah, but I think Ali's point stands, too, that Chidwick may just bet most flops. And as a result, you know, you get the money in the same way. And Phil gets away relatively cheaply as he just doesn't connect at all with the flop.
100K shaved off of Hellmuth's stack. He did end up turning a jack.
So this is a pretty bad board for ace-king facing a 5-bet. And the question is he just going to feel the pot odds are big enough that he needs to continue against, you know, what he's hoping is something like queens?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting 10-1, so... If he thinks he has 6 outs...
We don't expect jacks to cold 5 with a 3-way situation.
Agreed.
Maybe the queens, although those feel like they'd be cozier to flatting as well.
And we can see Chidwick giving it strong consideration and getting away. So
it smells like
very
king.
nice by Chidwick.
Oh boy,
good nose.
I think if he had just called the 4-bet there, he may get more action from both players.
Yeah.
The way the board
That's what it
developed.
was, Jared. Couple kings.
It feels like kings.
You know I have a hand.
Was it kings?
Yeah.
Yeah, felt like that. I think Phil made a horrible flop fold with like a pair. I don't know. I have no idea what the hell you had. What the hell did you have to fold for 1 bet? For once.
Jared, let me lose my fucking top. How did you fold? He's like giving you shit. How did you fold for 20K?
The only hand he could actually. Wait, so
300 out there.
Wait, he opened, right?
He opened. I 3-bet, 4-bet.
How you like it, genius?
Oh, he opened.
How you fucking like it?
Oh, I
Queen jack
apologize.
suited.
I thought you 3-bet.
Oh, you apologize? Fuck.
I thought you 3-bet. No, that's.
No, he raised. I think.
Okay, that makes
4-bet.
sense. That
Nice.
makes sense.
Chidwick can fucking.
No,
have
you're
ace queen offsuit.
100%.
He's a
Listen,
very aggressive player. in
You're
the
right,
universe.
and I am wrong, and I apologize.
Now
I
when
thought you
Daniel
3-bet.
kept it, I actually thought it was aces. I've never.
I felt like it was kings.
I thought I was ahead.
I feel like if he had aces, he wouldn't have 5-bet at pre. That's why I feel like it was kings. This is where I'm better than you.
I would have 5-bet either way. Put the money in.
I'll tell you, if this was no limit hold'em,
a rock kicks
they
up
would
and hits
put
your
in a lot of
windshield,
money with this
and
hand.
it's just
Limit
a
on the
little
button, I
chip
put in no money.
on
No
the
limit,
surface.
all of it goes in with this hand. That's like the top 1% hand right there.
But as time goes on, it begins to spider.
It's not.
I feel like we've reached
What's
that
that?
phase of things in terms of the Blesnik Hellmuth.
Oh, yeah. You can only take it for so long. And Phil may just be a little bit in a food deficit right now.
Phil, I apologize. The Queen Jack. That's
Jared, what the fuck, man?
He apologizes,
It's
Phil.
only bad if I have ace king. Suited.
You just got to work on your timing, my man. That's all. Wait till I win a.
He knows exactly what he's doing with his timing.
You're so emotional. You've won so much in poker. You're so emotional.
Because I fucking care, bro.
I care too, but you know what? How about this? When the stream went off for a minute, I had a guy come up to me. He said, Blaze, Why is it like you're the only person here that looks like they're having fun? Okay? Let's be honest. Me, Daniel, you don't. We're doing this. Enjoy yourself. This is fun. You're competitive.
I'm having a blast.
You know?
Yeah, you motherfucker. You
At
sure?
the end of
I think everything's great. Jared just kept talking about how am I still here? I never win a pot, and then I did.
There's two people at this table that actually need to win. Chidwick and Max. Everyone, you know, not need to, but they want to. Let's have fun.
You're trying to say Chidwick's broke? I mean, that's like
No, it's not. No. It has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with money. I'm saying needing to win, like they really want to win for themselves. Like you guys already accomplished so much.
I want to win. Everybody
you know, it's nothing to do with the money.
Who played this? Didn't want to win.
All right, I'm going to raise.
Raise. Too bad. We all want to win.
Everyone wants to win, but enjoy yourself. You know, like he's never going to give away a chip, is what I'm saying, and he may not even talk for the next 2 hours.
He just gave me 120K.
Did he? Yeah, he did. Probably 4-bet with like trying to figure out what he had.
You know, in case Daniel hasn't figured this out, accuracy is not really what Blez is aspiring toward right now.
True story.
That's not high on his hierarchy of needs.
Yeah, the agenda is placed far away from that.
Actually,
as the 4 places Thung in front of these pocket 3s for Hellmuth.
That's what he had. He had 2 10s.
You know, when the guy stands up after you see bet.
No, I think he had 10s.
Or a position bet, rather.
Obviously, probably.
This is,
I actually think he had 10s.
Not your favorite?
Even though it's like brutal, so you're getting like 8 billion to 1.
Yeah, actually, no, you're right.
I'll take this one, Roy. I'll show you. I'll take this one.
He's like, I'm sure you will.
Phil's begging for
but put it in. Put it in. It's okay.
It's kind of hard to figure out what Thung's really afraid of other than the Hellmuth aura, because he has a fairly good hand for the situation.
I think he's considering raising.
Call.
Just calls.
A raise would be a good play here, I think. Backdoor flush draw. Ooh.
Yeah.
Now he might get, well, no, he can't get bluffed out on the turn because now he picks up the flush draw.
Yeah.
And Hellmuth is kind of out on a limb here.
What's funny about this is I feel like Hellmuth's going to check and take showdown, and Thung has the perfect hand to call to and fold the river.
But I mean, like, what is it that we expect to be good at showdown once the call comes in on the turn? Guys, you know, the busted clubs specifically?
Yeah, it has to be a hand exactly like this one. You're right, Ollie. But nevertheless, it is going to be the exact sort of hand that's going to maybe steam Hellmuth up a little bit. As
if
Jesse
he
was
checks,
pointing
if
out.
this goes brick, check.
Yeah. Even if it goes flush card, check, right?
Yeah, sure.
He's just going to feel like, you know, he deserved to win this pot. And also, Phil's stack is getting a little bit short. He's got 283 left right now.
By the way, his tolerance is as well. Here it is.
Yep.
Phil's got 7s.
No 3s.
10s and trades.
He smacks those cards down.
Far zestier showdown. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Did Phil change outfits on the break?
I don't know, but these Oreos are about to get a big dent in.
4 and a 6. That's what they call me right now.
Didn't you say that's your favorite hand? That was your favorite hand.
10-7.
10-7?
Yeah,
Suited?
double suited. I like double. Like,
oh, really? Like 2 suits?
10-7 off.
Really?
Yeah. You can make more flushes that way.
Can you put the in the box?
No,
What do you think Coleman's thinking right now, man? Coleman's like, for real?
Coleman hasn't said a word
Where is it?
since we sat down, but he said so many words with his eyes. I've seen so many eye rolls out of the corner of the screen from him.
I'm definitely going to enjoy getting the debrief from Max at some point in the future after this.
For sure.
I'd love to hear his take on this.
Yeah.
You got a big hand.
He's a pretty easygoing guy.
And you're the
By
best
the
hand.
way, he's had a front row
had
seat
the whole way.
to the Jared show, the Phil show. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
he's been around.
He's getting a front row seat to the Jared show this hand with a pair of 8s in the big blind against ace.
Defended. Check calls with second pair. Blez with top pair.
And this is the sort of situation where it's tough to deal with Blez, because when he has a good hand, you feel compelled to continue with your second pair here.
He's a man who deserves to be paid off.
For sure. And this is the sort of board where usually you get pretty stubborn with an 8. Assuming no club on the river, maybe.
Maybe we can concede to this barrel. You know, maybe club combos
Yeah,
that
so
incidentally hit the queen, which may still seek value.
I agree. You know, if you're in Max's spot here, you want to think about your side cards a little bit here. The 5 is a bit of a bad card as it blocks a little bit of the straight draws, but on the other hand, he has no club in his hand, which is probably more of a good thing. On balance, I think he probably mostly pays off.
The 5 also just blocks Jared's nut low hands, which are more likely to bluff as well.
It's limit poker, and you have, what was flop second pair, and in general, he
Oh
played
yeah,
passive
no, I'm not
lines, so.
saying that you.
Yeah.
But in terms of it playing as a, a blocking effect, I think you'd kind of prefer to have something like King 8, where you just your opponent's not bluffing with King High, right? That takes showdown. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he should be folding second pair against the Blez.
Sure.
Most definitely not what we're talking about. Well, the World Series of Poker lives on PokerGo alone. For the full World Series of Poker viewing experience, become a subscriber to PokerGo today, and for a limited time, you can save $20 off an annual subscription when you join or upgrade using promo code WSOP24YT. Never miss a WSOP moment with PokerGo. Subscribe today.
So we get a view of the rest of the field here, it looks like. Rogers with the conservative play, folding ace-5 suited under the gun.
Raise.
Here comes Phil, and in a situation where
I actually thought you would take one off because you've had such a bad limit hold'em round that you might just muck a button. I really did. I was like, maybe he'll just.
I can't muck
He
this
can't give it up.
Dylan said he's very good
I
friends
just
with you.
figure you're running bad and limit hold'em. I have to play.
So Dylan said he's very good friends with you.
So putt and raise, Negreanu defense.
I'm just.
Yeah. Me and him have gotten kind of close. Like the last year or so.
8-7-6, Negreanu
He's a good dude. I
with
like him
top
a lot.
pair
I
against
think
the
he's
open
actually
ender.
helped me out a lot.
Backdoor spades, C-bet.
He's a good guy. He's a great player,
Negreanu
too.
puts in the check raise.
He's really good.
This
Yeah,
isn't
both
board
players
texture that
connecting.
favors Hellmuth, although button opens can come from a wide array of kit. Hellmuth calling is somewhat of not a concern, but something that Negreanu is mindful of, and now the turn call as well after the 6 pairs. And we start to consider spadiness, straightiness.
I think Daniel has a very good sense of what cards are good and bad for him here. This seems like a bit of a...
8.
And I'll tell you what,
Still just flatting the straight on the river.
but it was a very critical pot, not simply because of the eroding nature of his stack, but just to right what was a listing ship emotionally, boys.
For sure.
It was an interesting value bet on the river by Negs.
Yeah, I think it was pretty thin.
It's tight.
Yeah, super thin.
He's basically targeting exactly a 7.
Yeah, Jack 8, 10-8 maybe as well, but
You might hear from 10-8 on the turn.
yeah.
The whole hand was played. There were a lot of options on the flop for both players, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Roy
made a
Thumb
motion
with
to
a
fold his
tight,
hand.
tight fold, King 9 suited.
I mean, story checks out
Yeah.
based on what we've observed thus far.
And Daniel stepping out with a 3-bet of 6-5 of diamonds in the small blind. Again, a little bit more of a no limit hold'em play.
Yeah, and just a hand removed from Hellmuth rivering him in that last pot. You wonder what Phil makes of the timing.
Can't imagine what Phil's thinking about here. Is he going to fold?
That seems like a never ever.
Well, I don't know.
But
what he
you
was
know,
thinking
Phil's
about.
done some never ever things.
Agreed.
Over the years.
I think there was a chance Phil was considering putting in the 4-ball.
Wow.
Oh,
my
wow.
goodness.
Good timing from Daniel here.
This is. By the
He
way,
throws it right
interesting,
to him, yeah.
Directly rifling it over toward Daniel, who's got the flush here. Phil with no diamond in hand. And that's a card that might save him some
Phil a little
chips.
bit. I think
Four to a straight.
I think if you're Daniel, you want to keep betting here to make sure to get.
Oh,
no.
he's induced.
This is beautiful
He's
stuff
induced.
right here.
He knows his man, because I would not have thought this was going to help.
Is he raising? Yeah, he's raising right away. That actually probably saves Phil.
This is a really nice play from Daniel to pick up an extra bet.
And by the way, he has to raise just in case
Oh, wow.
a diamond lurks across the way.
No, Phil's not putting another bet in here, right? This is all posture.
We are in La La Land of this limit hold'em round. It just feels like Phil's a non-believer for some reason.
I really don't think he believed in pre-flop. It looked like he wanted to put in the 4-bet.
I think we're done here now that he started talking.
It's just tough to play a river after this.
Yeah.
Although Phil has had speeches like this before and then called the turn, and he's done it against Negreanu. I've watched it.
Huh. Definitely some
4-bet ship.
Yeah, as you said, Jesse.
Yeah.
Not that it would have helped much other than, you know, unless you believe in continuous shuffle.
2 8s.
Like I do.
Phil just has a very good sense of those little game flow things, and I think he felt like maybe there's something with Negreanu's timing, the fact that he just lost the pot specifically to him.
Sure.
Yeah.
One more, no?
Going to be
Whoa.
Directly into the mic is generally not where we like those
You have a diamond in your hand or not?
throat clearing episodes, to be direct.
I don't want to talk about my hands with you, Jared. You would have to call you, man. You just wait till I lose a pot and you ask me, what did you do? What did you misplayed this fucking hand? Oh, did you have a diamond in your fucking hand? I had ace 10, all right? Is that good enough, or you want to fucking judge that too? This idiot might have had worse and 3-bet me because like that's what he does. Like, you know, like king, queen suited or king, jack suited.
I didn't have a king, queen, jack, ace, 10.
I feel like what Daniel had in his hand was the ace of diamonds. I feel like that was a key card in that hand. The ace of diamonds is a really key card. You might have had ace 5, but the ace of diamonds really fine.
Oh.
You'd make that play.
I didn't think you'd go for the check raise there with just the ace of diamonds.
Check raise there is really strong. Like really strong.
Vitch, you and I talked about the challenging nature of playing against some of our, you know, more spectrum inclined opposition.
Dave
And,
Rogers.
you know, there's a deep detachment that Jared has from the emotional plight of Phil right now.
Jared must absolutely love playing with Phil.
You know, we use the phrase needle a lot, but we don't really think about what it means. And it really feels like Jared's just been digging it into Phil
Are
all
you
day.
kidding me?
Death by
he's
1,000
just,
needles,
yeah,
right?
and he's
Yeah.
just
He's a resident porcupine at the table right now.
Very non-standard play here from Blez, check raising the ace 10 on this flop. Kind of an odd hand to be bluffing with.
You do give me too much action. A
And
lot
he
more
gets
than
Max to
you're
continue with
supposed to.
worse.
That's right.
And a very wet turn card.
Coleman has picked up the nut flush draw. He'll be going nowhere. Has the dummy end of a straight draw.
I think Max has a very good candidate for a semi-bluff raise. Putting a lot of pressure on a hand like a jack.
Great.
Yep,
There
and
it
that's
is.
what happens. And Jared has a weak hand, but what's he going to do with an open ender on the turn?
I don't know. It's kind of before the flop. I'm like, I think I have him, or I think he has 8.
you can't really fold drawing at the actual nut straight,
Strikes
right?
me as a tempting hand to 3-bet as played.
You're going to make a lot of money if it came like
Because
2,
what else
3,
are you going to
4.
do on the river? You know,
Snap
he's
down
just
with
going to
ace,
check
10, high, call.
and give up unless he
If
improves.
3-4 would have been a good flop for me.
It would be interesting. Oh, the backdoor clubs do come in. I was going to say something real bricky. I suppose Blez could consider leading, but what are you looking to represent that wouldn't have 3-bet the turn, right?
Yeah, nice hand from Max here. I mean, whether he made it on the river or not, I think he was probably going to win this pot. Hard to believe Jared would call down with ace high on that board texture.
Single draw.
All right, back to no limit, deuce to 7 single.
This is one if they fuck around, I can get a lot of chippies.
Max, again, that little subtle.
He's swallowing so many comments.
A little, like, you know, you would flying pretty high. You play a lot of hands.
Oh, this is good.
Is 10-8 good enough for you just to like ship me 300?
I made a 10-8 against Daniel. And I was drawing dead.
I just remembered Max Coleman is fairly deaf in one ear, so it actually might be to his advantage if it's on the side that tell me.
Wow. Through and I made it.
What's the small?
5. I was happy with the bet size. I'm like, sweet, this looks good for me.
You know what the thing about Blez is, man? You think that, okay, you're armed and dangerous yourself in the needle streets. The problem is, he's really Teflon when it comes to, it doesn't register with him.
Right.
I've never seen him get bothered, no matter how piercing a needle he's received.
He doesn't feel it.
Just doesn't feel it. He has no central nervous system.
You don't want to play
when it
that
comes to
game with a invincible human like that.
He almost has like a zero feedback loop where it just doesn't even register.
No.
He's
There's
just
this
out there-
obliviousness.
He's just out there doing his thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Blez going Blez.
It's a one-way street.
Yep.
So far, no action this hand, but Blez does have a nice hand here in the small blind.
Call.
Delightful.
And he's gone with limp to trap Stevie.
Blind versus blind.
Does not look like Chidwick has a hand that will get trapped for much, though.
2 players.
As the jig is going to be up momentarily when Blez stands pat.
Yeah, limp pat. Chidwick's going to draw 2, I would imagine.
Yeah, and even that's drawing dead.
Yeah. This is so suspect. Limp pat is just so absurd.
2. Check.
He's looking as weak as possible. Very similar to that PLO hand we saw just before the break, where he's really, really, really trying to milk Chidwick for any bets that he can on the river.
It's much easier to run that line in PLO.
For sure.
Than in a game where you have to pat.
Check. I'm probably going to win.
He's probably going to win.
Did you say you're probably going to win, or he's probably going to win?
I'm probably going to win.
I thought you said you're probably going to win. I'm like, check, 10-7, I don't know. That might win. That might have a chance. I don't know.
No, you know what I said.
I thought you said you're going to win.
He knows what I said. We've played enough poker.
I think you're going to win. Check, 10-7, 5.
How much is it here? By the way, Phil, you know why I played that hand that way? Because you're at the table. I wanted to impress you. I want to show you that I don't have to put in 200,000 with a 10. You like it?
Phil, are you happy with my play?
End the day with 1.5.
Phil, do you like it?
You can do it, though.
Phil, did I do good?
You like to dance too much.
Yeah.
I actually played the hand like that just because I'm trying to make you proud.
This is insane.
You like to
You
dance.
know what Scott Seaver would do with that hand? He put in a lot of chips. A lot. ICM says call.
Daniel, by the way, none of this is lost on him. He used to be the man that would get himself embroiled in these sort of jockeying affairs, and I think he's actually quite delighted to be relieved of some of what would normally be, you know, his duty.
Yeah, he's just kind of stirring it up a little bit from the sidelines, but mostly just staying out of the fray.
Oh, yeah. You know why I played the hand that way? I wanted to make you proud.
Jared picks up another strong hand here.
Oh, I just wanted to make you proud, Pop.
It's just...
Goes with the flat call.
He really, I gotta say, man, Blez is more than a few people's kryptonite at any given table. You know, he'll test even the most weathered souls.
Jared's really leaning into the passivity so far this round here.
Yeah.
Could have played this hand much more aggressively.
Sure. 7 draw.
Shows you what card's exposed to. Really?
Rogers drawn to the 9. He makes it.
Ooh, if
Les is
Jared
going to have
makes
to
his,
improve.
if Jared makes his, this could be a big pot.
There's two
9, 8,
people that
6,
play
4.
this hand this way, me and him. Everyone else, it's true. The whole world.
You know what's incredible? The dealer
You're the
asked
only
for
other
none
person
of
that
this
plays my hand the
explanation.
same way.
There might
He's
be
giving a lot of
You're
information
the
away
only
about
one
the
in
strength
world
of his
that
draw,
plays
by the
this
way.
hand the same way as me. I'm
This
just
is
telling you.
this is genuinely
Did you
giving away a
actually?
lot
I
of
did not,
information.
Okay, well, take your time.
I'm going to check.
Oh my God.
Wow, Dave checks the 9-7, and Jared has made a pair of 5s.
Now, this lax showdown.
He may induce a bet here, though, from Jared.
Jared is going to need to go all in to get any chance of his opponent folding.
Yeah, David Rogers has actually chosen a nice line against Jared's actual hand.
And I'm the only one that's going to lose with this hand.
9-7.
And Jared
Just
did
wait till
not
I see
resist.
this. Me and you are the only two people.
Nice line from Dave
You'll
there.
be proud of
to
this
do
one, I
some
promise.
Yeah.
You're going to be proud of it.
Deuce 4, 6, 8.
You're going to be very proud of it.
Deuce 4, 6, 8, 8.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
15.
How much? 15?
Yes. Thank you.
They're all in a hurry, Jared. Everybody's in a hurry. And they go like this.
Jared and Phil now bonding over Nittery.
You know, Jared couldn't know he was doing this by
You know how tough the no-limit single draw
picking up
tournament's
the
gonna be
card
after
that makes him
everyone
lose
saw
the
that hand?
maximum, but
It's gonna start getting
he was
very
actually
tough.
setting up a really
I
beautiful
promise,
needle
that 1500 coming up.
by
don't
saying
play it.
pre-draw that we're the only two who would play it this way, and then losing the maximum in the
That's
pot.
happened not the last 4 or 5 years in a row. And won it once. That's a good tournament.
Not after, it won't be after today.
Oh, man.
What?
6 cards.
You saw 6?
He has 6 cards.
He said so as I folded.
Are we
so.
playing captain?
Oh no,
or
he
what?
has 6 cards.
So, Floor, what do we do?
Floor.
There's no action. It's a
He
misdeal.
said 6 cards as I was folding, so it's only 1.5 actions. He got it right before my action.
Before he got here?
Yep.
Yeah, bring it back, guys. Bring it
Told
back,
you,
guys.
it's a misdeal.
Let's do it.
Yeah. He said it before I folded.
By the way, did you watch that 100K PLO that Blez won?
Some.
There's a point
Played too tight, Jared.
at the
I think
final
I finished
table, I
7
think they're
last
3 or 4 hand
In
into,
what?
where he
In the
starts
deuce.
burning all of his time banks
So
so he can
open
open
boxes
packs.
of sports
played
cards.
Yeah.
1500.
Yeah.
And as he's burning the time banks, he keeps looking at the dealer and he's like, I don't
10Ks
need
are
these
crazy.
anyways.
No, the 1500
He does play very fast
Yeah.
when, you know, he's
I
playing
think
poker
you
and
probably have the
not
highest
doing other
ROI
things
in
at the
anything
table.
5K or less.
Yeah.
I would
That's
bet.
true.
I'd bet a lot on that.
No, we already know that.
Looks like Max found a little something under the gun here.
Grace. 23.
23,000.
Stevie has a tempting hand here on the button, a 4-card 9-7-5 deuce. Facing a small open from early position. Looks like he's gonna flat it.
Oh. Heads up.
So it looks like Max is gonna draw 1 here, so we can sort of assign his range as a pretty easy, you know, 4-card 8s, 4-card 7s, some good 4-card 9s.
With respect to Max?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
by
there
the
we
way,
have it, 2, 3,
Chidwick,
4, 8.
sure. With a little info. Less relevant maybe in the no-limit deuce streets versus the triple draw streets.
Max
8-6
makes
perfect
it.
comes in. Chidwick drawing dead. For his sake, we
And
almost hope he doesn't make it. He
Chidwick
pairs the deuce.
Misses. So Max has a decision now between betting and check raising. Having seen a pair already, I think I might prefer a bet.
How many? There's 30 left. 30 or no?
60. Wow. 60,000.
Yeah,
And he goes with a relatively hefty 60 into 72. Doesn't look like it's going to get paid off, but maybe Chidwick puts on his cape with a pair of 2s. hoping his opponent had a rougher draw that's made a straight or something like that. Suppose Chidwick could also give some consideration to bluff raising, blocking twos. However, Max did open under the gun.
Right?
Is this the first stream you've been on?
Years and years ago, I was on the final table, and it was
Straightforward bet fold.
So it may have been on, it's probably in WSOP somewhere.
That's it.
But lately, yes.
David Rogers, by the way, lives over in Darien, Connecticut.
That is the best draw.
Went to
we could
Penn
have.
State. Hence
That
the
is
T-shirt,
perfect.
investment manager by trade.
What's that?
That's so good.
67
That's
years
so
of
good
age.
for us.
Almost 100,000 in career tournament earnings.
You don't like, You don't like Chidwick around? He's
11 cashes, one final table, and that came in a $1,500
Chidwick's
horse
a
event
phenomenal talent,
He
but
has a lot of money.
back in 2012.
Yeah. A lot of chips.
listen, you
Calls
never
his
want
biggest
Chidwick at your
accomplishment,
table.
gentlemen, and I tend to agree. Becoming a partner at Goldman Sachs.
When's the redraw? Tomorrow?
Probably front running my orders as well, Jesse. You know, I mean,
No,
these
he's got a
guys.
14, even tomorrow?
Maybe I should move my account over. If he can get me free
That's
options.
really good for us.
Oh, so we don't even redraw?
No.
I got a feeling there's a long
That's
list
really
of guys
good luck. Look,
front
this
running
is
those
amazing for
orders.
us.
Of course there's a redraw. What are you talking about?
There's no
He said
redraw.
there's no redraw,
No,
isn't it?
it's the same thing happened in the Raz. There was no redraw because it's under 100 players.
They're just drinking whiskeys at 5:05.
That was really good.
Expensive ones too.
Talking
So you're
about how
saying
they got
tomorrow
you
we come
today.
back to the same table?
Yeah.
That's what we were wondering. End of night is a redraw.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah.
so you're right.
He obviously didn't understand.
Oh, I didn't
We
know.
wouldn't
I
just
didn't know
keep
that.
playing the same table forever.
I wish he would.
Jared wants us to know that it is very good that they moved Chidwick away. He was very firm about that point. Roger's considering opening a 4-card 10 here and just decides to let it go.
30?
Blez will not be letting go of his
35.
Pat Queen.
And you call it the Pat Queen because convertible nature of certain hands, this is not one of them. There's no purpose in
Yeah, there doesn't
drawing
really
down
look
from
like
a queen to a jack.
There doesn't really look like much of a draw hiding underneath that queen. Yeah.
No.
I'm going to have to stay pat.
Being very honest, he's going to have to stay pat.
Yeah.
And he is hoping that Thung takes at least one because
Every tournament this series has a
Oh
redraw
yeah,
at the end of the
and
night,
he's
right?
drawn very
Unless-
smooth.
It was a tournament.
Unless it's like
Now heads up, we know the jack is a favorite against a draw one. Is the
There was
queen?
one tournament. There
no,
was
the 8-4-3 deuce is the favorite here, particularly with a pair,
because they already did the redraw.
but not a massive favorite.
All right, so the 4
And
was
he has
discarded, and a
improved to
smoother queen
Queen 8.
is what awaits him.
He, however, may get bluffed out of it. As
65.
I think
Blez
there's no
has-
question.
Blez has made this bet with the exact idea that if his opponent makes a slightly better hand, he will fold it.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of an odd hand to bet otherwise. It's not really a pure snow.
I think the jack for sure finds the muck. I'm not even sure that Thung calls with a rough 10. Something like 10-9. Yeah, the head shake bodes well. You win declared.
This feels wildly creative by Blesler.
I actually played this hand like different than everyone else would. Daniel would approve
did?
this one. It's actually like a very next level. That was a next level play.
You heard it there. Jared made a next
Well, I had the
level
best hand, but it was next level. You know what that was called? It was called a merge. That's what these young kids called it. It's like a merge. It's like you probably have the losing hand.
You bet 65,000, right?
Yeah.
What
did you catch?
Huh?
What was your hand?
Whenever he caught it, was
Did you pair?
wasn't a 5, 6, or 7.
The action. That was a merge type play, Phil. See, like what I just did, you've never done in 40 years.
drawing to an 8 smooth.
Please, Jared, what the fuck? Let's just say this, Jared. You're the greatest poker player. You're the greatest tournament player. You're great at everything. We've never done anything you've ever done before. Now leave me alone. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? You've never done that before. Fuck. I made like 15 final tables and reached the 7. What the fuck?
You realize this is just fun banter, man. You know I love you. I love you.
Fucking pissed off.
I always want to see you win. Always.
I know.
I'm always rooting
I know.
for you. I always
I know.
text you. I want you to win. You, Daniel, I always want to see you guys win.
Play your fucking hand.
Full.
That was one of the most
always
succinctly
rooting for you.
dysfunctional
I know.
I'm your biggest supporter. you know that.
representations
But
of
not
a
when you're
poker
playing
friendship.
against me.
Of course.
We're,
Max Coleman is not sure what to make of these two limps in front of him with this 8-7-6-4, so he just goes with the passive option of limp along.
We hate having the straight draws, and it's not a particularly smooth 9 if we get there that way. He is hunting a deuce or a 3, so not one but 2 limps in front. Thumb? The overlimp with a 10-9-8-3 draw, not sure.
Yeah, that
you
seems
can get
a little
behind
out
it.
of character
Yeah.
for what we've seen from him so far today. Looks like Daniel may have hopped into the lead here.
Yeah, a smooth jack.
Max has an okay bluffing hand, as does Thung.
Yeah, pairing the 8, pairing the 9, pretty key.
I think I would like to see Roy take a stab at it last act here. He has a lot of the key cards that your opponents would need to call you a 10 or a 9.
I'm not sure he does it, though.
I
Let's
agree.
see. He could leverage his table image very successfully if he were to fire.
Nice opportunity, though.
Three checks in front of him, and I think he's sweating this hand for the first time.
And he has not taken the opportunity.
Jack
so
6.
it looks like Daniel's going to win.
Jack 6. Jack 6-4.
I think you asked me a couple hours back, Ali, about playing this game and, you know, the type of people that would be going for bluffs and snows versus just trying to play straightforwardly. And I think you could see that kind of playing out in this kind of a hand. You know, the contrast, the way Blesnik played the previous hand with what we saw in this hand. I also think this is the end of the night of a second long day, and certainly possible some of these players are starting to get a little bit tired.
Stamina's a real deal.
It's always interesting to me to see how different people take to being tired. You'll have guys who will get wildly out of line, and then you'll have people who play really conservatively because they just
And
don't
you're wrong
want
about
to make a
another thing,
mistake.
Jared. Just because we're focused doesn't mean we're not enjoying it.
You'll have people who get passive,
No,
people
I'm
who
like
get very aggressive.
I'm like almost 60 years old, and I get to fucking compete against these, like, you know, play at a world-class level every day, and just fucking slay the record book. I feel blessed.
Did Jared just
Every other
raise
sport, they
Ace, King,
retired, and
Queen,
the
Jack,
great MJ
7
made it to
under the
40.
gun? He did.
Quiet, bitch. Let the man operate.
How much, 30?
Just want to make sure I see what's going on here correctly.
You know what the thing is? If Blez can somehow get Hellmuth to draw one, as we expect him to pat this.
I have absolutely no idea what he's going to do.
No, come on, stop. This is getting pat. Well, maybe he's picked up more customers than he intended. We'll see.
Daniel making a good fold of a pat Jack 10 in the small blind there, multi-way.
Roger's going to defend the big and draw down to the 6-5-3.
That seems standard to me. Getting a good price, closing the action.
2 pat 1-1 forthcoming.
Blez is going to have to do some crazy maneuvering to find a way to win this hand.
I'm telling you something. Stranger things have happened.
And how
Don't try
much-
this at home, by the
how
way. This
much
is
will he bet?
This is not anything that is solver approved. Hellmuth makes an ace. Coleman pairs the 8. What did Rogers do here?
We don't know, but he did draw 2. It's not very likely he makes a monster hand here. Well, how much will Jared bet in a 140K pot?
Oh my gosh, guys.
Bet 85.
Goes with the reasonable
Rogers
side.
also makes an ace. Note that there's 2 smoother aces out there right now.
What is happening right now?
Wow, what is Phil's thinking about something?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, he wanted to,
thought
too.
I hope there was a 3.
If Phil had called there, I mean, he probably raises, right? But if he calls there for some reason.
Yeah, he swept the none across.
Same thing, Phil.
And Rogers.
This might have been the best hand for TV of all time. This hand could be the greatest hand for TV ever.
You hit a 3? Yeah. Fuck. I wonder how much
I might have had the best
Jared,
hand. I actually think I had the best hand. I swear, Daniel, when you see this hand, you're gonna laugh.
Sounds like you were
Daniel,
bluffing.
No, I wasn't. It was, when you see this hand, you're gonna die laughing. I promise. It's like the funniest hand you've ever seen.
No, you can bet a jack there, hoping we fold jacks and 10s.
You're gonna. I promise you. Text me when you see this hand, okay?
Okay, buddy, I will. Fuck.
It's great. You're gonna love it.
That's great.
Damn it.
I'll tell you,
3 and what
at
else?
least
3 and what?
literally, I don't know what he's saying right now.
3 and
but-
what?
What? No, I was Pat. That was the best part.
I don't remember.
Of what I had.
So I'm only even money than
An eight.
What?
An eight.
3 and an
Just
8.
wait,
I
you'll
can't
laugh.
miss.
You'll laugh. I promise you, you'll laugh.
But you hit one of those too, maybe.
Ali's literally dying laughing right now.
Confirmed.
He probably
You had an 8 draw?
You know what's
He's
wild?
definitely saying that I'm doing something right.
Is
I had deuce 4,
They
6.
say
Jared's
it's
ability to do this
What's the middle?
Jared's
is
running
because,
so
as he
I'm
alluded
not-
to
no, I
earlier,
I don't think he could dodge it. If
Listen,
he doesn't
put it
jump
this
to
way.
draw
If we
2
low
took a
against
poll,
stakes
let me
spot
tell you
for
something.
him.
If
True.
we took a poll,
It's a
if
50K.
you put it
There's a
on
million
Twitter,
up top.
who's playing the best at this table? I'll bet my life that it's me. We can bet whatever you. I'll bet you 50,000. Bill. I'll bet you 50,000. You put a Twitter poll. Who played the best at this table? We
It
can bet.
doesn't fucking matter who played the best the last 2 hours. What matters is the
Don't
next
say I'm
24
good
hours.
already, Phil. I'm earning this. That hand I earned.
Well, you earn, yeah, but you had to have a guy hop in to draw 2 for a big bet.
He
I
truly
can't
is.
miss.
He saved me taking 2. That was if he took 1, I'm in trouble.
I was in the blind.
Yeah, that was. He made me all the money there. Thank you, sir.
No, I mean, I can't. He had an 8 and 3. I can't miss.
like, leave me alone, man.
I make it, and I call you.
No, but he's
And now I
having
have
fun.
500.
This
now
is
you can't
him.
talk about how good you're playing.
You know, you ever seen the killer
Everybody
whale
that plays
toss a
like a
little seal
maniac
pup up in the air a
looks
few
great.
times before it chomps down?
Oh, yeah.
That's
You
what's
could pull
going
that
down over
hand
here
out.
because Jared's a stone
Look at
cold
this.
killer in the
100
poker
times.
streets.
Wait a
in the mixed
minute.
games.
Jared's got another hand.
He's just
The
having
guys who
fun.
play crazy,
hold on.
they look good
27.
until they don't.
This is actually
What's
a more
the bet?
legit.
This is a
hand,
much
too.
more legit.
Yeah.
And a good spot because it's a button small blind situation.
Yeah. Button versus blinds. Negreanu opening.
155.
Could
Here he
draw
goes.
2, and now Blez goes for glory. Rogers isn't going to be able to escape with the 8-6
I
draw.
would not be wanting to escape with the 2-4-6-8 here, but Rogers has shown a lot of willingness to make good folds or make folds. It is a large, large squeeze size, but 2-4-6-8 is a real hand.
Blessing just came alive in this deuce to 7 orbit. Not that he
played it
was
100
playing
tables.
nitty before
The whole world
that,
is
but
actually realizing that I'm probably the best in the world. Honestly, the whole world. Bluff, bluff, bluff. The whole world, Phil.
New game.
He's
You know
got the
what's-
whole
World in my hand.
He's got the whole.
New game.
What's
That
wild
plays
about
good
this?
for 2 hours on the stream and says, I'm the best in the world, Phil.
I could be.
3
I
or
could
4.
be.
3, I think.
Jared is almost like
Or
the
is it
universe's
5?
mirror
5,
incarnate.
2040.
In
5,
terms of
5,
Hellmuth often being the guy who is having these, you know,
5
with
now.
Jared I don't
5?
find it to be quite as deeply seated, but, you know, ego-driven,
Stud 8 or better.
Stud 8.
Yeah.
postures, you know.
Oh, so there were some scenarios where you're just going to win. Like he's going to bet, I'm going to call, and then you 50%.
Max, I'll tell you the action I'm going to start getting with you. with this.
Why would I give you any action?
No,
I've seen
not
the magic
here. I'm
show
saying in the
100
future.
times.
I was actually shocked he didn't show
I've
that
seen
ace
the
king
magic
queen.
show 1,000 times.
Yeah, he hasn't shown any of these bluffs. He's been alluding to bluffing a
What
lot.
game is this? Stud Island?
Here we go. What game is this?
Call.
Race.
Raise.
Hellmuth brought it in for the completion, by the way. Negreanu flats a 9.
I don't think we have that accurate for what it's worth.
Wired aces for Blez. One never knows, Chris. I know it's unconventional, but Hellmuth has done some things
I'm just seeing
of
the
this
chips.
sort.
Leave it. Leave it.
It was 5-5. Jared made it 20.
Okay.
And he's now gotten heads up with Phil's 2-2-4.
Okay.
And we know that Jared has aces.
7 o'clock.
Really nice 4-street card for Hellmuth. Everything is fritzing right now. Just disregard what's on the screen.
Call.
It is heads up between Hellmuth and Blez. Negreanu got out of the way. It's deuce 3 of spades from what I can see, boys.
Yep, now a brick.
But it is a spade, I think. Is it not?
Tell me.
is that
Jack
aces
of
up
spades.
for Blez, by the way?
I think he has 10-9 on his board, but maybe it could be.
I think he just made a 9 on 5th Street, though.
Apologies for some technical difficulties. We are working through them.
I think Negreanu limp folded split 9s, so Jared's playing pretty passively here against the 3 spade board with aces. That's a good card for Jared to see.
Okay, there's 7.
And now
Oh,
he
okay,
makes
now
open
he's
sevens
got
versus
aces up.
Phil catching a brick
Bet.
9.
Yeah.
And this hand might be over.
Yeah, Phil has nowhere to go here.
Yeah.
Good fold.
Is this for us?
For you, yeah.
I had 9s.
Yeah, good fold. No one else fold.
9-9 came.
Aces up, Phil. Aces in the hole.
Nice hand.
Daniel made a good fold. And he screwed you.
Sorry.
Well, Octopi Poker wants to send you to play in the 2024 Poker Masters. For a chance to play alongside some of the game's greats and do so for free live at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas, visit pokergo.com/winmasters. It's completely free to enter, and one lucky winner is going to get drawn on August 1st. Could be you. Enter for free now at pokergo.com/winmasters. Negreanu will bring it in with the 4.
Jared finally takes a hand off with the 8-6-3.
Complete.
Hellmuth.
Phil gets the antes, which is a pretty good result considering his relatively short stack. He's now playing about 5 or 6 big bets.
With Annie, I'll take it.
You're like a kid.
Dude, I can be playing with my friends. I can be like 50 loser, and I can win a 2K pot, and I'm going, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
I know. We're the same that way.
They think I'm weird, but they love it.
I think people love to see you lose.
I think they love to see me play. Of course they love to see me lose and go off.
3.
I heard that Mossburgers play well in this game, so I'll pop it up.
For those that aren't familiar, the Mossburger is
What's
a
a
9.
Mossburgers are 9s.
Why?
He was very famous for winning a lot of big pots and studied better with 9s. So we called them
Johnny Moss.
Mossburgers.
Johnny Moss?
Uh-huh.
No.
Hellmuth has a slightly stronger hand than it looks like he has with jacks in the hole, but he does run into split queens.
There's another queen out there.
Negreanu's playing it pretty cautiously, recognizing that Phil probably doesn't have 9s.
All right.
And note that Phil out loud identifying that Negreanu flatting with the queen when there's another queen on someone else's door feels a bit surprising. But Hellmuth completing with a 9 as his door card is...
Now, Negreanu doesn't love seeing that ace,
Yeah.
but he does pick up 3 hearts.
Suspects Phil's on the high side.
And now Negreanu's going to be in there for the long haul because he's picked up a backdoor wheel draw. In fact, enough to bet.
I'm so sure that you have like 2 low diamonds in the hole. I'm going to call you.
By the way, Phil kind of giving up his hand by making that comment. Ooh.
Interesting
Negreanu could
straight
just
here.
barrel away.
Well, Negreanu has to be a little bit concerned about what... Yeah, see he kind
Okay.
of looks like Phil Hellmuth has 3 kings, the way this hand was played. But, of course, Negreanu's continuing.
Oh,
4
once we
hearts
have
and
the
queen.
ace-high heart draw, sure.
I just think that right now, Hellmuth's hand does not really look like jacks.
Maybe kings and 9s?
Big river coming. Okay, so now it kind of does look like some sort of weird 1 pair, right? Will Negreanu go for value with queens and 10s, or will he believe that Phil Hellmuth has a big hand here?
Did Phil check in the dark?
Yes.
Yeah. Now,
Wow.
ace, king, or jack are all problems for him. He does say call. Did he make jacks up?
Looks like Hellmuth did not improve on the end, and Negreanu gets nice value from his hand.
This is fun.
And Hellmuth is all of a sudden critically short stacked.
I would have expected Phil
This is fun.
to have tanked there unimproved.
Yeah, he really seemed like he was trusting his read of the situation that Negreanu had some sort of low draw.
Yeah.
That he picked up, which obviously he really has to call against any low.
Ace queen, ace queen 10. I had ace queen of hearts in all.
He had to because I had a queen up. I didn't think you had.
I know, but I had ace queen of hearts in all. So then I picked up a flush draw. And
Roy,
I was worried you might have 3
5.
kings. You know, you could have jacks.
Yeah, I did not
When
have.
When you bet the king, I thought, uh-oh.
Three clubs.
Well, Phil needs something good to happen right now.
For sure.
Complete.
Obvious reasons.
Jared picks up a nice, reasonable starting hand. He can't get quite as out of line in a game like Stud 8 as he could in the no limit single draw. Too much public information about the hand.
It kind of bodes well for Jared, though, to play completely outlandish in a game. Switch over to a game that he has to be a little more snug in. And
For sure.
There's still
He
this.
seems relatively good at making that transition mentally.
Yeah. But it's for the other players, it's almost resonating what he just did, and it doesn't escape your brain that quickly.
Really good point, Jesse.
Negreanu check calling after making open 4s. Can't pick up the low draw.
Now notice Blez probably wouldn't bet all of his queens against open 4s on the next street, but because he picked up 3 diamonds and blocks 2 low cards, he felt he has a little bit of extra equity here. And now obviously just a good street for Jared. Daniel's considering continuing because he thinks he can win if he makes aces up, maybe even 10s up, and also still has that backdoor low draw. It is a somewhat small pot, so he's going to give it some thought either way.
You bet, right?
All right, fork in the road taken. Very poor 6th Street for Negreanu.
For sure. However, I don't think it'll be enough to get him to fold because the plan is more or less unchanged now. He's more or less trying to win the high by improving to 2 pair.
Yeah.
And he feels that he's picked up some live side cards for kickers. The real issue for Daniel is that if he doesn't believe Blesnik has a good hand, well, he makes
he's
jacks
made
up,
jacks
so it doesn't
up.
matter.
That'll be a winner at Showdown.
Jared has played this hand very well.
Jacks up.
Yeah. Got chips into the pot on every occasion in which he was ahead and prevented himself from doing so when he was behind, which was only on the river.
Really unlucky 7th Street for Blesnik as well. Just missing the low as well as...
Right. He had a lot of different ways to get half of the pot or the whole thing and bricked out.
There are actually very few cards where he doesn't get some chunk of the pot.
Yeah, good point.
I learned from my friend Optimistic. Remember the guy, Optimistic? I learned from him. George.
Oh, yeah.
Optimistic.
Andy.
I'm trying to figure out how
Negreanu
you had
was
it.
surging
You
late
rivered
night,
it?
by the way.
Yeah, I had an ace no.
Oh, I had the best hand.
Yeah, ever since that limit hold'em hand, he's really gone straight upwards.
Yeah, I think
picking up those kings.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he started this level with something like 800,000, 850,000.
The levels, I mean, we haven't actually seen a lot of bust outs at the table, but the levels are deceptively big. I mean, it's 400K is only 10 bets.
I could hit an ace, a 4.
These guys have done a pretty good job of not having massive fluctuations so far today.
YOLO.
Phil has the bring in as a very short stack and has a hand that's a little hard to just get away from.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything when you're this short.
Yeah.
It's easy to realize your equity, right?
Exactly.
As soon as I checked the river, I'm like, my queens are good until, as soon as you didn't say anything, I'm like, all right, I got a good chance to win this pot. Because you would have said 2 pair right away.
Well, I didn't look.
That's what I'm saying. I know.
But Phil
That's
just
what I'm saying. But
quickly
as soon as you
folded.
didn't say anything, I'm like, all right, my queens are good.
Yeah.
And
Waiting
then you're
to
like,
get his last
jacks
chips
up?
at them.
Yeah, like jacks up.
Question mark. Andy.
Once I check, your hand's supposed to be good every time. I'm value betting everybody.
Yeah, you're supposed to bet 2 pair.
Phil, you look great in blue. I'm being serious.
I do like the shirt.
It's a really nice shirt on you. You look really handsome in blue.
Oh, man.
Good club.
It's just going to be needles till the very end, isn't it?
Just random.
Yeah.
It's so random.
Complete?
Complete.
But here he comes, another very reasonable opening hand. Roy looks like he might have some split kings here with the interest he's showing in the hand. And Phil with a hand that's very difficult to get away from. Ace, king, queen of clubs.
He's getting cards, Roy.
So this is limp complete and then re-raise as advertised split kings for Thung, but
Phil
3 to
giving
a
it
royal
good think
for
here.
Hellmuth.
By the way, the mid hand shirt tuck in by Hellmuth. That's a strong move.
Now, he knows that Thung has a strong hand here, but ace, king, queen of clubs has a lot of equity against kings. He sees maybe one club out on the board. He's giving it some serious thought to folding. Phil does like to try to preserve his tournament life as long as possible. A tough
I
decision.
don't know who's in the fucking booth, but I'm not sure who's in the booth.
They can't help you.
I think it's.
Ali is.
I'm not looking for help.
And Ali knows these games well. He plays.
Chris Vitch was in there.
He was playing.
Well, Chris Vitch would put it in. I know that.
He's right.
Oh, I'm just saying, but I think he's in the corner.
I mean, what the fuck?
You get knocked out and moved up there.
Yes, we know. 1, 2, 1, 2. I guess it's fold.
Let's it go.
I can't wait to see this hand.
There was another 3 of clubs out, so it was slightly worse for him. And notice Negreanu quietly folding pocket 7s, which is certainly a very good fold when you think your opponent must have kings.
Blez will be the only patron, and did he pair the 8?
He did. It's going to be enough equity to continue. The ace is not that good of a card for Roy. The best thing about the ace is it blocks Jared from catching a low card that he would need.
Bet.
There's a good card for Jared.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Against open aces, though, for Thung.
And I think open aces is an interesting hand to have here, whether he wants to lead into a 5-6-8 board or not.
He decides that he does. Now, on the occasions in which Blez has the low already, you get raised and free-rolled.
Yeah, I think Jared may choose raise anyway. It can buy a free card on 6.
Yeah.
And he certainly is going to have a lot of equity here. I don't know. The dead cards, I think there were some deuces and 3s dead.
Call.
He's going just with call. He's thinking Roy has, a range that's very strong, and many of his low cards are dead.
Aces.
And now Roy's going to be confident to bet again on 6th Street.
Bet. Call.
Jared needs some help. And he gets it.
Wow.
Will Roy make a flush or a full house?
He's squeezing. Ace, king, or a heart.
Now, if I have Roy's hand here, I'm pretty much checking in the dark. It's very obvious Blesnik has a draw. Can only continue if he improves.
Okay.
And Roy's hand is more or less face up.
I need this to be a 4.
Roy, scan your cards, please.
I need this card to be a 4. Bet.
Separate them.
Move your chips out to the right. Bet.
It's a 4.
Roy has whiffed and believes Jared that Jared caught a very good card. But the pot is so big, it's hard to fold.
Yeah,
you could tell that he hates it.
Of course he
hates it. 4. Fly, Eagles.
Straight.
Count it, Jared.
What? Count what?
Well, he's got it.
He'll count it.
Oh, man. Painful.
That was a nice
I've rarely seen that hand in my life.
I can't wait to see what you have there.
Ace, king, queen of clubs. 3 to the
Oh,
world.
did you? Well, you have to fold.
Yeah, it took a minute to figure it out. He has to have kings. Maybe even aces.
All right,
And there's 2 clubs out.
Phil breaking down exactly why he chose to fold.
I can't believe you took
Stud high, maybe. But
I can't believe you wasted so much time with that.
Yeah.
That's actually embarrassing, right, Daniel?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it's obviously
Ace, king, queen.
He's short. He's thinking he's got to go with it.
I thought you had like ace 5-8 with all clubs. It was ace, king, queen. Stud high.
I thought he had like ace 5-7.
Yeah, exactly.
Ace 5-6, ace 5-7.
It's not even Phil. You should fold within 3 seconds.
He took his time. He's
Two
allowed.
clubs.
He just wanted everyone to see how good he looks in the blue shirt.
Jesus, I mean, you really something. You really are something. You're
Now
special.
Phil picks up a very strong holding with 8-5 through spades.
Complete.
Going to be a nice one to take a stand with here for Hellmuth. Coleman, by the way, coordinated with the 7-low draw. Do we ever seek to isolate?
It depends on what's behind him, but yeah, for sure, it would be reasonable. Wow,
Oh my gosh.
just folding. There must be a lot of low cards behind him that he needs.
Yeah, blockers like 4s and 6s.
I see a deuce and a 4.
There it is. Negreanu, a clear customer.
Wow,
Rogers.
look at these hands. Everyone has something.
Crazy.
7, 5, 3.
And he will take it upstairs.
There wasn't that much dead for Coleman. I think he just saw the low cards behind him and was a little bit worried that it was going to be a big pot. And his hand was not particularly strong with the 7 showing. But that does seem a little on the snug side. And Phil, I mean, despite having the 8 up, is, you know, a very strong holding with 3 low spades. Not a bad spot to get your money in.
I could be wrong, but just based on my Raz knowledge, it feels like Coleman's hand is considerably worse multi-way than in a heads-up scenario, and there's a very good chance if he continues, he's going multi-way.
I think that's somewhat true, but the difference between Raz and stud high-low is that his hand does have, like, pair domination value in stud 8.
Sure.
Like, there's a chance that 7s ends up winning the pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, like, the high side equity for, you know, the 4 and the 6 sliding in there.
That would be my my reasoning for wanting to play, probably. The
Rogers
4 and the deuce behind you are not so scary.
picked up the 6-low draw, got some more chips in there, and now makes it
Rogers
on
is a monster.
5th.
And this is grim for Hellmuth because Negreanu made 10s for the high.
Yeah.
We're just drawn to the 8-low as Hellmuth. He's all in.
He needs runner spades or runner wheel, something very unlikely with all the dead cards. Yeah.
Ace, or he needs
for high. I guess
Negreanu.
an immediate ace would be the best case scenario.
He could get Negreanu out of there potentially. Who knows?
That's true. That could open a lot of doors for Phil Hellmuth.
Well, here's the deal, though. 22,000 of a call on this turn by Negreanu with open 10s, slides into a side pot, head up with Rogers. And if he thinks it's exclusively the ace-deuce, ace-3 that Rogers would be 3-betting or re-raising, rather, on 3rd Street, now he can say, all right, you've got a low made, but my 10s are good. He blocks a deuce.
Yeah, Daniel hates it, but just feels the pot is so big that
And by the way, the deuce 3-4 very relevant as well, Vitch, because he could slide in, you know, somewhat miraculously given card removal right now to a low. That concept taken right off the board, and furthermore, a 10 showing up in front of Rogers in diamond form, no less, where a lot of times that re-raise could be a flush.
Now Daniel's more or less made his decision. He's calling down, but he hates it.
Note that Hellmuth needs to find improvement to have any prayer at the high.
Daniel has held for half with his 10s.
For the side.
Hellmuth has outs here. Both players are bricked. Ace or king does it.
Yeah, and Daniel cannot fold now. This is kind of the issue he knew he was facing on 5th Street. He more or less already made his decision here.
Yeah, he's allowed to hate it.
Just a low.
Just a low is exactly what he wanted to hear. Did Hellmuth find help?
Nope, 9s.
No, 9s.
We take our money back.
We're going to lose Phil.
Wow.
Sort of deuce 3-4 myself.
And Phil was so close to winning half of that pot if Negreanu just finds a fold.
Well, Phil goes out. Good luck, guys.
Good.
What a joke.
Good.
I can't believe it.
And we've lost Phil Hellmuth.
2-3-4, and I was like,
in the
okay, I can
PPC.
make a backdoor fucking wheel still.
But I had the ace and the 5.
I know. If you had a pair, it's like you had a pair in a straight draw. Now I'm like,
how happy are you to get half of that pot?
Huh? Oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm
You
like,
just had 10s, right?
yeah, I was just like on 6th Street. I'm like, oh my God, I have to put in 2 more bets.
As soon as you
instead.
say low, oh, Daniel,
Just the low, he said. He didn't say like aces in a low.
I know.
Or anything.
Where's the button?
I got the proverbial 9 of
I don't see it.
spades.
Can you bring the button?
What are we doing here?
Triple draw.
10-20.
Thank you.
10-20.
Almost folded. Because
Which
I
one,
had
6 or 7?
5th. Because I had deuce 3 4 10 10. But I'm like,
Yeah.
if you have a pair,
Yeah.
and I can still make a low, you know, and it's very likely my 10s are good now. The question is, you know, will they hold?
Triple draw.
Yeah.
Limit.
And there's a decent amount of
And
money.
you know
in
I'm
the
going to
pot.
bet all the way through.
That's the problem. I mean, not if you have a pair
Well,
and you miss on 6.
Yeah.
Check.
Daniel explaining a very key concept in Stud 8 or better very well there, which is the two competing ideas that he was facing on 5th Street.
Chips outside the box.
How do you feel about that call down on 5th Street?
I might have folded because Dave Rogers had his re-raise on 3rd Street just connects with his board so well there that I just think that it was the best case scenario, and he was already had an open ender with a low and an ace for high outs. It was a close spot. The pot was massive.
Is there any merit to folding on 6th because on 5th you still have a draw to the wheel? The backdoor draw to the wheel, or just a good low in general?
No, because Rogers bricked. So if Rogers had hit another relevant card, then yes. But at that point, when Rogers bricks on 6, that actually helps Negreanu's call down a lot.
Gotcha. Let me rephrase that. Is there any merit to calling 5th with the idea of potentially folding 6th instead of 5th, just to see if you make your low draw?
No, you really need to get sticky on 6th Street.
Check.
Gotcha.
Check.
These multi-way pots in Stud 8 are so interesting to me.
They're very tricky to navigate with the dead cards. And by the way, Blez is finally drawing dead in the hand here. He has a very legitimate draw, but he is not going to be happy. And Daniel continues to ascend.
Limit deuce to 7, triple draw, 8-6, perfect. Negreanu surging here late day. Absent Phil Hellmuth, we fight on. Blez cannot make a winner here. Did he just lead?
He did. He probably made an 8. And Negreanu's considering whether to raise or call.
Been bluffing a lot.
I know, but I mean.
And after the speech, I can't
Does
imagine
anyone bluff
Negreanu's
in this
going to raise.
spot in the history
I
of this
know
game?
you do, but I mean, I beat most of your hands anyway. I was never folding. I was just thinking about raising.
Does anyone ever bluff in this spot?
You.
Queen.
I said you're not going to call anyway. 86.
And Blez found a weird bluff.
I was only thinking about raising you, obviously. But I'm like, yeah, Jared's just bluffing. Fuck it. Give me my money.
Queen.
Yeah, it's no good. I'm aware.
Really,
that one I didn't buy. But
You know what's crazy?
No.
You actually, if you raise, I re-raise.
You would have re-raised, Bob. Then I would have been in a tough spot, but I would have called.
Oh my God.
I would have called. I wasn't
I
folding.
told
number
myself,
6.
no matter what card I got, I was just betting. That's what I told myself. I'm just betting whatever the hell I
Just
catch.
lead in, because if I have like a jack.
What was your hand?
2, 3, 4, 6, 8. I had number 6. I had 8, 6, 4.
I have news for you. I was drawing dead.
I know.
I was
thought
drawing
that.
stone dead.
I actually thought
But
you
I
were
actually
drawing
had a
dead.
decent. Yeah, I was.
But then
I
I
had
was
no
like,
outs.
when you bet, I'm just like, you're bluffing. Forget it. Save time. You're bluffing. That's funny.
Oops.
Negreanu.
This is painful. If I didn't just bluff, I would just. That's
You
painful.
just go for it again?
I would just 3-bet that. If I didn't just show bluff, painful.
How much is it?
40.
It up.
Looks like Roy's found something in the small blind, and Max has found 2-3-8 in the big blind.
All right, Daniel and Roy, we need to scan the cards, please.
Me? I didn't do it. I did it. Like, I mean, I did the whole
Can
thing.
you pull those back
That's
and
crazy.
scan them?
That was definitely not me. Scan them every time.
Looks like Daniel's cards just do not want to be shown, but nevertheless, we see that he's raising and drawing 2, so he has a fairly normal opening range here of deuce and 2 wheel cards.
Sure.
I already missed Phil.
Thung on the 7-6 low draw right away, and a pair of deuces for a skosh of info. Checks it, and position a really big part of deuce to 7. The hand definition has something to do with things as well. Chris?
Yeah, I would have liked to see Thung bet this hand, though. I mean,
I
everyone
agree.
drawing 2, and he has a very premium draw here. Position is quite valuable.
And also, you want to charge the unimproved draw 2s, and you're generally ahead of
Absolutely.
a good bit of
You
the
have
draw
a
1s.
robust hand that isn't really afraid of much.
But Coleman and Negreanu take a free swing. Thung makes number 4. Coleman will not be continuing with a couple of 9s in the face of a bet.
I agree. He'll be stuck in the middle here. He won't really feel too much attachment to this pot. Action has slowed down considerably.
Bet.
Max might be a little tempted because Roy's line is so passive, having just checked the first draw and then drawn 1. But he thinks better of it and realizes that
and you get the button.
The man just has a good hand.
Every now and again, you can do something strange.
I had
Flat
one
there.
of those spicy,
Draw 1 in position
really
to the
good
9-8. And just try to get the better of things because equity runs close in the 2 draw 1 spot. Every now and again, you flat, and then you see the pad in the face of the draw 1, which can be a little funky too.
I suppose he didn't
Not with
seemingly
that
have
hand.
a particularly exciting hand to do anything with,
No,
other than
no.
maybe he was just getting a little bit intrigued by the situation.
Do you have a preference over no limit deuce to triple draw deuce?
I mean, I find no limit deuce to be pretty interesting these days. I've played so much more limit triple draw in my life, but I guess I would have to say it just depends on the table.
7-6-4 for Blez. Oftentimes you'll hear talk of don't leave home without a deuce in the deuce to 7 streets, but we.
Yeah, Blez tends to buck conventional wisdom in many of these games. So,
but also it's important, you know, that especially in these tournaments, blinds can come around and start to gobble you up. That you take spots in particular in position.
yeah, I think we've seen that play out at this table in a pretty consistent fashion. The guys that are playing a lot of the pots have ended up chipping up fairly nicely. The guys that have been on the very tight passive side have broken even or lost small. And Phil just didn't win enough hands to really stay in the game, but you know he gave himself opportunities.
One more try, that's it.
A little surprised, by the way, that Daniel would.
A little. I think this goes to show, you know, how wide he thinks Blez is playing here.
The solver would say keep the 10.
Solver would say keep the 10.
But you know what? I want to gamble. I want to fucking gamble. I want to make my
make a big hand.
Do not think
Solver
Jared
would
is
be
right
is I get
about
to
that.
check, and if I make it, just
You
like
get to, the good
drawn
news
to a
is,
wheel. Just so you know, I'm drawn to a wheel.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet. I have not looked. If he says raise, I'm in trouble. I'm probably in trouble.
King, queen, jack. Jeez. I didn't catch one good card. I had 6 draws. Yeah.
Paired 4s, but no matter, as Negreanu found no help.
Okay.
You guys know that we do have 29. We got 1 away.
Thank you.
1 away from 1.
You caught 3. You caught 3 bricks again.
But they're not going to realign.
I started with deuce 7-7. I got ace jack, and then I got king queen jack in the second one.
I have no idea what he just said.
They don't
What?
realign, right? They just send us to.
1 away from what?
They're not going to realign. They'll just
No,
send
no,
us
yeah.
to.
One of the tables will break. I don't know which table.
You know what's funny is I would bet I'm supposed to keep. I had a 10. I would bet you're supposed to keep the 10.
Would you have 10-7?
10, 2s, 4, 6, 7, 10. I would bet any amount of money you're supposed to keep the 10.
Against a 3-card draw?
Raise it.
Jared makes a lot of betting offers, but I might take that one.
Bet. 2 bet.
I think with 2 to come, I don't mind drawing to a
You
7
win.
against
I don't
a
think
draw
you have
3.
a deuce in your hand.
Agreed.
I did.
I do
Did you?
not.
I had deuce 4.
I couldn't use it anyway.
I had deuce 4.
Cash game, I might call. It's
Raise
close.
1 hole.
This is my favorite game. I love this game.
Yeah.
You like it or no?
I do. I wrote the chapter in Super System 2 for Duel on Deuce to 7 triple drop.
Did you?
Yeah, and Ace to 5.
I didn't know that. Who wrote the PLO section? I know, that's why I'm testing you.
I can't remember who wrote it.
You think about it, you'll know. I guarantee you.
Steve Zolotow?
No. I'll give you one hint. He still plays and he's a legend.
Johnny Chan?
No.
Well,
I'll give you one more hint. He's older than 75. You have to get this.
I don't know. Just tell me.
Lyle Berman.
Oh, Lyle wrote it.
I'm surprised you're supposed to know that.
I didn't know
Isn't that crazy?
Too bad.
Join the club.
I've actually read that section,
Sure,
and I still didn't know. In my head, it was Doyle's son, and I don't know why.
Todd wrote the stud 8 section.
Ah, okay.
Which is very good.
I've actually been playing quite a bit with Todd in the cash game streets as of late. Very solid fixture.
Box, please.
He is.
He's not just a restaurateur these days.
No, he does own Roma Deli though.
You know how
a
I know
lot
that?
of poker players like heading up there for a meal at some
He's said
point.
it 40 times.
I've heard good things.
Thung, by the way, the Razor.
Yeah, he stepped out a little bit here, pre-flop with the 3-5-7.
I was a bit surprised, if I'm being honest.
He's going to get punished here. Not a lot of 2s left in the deck for Thung.
No. Rogers draws 2 to 6-4 deuce. Blez draws 3 to the deuce 5. Gets on the 8-6 draw right away.
Yeah, it looks like Blez has seen the most improvement so far.
For sure.
Will we see him lead?
There's your answer.
Bet.
He does like to take the aggressive lead whenever given the opportunity. And now Thung's in a bit of a tricky situation with this 9 in his hand.
I mean, when Jared chooses to lead here as a draw 3 against a couple of draw 2s, we do expect that it's going to be a draw 1.
Agreed.
And if that's the case, 7-5-3 flat, is he obligated to peel one off, especially with someone left to act behind him?
I think he is, because he has position. And here he's going to keep the 9, which I think seems reasonable.
I thought he would be drawing 2, but that is interesting. He'll go 1-1. Blesnik makes an ace. Deference forthcoming, I suspect.
If he knew the discards, he'd be very happy they kept the 9, right? Because there's so many 4s and 2s gone from the deck.
Yep, and now I would say the standard is to bet your jack here and then go ahead and hope to take a free showdown.
When the
Well, you certainly can't check it back and pat it, because then your range is wildly capped. You can get exploited so easily. But the jack is a favorite, heads up. With 1 to come. Oh, and this is a mistake.
He's done exactly what you said, and
Yeah.
I think Blesnik is going to have a good read on the situation. However, Blez has made a pair of 8s. And if he decides to bluff, maybe Roy just goes ahead and calls it.
Yeah, but what's the best hand that Roy's going to show up with on the end here? And oftentimes when we check back and pat...
He's supposed to have a 10. He's supposed to have a 10-7. You're supposed to have a 10-7 check. Pair.
Jack.
Jack 7.
Jack 9.
Oh my God. I make mistake.
You made a mistake.
I make mistake.
I was going to say, oftentimes the check back pat,
We need a new.
we don't expect anyone to lead into us without having made an improvement on the end. Because the line that we take is so straightforward. It's so face up. You know, why would you ever bet into me when you know?
I didn't think you were that weak.
Yeah, I was.
You were very weak.
Like a bluff catch.
In general, however, when someone takes a very weak line and they know they've taken a very weak line, they do tend to call the river.
Yeah, we obligate ourselves to sort of keep an eye on things.
So that's probably why Jared decided to give up with his pair of 8s there and not go for the bluff.
That was a squirrely one there, out of Roy Thung. Roughly 80 years of age, 744,000 in career tournament earnings across 56 cashes.
Is that us?
He's made 5 WSOP final tables, all of them coming between 97 and 98, by the way.
Too bad.
What's the next game, sir?
should be holding.
Oh, perfect. That's so good.
Dave Rogers gets a pat 8 here on the button.
That he does, and it's not really a breakable
So
one either.
good.
This is kind of a buckle up 8.
Somewhat of an easy hand to play until you get raised.
Yeah, that's
and
where
then
it gets ugly.
Nasty. But with position
You ready to
and
get
the best
it in the
hand.
last 5 minutes?
But the
Or no?
average
Unlike
strength
all
of
these other guys,
a pat
like,
hand
we're
is
not
not
going to play a
7
pot over
low.
100,000. That's
It's
what no
8
one
low.
understands.
I'm not. You can.
I'm not with no. but
Maybe
say
some
me and you.
9s
We're going to like
that have options.
check. Like let's just go to sleep.
That's what I said.
Like, you know, like, but the ego gets in for all these other guys where they just want to 3-bet and 4-bet every
That's
hand.
why I folded the king queen. I didn't give a fuck.
To be honest, I made a good play and you made a good play. That's what
Yeah, I
people don't
folded the
get.
king queen.
Yeah. You just have to give me credit for making a good play there.
Whatever. Yeah, it's fine.
But people think they have to win every hand. That's
I don't
what.
have to win all of your hands.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. If we play a really big pot, I'd like it to be on my terms. You know.
Yeah. The only way all that money's going in before the end of the night is if you have 2 aces and hold them.
And what are you gonna?
Continues to draw, never finds any
10.
improvement. It would seem.
King queen of
Check
diamonds.
folds to Roger.
All right.
Important
Last
pickup for
hand
him.
triple draw, and then 4 more of Omaha.
Max, you've been awfully quiet, dude.
I lost every hand. Steam.
See, what people don't know about you is you're a phenomenal player. But you know why, Pete? And I'll just say this. Do you mind if I say this or no?
What is it?
You're a phenomenal player, but the reason people don't talk about you a lot is you're very quiet and you're very humble. That's a lot of what poker is people that are, you know, you're an amazing talent, but people aren't going to be like, oh, he's amazing because you're so quiet and you don't talk a lot. It's a compliment. It's true.
And he's, you know, he doesn't look like Phil Ivey.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly.
You're big.
If you looked like Phil Ivey and you talked as little as him, people would think you're great.
Max Coleman is a great player.
I don't think you've said a word
Very
yet.
honest.
And by the way, anyone who's out there grinding is very aware of that.
Yeah.
The thing that makes Max good
Told
is
you, all you
that
gotta do is beat Phil apart.
he
He'll talk.
seems like he's very careful and calculating, but he has some
He's gonna be
nasty
quiet if he's
bluffs
winning.
in
How
his
many
arsenal.
times did he mention how much he's won in tournaments? And
Every single sentence.
The first time I played with No Limit with Max, I
So, is this the last hand?
underestimated his aggression.
Yeah.
And he just showed up in a 4-bet pot with
This is
some
the top
kind of bluff. I was
1%.
like,
Yeah,
whoa,
yeah.
this guy's been up to something.
He's got some moves. Yeah.
He's
He doesn't
very
look
good
like
at
it.
showdowning,
Yeah.
showing down good
I'm drawing
hands
100%.
to keep that image.
Let's get out of here.
You know how
One
like
more
every nitty player believes that they're like making
We'll go
good
one more
bluffs in
hand.
theory, but they're actually just nitty?
Yeah.
He's the nitty looking player who's making good bluffs.
Yeah. He's the guy they all think that they are.
Yeah.
it's funny, day 3 of this tournament's actually really day 2 because it's a 5-day tournament.
What's that?
I said day 3 tomorrow is really like a normal day 2 in a 10K because it's
It's very long structure.
Yeah.
Lots of play. Phil's gonna be pissed when he sees that hand that I 3-bet him with and hold him. And a flush game.
You know what's funny? The
I had a
diamonds
flush.
hand? You
I
had a
had
flush?
5-6 of diamonds. I
You
was
had a
hoping he had
flush.
ace jack or jack. Any jack, I get 2 more bets. But he just had ace 10.
So I think we have a few hands of no limit hold'em, and then we're done bagging for the night.
28. Raise 28.
Phil's not going to. You think he goes back and watches the film or no? No?
Not really. 28, right?
Ace-8 suited for Rogers. Picks up Negreanu as a customer. Inferior suited ace.
Check.
Check.
Nobody really connects with the flop, but obviously it's probably more of Rogers' flop.
Supposed to be. Negreanu slips it over. No heart on board.
Small or big size here, Jesse?
Into
I like
76.
I don't mind big, but I like small on this board. I do think if there was a heart on the board, Rogers would have maybe found a little bit of a value bet with the C bet here.
This is 2.
Negreanu would have
Oh,
peeled
yeah.
one off, but without the heart, I think Negreanu
just
just mucks his hand. Also, he probably correctly assumes that Rogers is on the slightly tighter side.
Right.
Rogers went with a big pre-flop raise size,
This
too.
is the second hand of Hold'em.
Maybe that is good considering his snug ranges.
Yeah, so 2 more.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Yeah, definitely.
We're playing four. Yeah, sorry. We're saying the same thing. 4 hands of Hold'em. We play 12. And this is the second one.
And the 50K is one of the only events that uses a 1.5 big blind ante too, so it's an extra large ante.
Oh. That is really nice.
27?
Yeah, that's why the big bet players actually like this tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you in there next year. Didn't realize the ante was half a starting stack.
Call.
Blesnik getting in there with the ace-3 offsuit.
Yeah, and Roger's defending 9-7, which he actually seems a little bit maybe more comfortable in the Ultimate Hold'em game than some of the others.
King, king, deuce.
Honestly, you had to expect this out of Blez. He just told them that he was going to play real snug for the last 10 minutes.
True.
And then he just opens the ace-3 offsuit and the hijack immediately. I gotta say, if Blesnik wins this tournament, it should be heralded as the example of different styles can still get it done.
Absolutely. If Jared wins this tournament, the good news is we'll get to see a lot more of him on future tables.
Yeah. And a lot more of his play. I mean, that deuce play was just so far from anything I've ever seen.
He just made it work.
Yeah, he really did.
I thought, Jesse, you were going to suggest that we rename it from the Poker Players
What's the
Championship to the Blez Open.
10-15.
Blez Open.
You put it in for me.
The Blez Open, sponsored by Blez Card Shop. I kind of feel like you just talked Phil right off the table.
A little bit.
It was mostly the bad cards that did it, but
I mean, he took an egg beater to Phil's brain.
Yeah. That was an experience for all of us.
A little bit more so for Hellmuth, if I'm being honest.
Last hand of the night.
Last hand of the night coming up.
You know, I don't mean to suggest that maybe there were different outcomes available given
hand flop, red or black?
the hands that Phil had to deal with.
You gamble too much.
15.
But I don't think he was in any way, shape, or form aided by Blez being out there doing his thing. You know, it did
10,000 big.
quite obviously affect him.
Yeah.
How much that affected his play, I don't know, but just
Last hand.
he wasn't in a comfort zone.
That's true. Looks like we are wrapping up, although
Yep.
Rogers picks up a bit of a hand here.
This needs to be good before I look.
Ace 9
Needs to be
suited.
really
Raise
good
on the
before I
button.
look.
Blez
Last-
wakes
is it
up with
last
an
hand?
ace
Last
queen.
hand. That's nice.
Last hand of the night.
And how will he choose to play it against a perceived tight player?
With another tight player to his left.
80,000.
80. Raise.
This is a wildly
No
small raise
exaggeration. Best hand
from out
I've
of
seen all day.
position.
No way.
Yeah, I kind of believe you. But
It is. I told myself I'm not raising unless I have a monster.
Rogers has
I'll
a
show
pretty
it.
good hand to continue with.
Yeah, but he gets
Good
talked right off of it, and perhaps
All right, we're done.
Blez doing him a favor.
Yeah.
Feature table, bags on feature table.
Cue the Ziplocs, boys. As day 2 of the Poker Players Championship comes to a close, the Blez show. The boss stack. When the dust settles, 1.5
All right,
million plus
and
in
it's
front
a
of him.
wrap on another day. We had fun with Jared. Jared was needling Phil.
Negreanu
having fun, bluffing everybody.
gets
every
the vlog
hand,
going promptly.
You know, doing Jared things.
Finishes
We did our
the day
thing,
with
we stayed
1.3.
out of the way. You know, whatever. I'll fold king queen to you. You can have 9-6 offsuit. Do your thing. Going straight to bed. Not going home. Very degen lifestyle. You know, stay in a hotel every night. But that's the plan. We're not going home. Way too late. Back at it again tomorrow, y'all. And don't forget, if you want to watch, check out PokerGo. Get yourself a subscription to PokerGo, and you can watch all the action all the way to the end. Learn a few things about all these games from Jared.
You know, I just realized I wasn't obligated to lay out for Daniel to complete his vlog at the end of the day, and yet
give me one green chip.
I was captivated. We don't need to
Give me
tune
one
in.
green.
Well, gents, it's been a pleasure.
No.
Always fun to get into the mixed game streets. Final thoughts at all?
It's been a long day, Ali.
Yeah, it has. Well, let's call it a night as the actual payouts come up on the screen. 89 entries, and there will be no more. 1.1 million will go to the eventual champion, but that doesn't happen for another 3 days. Just about 100,000 will be the min cash. On behalf of Jesse Sylvia and Chris Fitch, thanks for joining us. This is Ali Nejad saying good night from the World Series.